I'm just trying to figure out if home court, home ice matters at all in the playoffs. Like, it feels like every game I'm watching, the away team is the winner. I mean, last night, Florida shuts out New York in New York, so the Panthers take a 1-0 series lead over the Rangers. And then Dallas goes on the road at Minnesota last night, and they win. And Dallas is a weird team. They have two really good players, and then just a whole bunch of guys. And if Kyrie and Luka play well, they're going to have a really good shot to beat a whole bunch of teams. And that's what they got yesterday. I mean, Kyrie in the second half was pretty non-existent, but the first half finished with, I think it was 24 and almost 80% from the field. You know, watching Minnesota go from what they did against the Nuggets to how they have to play defense against the Mavericks, it is different. And I used to kind of roll my eyes at this idea that the Minnesota Timberwolves were built specifically to beat the Denver Nuggets. I'm like, do you really want to build an entire team just to beat one singular thing? But I kind of get it now, why people make the argument. Dealing with Dallas is a completely different sort of game that they're playing. You know, it's not like they got lit up by the Mavs. They only gave up 108 points, but when you have 3 7-footers and you're playing against two really good guards where the bigs really don't matter on the opposite team, it's a different sort of animal that you're trying to tackle. And that's why the Nuggets, who run their entire offense through a 7-footer, it posed so many problems just having Towns and Gobert and Naz Reid, and they could throw them one after the other after the other. Different for them now playing the Mavericks, who are guard dominant. It's you put the ball in Kyrie's hand, you put the ball in Luka's hand. But at the end of the day, I think that Minnesota still wins this series. You know, Anthony Edwards, who's gotten a lot of run here, you know, he's been called, is he the new face of the NBA? And he's a very good player. And yes, I still like Anthony Edwards. A lot of people keep asking, how can you still like that guy? I don't know. I don't know how to explain it to you. I know that he's arrogant and he's cocky, but his arrogance and cockiness gives me more Zlatan vibes than it does your typical, this makes me upset sort of braggadocious nature. But for him, he's sort of been crowned like this second coming. And can I say something? I think we're going to run into a lot of this stuff. Remember in golf, Tiger Woods, for 2 decades, dominated that sport in a way that nobody else really has. I could argue in any sport. Like, not just the way that he was winning in an individual, specialized way, but also, you talked it before the incident with the 9-iron or 4-iron or wedge or whatever it was. Nelly, I feel like you talk to anybody in the world about Tiger Woods, and they would say, I am a Tiger Woods fan, without exception. And that's the rare case for him. In sports, you never get to be universally beloved. In fact, the better you get, the more people tend to hate you. The guys who have been able to skirt that, it feels like Peyton Manning was. And I'm telling you, this isn't like some sort of like Denver bias or something like that. There is nobody that hates Peyton Manning. No one. But he's gotten that before. But it's a very rare list to be universally beloved. But in golf, Tiger Woods was that. And then Tiger Woods had his incident, and then another incident, and then another, and then injuries and all that stuff. And he just kind of, his body broke down, his game broke down. He's not the same anymore. So what did people try and do? They tried to make Rory the next Tiger, and then Jordan Spieth the next Tiger, and then like Justin Thomas the next Tiger, and then this guy the next Tiger, and that guy the next Tiger, and now Scotty Scheffler's the next. We're always just looking for the next one. And in the NBA, we're doing the same thing. Jordan retired. And just conveniently, a few years afterwards, this guy named LeBron James came along. And we said, there you go. There's your next Michael Jordan. And for the past 21 years, we've been trying to have this discussion about MJ and LeBron. And is he the same? Are they different? And guess what's happening now, Nelly? LeBron James is on the way out. We see it. Okay, he's still playing at a very high level. Don't get me wrong. It's not about that. But he's 40. He doesn't have much runway left. So what are we trying to find now? We're trying to find the next LeBron. And so we're doing that, and we've been doing that with people. Hey, maybe it's Ja Morant. Oh, the guns out of the car and guns at a strip club and suspensions and injuries. Okay, not him anymore. I know who it is.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
It's Anthony Edwards now. And look, it very well might be. And this isn't me poo-pooing the impact and the fun that Anthony Edwards has provided. But I want to remind people of something. As they're trying to crown him this next superstar. Like I was watching ESPN yesterday, and what was the headline of their discussion? Is Anthony Edwards the new face of the NBA? Because they can't just say Jokic, despite the fact that he's won 3 MVPs and an NBA Finals MVP. There's something about him they just don't want to be that. Okay, fine. So how about Ant? I'm going to give you Ant's last 6 playoff games, going all the way back to Game 3 against Denver. 19 points. Followed that up 16 of 25 from the floor for 44. Game after that, 5 of 15 for 18 points. Game after that, 8 of 17 for 27. Game after that, 6 of 24 for 16 points. And last night, 6 of 16 for 19. There's just some guys, they kind of pick and choose to ignore some bad games. Now, it helps that one of them, like, look, how about this? If his 6 of 24 from the floor for 16 points came in a loss in Game 7 as opposed to a win, I think we view that entirely differently, don't we? If the Nuggets didn't just kind of run out of steam in the second half and they go on to win that Game 7, that 6 of 24 from the floor for 16 points now looks like a stain on the resume as opposed to a positive. But this is all part of the growth process for a young player like that. My question is, and it's the same question I have in basketball all the time, why do we feel the need to crown people every day? It's such a weird thing. Like, the NBA cannot help itself. What was one of the biggest things that went around on Twitter yesterday that I saw multiple times? It was Draymond Green talking to Shaq on his podcast about my team would beat your team. My era was better. You know what I mean? Like, we can't ever just accept, now's fun. Anything that happens on a night-to-night basis jumps immediately to, well, what does this mean for who wins MVP? Or what does this mean historically? Where do you put this in NBA history? And we do it all the time. And honestly, it's annoying. It is. Because it happens all the time. You know, it also kind of sucks that the Nuggets aren't in this right now. And I did sort of hate watch that. I got to be honest. I didn't feel like a hatred fervor for any team last night. I felt it for individuals. I had a lot of fun watching Karl Anthony Towns go 6 of 20 from the floor. That made me happy. And maybe that makes me a bleep hole. Don't care. It's the only way I can stomach this. I have to find a way. I have to find a game that I can play if I'm going to get through this stuff, because I'm still sick when I watch these. It should have been me. Can't help but have that in the back of my head. But here's the one thing about Minnesota that they got to be careful of. Teams that are arrogant, you're going to take joy in watching their demise. And they have been loud in some of their arrogance. 303-504-0925. Something else to keep in mind here. And this is a nervous day because we don't know what this is about. I'm not going to jump to the conclusion that a lot of people already have. But today at 9:30, the Avs will have Chris McFarland and Gabe Landeskog speaking to the media. Gabe has spoken before in a press conference setting. Now, if I remember correctly, last year, Nelly helped jog my memory. Gabe Landeskog spoke to the media, but that was that before the postseason started to get out of the way that he's not playing? Is that what that was?
No, I thought it came just after the Seattle series wrapped up. He did that Zoom press conference to confirm.
That's right.
Don't even think about next season.
That's right. So it's not like he hasn't done this before. I just remember it was late in the year, either right before the playoffs or right afterwards. Couldn't remember which one. This doesn't mean that Gabe's going to jump on that and retire. But it could mean that. It could. And I got to think about a lot of things surrounding Gabe and the situation that he's facing and the situation that the team is facing at the moment. The things about if Gabe jumps on, like, I don't think I see any benefit if he comes on and says he's retiring. Nothing's going to help you. It's not going to make you feel good. It's not going to help the team. Nothing like that. But if his body can't go, it can't go. Now, what I'm hoping today is going to be, I am hoping that today is going to be Gabe Landeskog saying, rehab's going really good. My plan is when next season comes along, I will be on the roster and be available to this team. That's the hope. Because there is a lot of things, especially surrounding the Val situation, that if you get Landeskog back, can alleviate some of that pain. So we'll get into this in more detail in just a bit. 303-504-0925.
And by the way, Brett, turns out we were both right. He did a press conference before the Seattle series saying, I'm out for the playoffs. And then in the summer, he did another press conference saying, I'm actually out for the entire next season. Shout out New Horizons on the Twitch line.
Thank you
for helping us clarify that. There's an early fact checker.
Because remember, going into last year's postseason, there was like that lingering question of, well, is he going to be, are they going to make him magically available? And he just, I think, wanted to nip that in the bud so it wasn't hanging over the team. Because that was the second year that we've had that in Denver, remember? Because the year prior to that was Nuggets, Warriors, where Jamal Murray had that medically cleared but not mentally cleared thing going on, and we didn't know, like, was he just going to pop up in the series and start playing out of nowhere? And I think after saying that, the Avs are like, hey, I think it's best if we just let them know this isn't happening. But he will speak to the media. I think it'd be wise on our part probably to run that live and just see kind of what that's about. So we'll have that for you guys when it comes along. 303-504-0925. I want to talk more about the impact of both sides of this, though. If he retires or if he doesn't, we'll get to it next.
happy.
Did you know, growing up, when I was 8 years old, 9 years old, I had the Stanley Cup winning picture of the Colorado Avalanche from 2001 in my room as a poster until I was a teenager and I moved to Canada. And I said, when I got drafted, I said, my dream, my goal is to be in that picture wearing this jersey.
And guess what?
Isn't that full circle? I don't know what full circle.
But I'll tell you, the group picture when the cup was, you dropped the cup.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
me.
I know.
That is still one of the coolest moments since I've been here. Gabe Landeskog with Peter McNabb right after they win the championship. And Gabe seeks Pete out to give him a little background on why that moment meant so much. Very cool. Now, Gabe going to be speaking to the media at 9:30 today. By the way, just a quick aside question. Nelly, we have this got a vending machine in here. I'm not feeling coffee this morning. I need something else. I was like, all right, I'll just grab a soda. By my calculations, this is the year of our Lord 2024, correct?
Last time I checked.
Have we not found a better way to acquire a carbonated drink than throwing it down a chute and having to wait 20 minutes before I can open this thing? Like, the sound it made when it hit the bottom, I'm like, we know these are carbonated, right? Yeah. Is there not some sort of like robot hand that can grab it and like hand it to me instead of just throwing it down a flight of stairs before I open this?
That's also going to help you wake up, is doing the math of how long you got to wait before you can open this thing.
Maybe I should just open it now. Anyway, here's the Landy stuff I want to talk about. Two sides of the coin. And I don't know what this thing is today. I don't know why he's speaking. He's the captain. Maybe he just feels the need to speak to the media about the season. That's fine. But, I mean, the big question here is, what's going on? If Landeskog's surgery has gone well, that means he plays next year. If it has not, then Nelly, I think he's done. I don't know any scenario in which you head into the preseason or late offseason for the Avs, Landy is not ready to go yet, and his career continues. Like, I just don't see it. You're 2 years removed. It's one thing to, like, hey, I missed a year from a torn ACL, and now I'm back. That happens all the time. You miss 2 seasons of hockey. I don't know how they can really make the comeback trail work. He's not super old. But he's getting up there. And for a guy who's got an injury like that, it's going to affect your mentality and the way that you can play the game. We all know this. Gabe Landeskog, when he is on the ice, is such an incredibly important cog in the machine for this team on multiple fronts. One, just being the hockey player that he is. 2, being the captain that he is. And what he brings to the room. Here's the thing, though, about Landeskog. As a human being, how much rehab do you want to do to even see if you can get back out there on the ice? And this is why what I'm hoping today is he steps up to the microphone and goes, guys, I feel great. I feel like in a couple of months, I'm going to be totally back to normal. That's what I hope to hear. By the time next season rolls around, I will be on the ice for the Avs and ready to go. Because if not, it puts you in a worse situation. I don't know anything about Landeskog not being available to this team anymore because he retires that's going to benefit them. And people can say, well, what about the cap space? Well, you had the cap space last year. You put him on LTIR. You had it. Now, it was tougher to plan for. I'll give you that. But they knew before the season started that he was not playing this year. And so they could use that money however they wanted. But I'll tell you this much, it could really help if he does keep playing. We don't know what's happening with Val. We don't know if he's coming back. We don't know if he's going to get cut. We don't know if he's going to stay on the roster. Like, nothing. But what Gabe brings from a hockey perspective is similar to what Val does, which is you park your big body in front, you try and get some deflections, you screen the goalie, like that kind of stuff that Val provided, Gabe can. And you can alleviate some of that pressure if you were to move on in any way that you can with Val. But man, I started thinking about it this way. After you win the Cup, and I can't remember the exact date that Gabe Landeskog signed his extension. No, it was in the 11th hour of that last day. You made two really, really big moves, which is bringing Gabe back. And look, it was a no-brainer at the time. But you also made the other move of signing Val over Kadri. That was the decision. And both of those, for different circumstances, but results being the same, have had those guys off the ice in crucial moments. Like Gabe just off the ice, period. Val off the ice when you need him most. And it's a whole bunch of money that was tied into two guys that you considered core pieces of this team that just hasn't worked. And that's the kind of stuff, you know, you talk to coaches around their respective leagues. They'll all kind of tell you this. The whole striking when the iron's hot thing kind of comes down to, do you have guys on good contracts that you can capitalize on in the moment? And I'll give you an example, two of them. The Avs, when they won the Cup, what did they have? They had Nathan McKinnon on a steal of a contract. I mean, Nathan was making a shade over $6.
His name's Nathan McKinnon. Heard of him?
You didn't have to pay guys like Kale yet. You didn't have to pay Mikko yet. And yes, Gabe signed the year before the Cup. Understood. I'm just saying the contracts that were signed were long-term contracts that have just ended up kind of hurting. Again, for different reasons, but they have. But what I'm getting at here is that before you do a lot of winning, what typically happens is your team builds, they capitalize on some cap stuff that's available to you, and then you win, and then those guys get paid, and you need to have a lot of things go exactly right. Like you can't afford injuries, you can't afford somebody not living up to the contract because it'll burn you. And what's happened since the Avs won the Cup, they gave a couple of guys big contracts, and for different reasons, they just haven't worked. So I look at a team that played last night, like the Minnesota Timberwolves. They need to take advantage of this now. If the T-Wolves win the title this year, they're going to be faced with the exact same sort of situations that the Nuggets were after they won. And I know that these contracts for the Nuggets came kind of before it, but still, you're on that steady climb. And when you have guys who play beyond their numbers, that's where you win in the margins. In the NFL, all the time we see this. Really good young quarterback on his rookie deal still wins the Super Bowl, can't ever quite get back. Why? Because they go from making $12 million a year to making $50 million a year. And now all the help that you got previously is a lot harder to come by. You got to get really lucky. You know, even for that Patriots run, for 2 decades of winning and a Super Bowl appearance every other year, a big reason why they're able to do that is Tom Brady never was paid the most in the NFL at his position. He a lot of times was paid like middle of the pack. And I think he kind of understood that. that if I take all this money, there is no let's go out and get Randy Moss anymore. There is no let's keep a stellar defense that's always top 5 in the league. It becomes infinitely more difficult. Like, I was just looking at some numbers yesterday. The All-NBA teams come out, and Jokic obviously is on the first All-NBA team. And it's his 4th of his career. No Nugget has ever been in that category before. But because of these accelerators and contracts based upon awards that you get, let me tell you 2 guys in the league that are due for these Supermax extensions. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is very good in Oklahoma City. You know what he's eligible to sign for his next contract that they will give him? A 4-year, $294 million contract. In 2030, Nelly, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for the 2030-2031 season will make $81.449 million. $81 million in a single season of basketball. Luka Doncic, he is eligible to make a 5-year, $346 million Supermax. Once you start giving those kind of dollars out, everything else needs to be pretty perfect, doesn't it? And look, Jokic is going to get that. He's going to have that contract too when his comes up. And all of this is going to kind of even itself out with the TV deals that are coming their way and blah, blah, blah. Like, I understand all of that. But, God, you know what? I just saw what Mike said on the text line. I didn't even think about it this way. SGA is going to make $1 million a game in that 2030 season. So you know that nothing game that nobody cares about on February 2nd? $1 million.
Some random January 15th game on the road in Orlando, $1 million.
6 of 18 from the floor, 14 points. Where's my check?
Thunder kick a trap game to the Wizards in DC, $1 million.
I mean, crazy, right? But it's all going to even out with these TV contracts when they get boosted up. But still, like, you are putting your eggs in the basket of a couple of guys. In the NFL, it happens all the time. It's why whenever a quarterback contract comes up, it's the risk in the Russell Wilson contract that we've all experienced over the last couple of years, and especially now that you've moved on from him. If it doesn't work, it's impossible. If that guy doesn't live up to the contract, it's impossible. You have a better shot at starting the last player drafted from a draft class and building a better team around him than you do getting the superstar who doesn't work. See the San Francisco 49ers. Like, the fact that the Niners have been able to win with the amount of quarterbacks that they've had is remarkable. Like, you go back over the last few years, and they've won with Jimmy G. They got into a Super Bowl. They've gotten to a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy. They got to a Super Bowl despite trading 3 first-round picks for Trey Lance, who didn't even play. Like, it's crazy. Texter says, do you think Jokic takes less and goes the Brady route? No, is number one. Number two, can they even do that in the NBA? Like, I thought it's just, here's your contract. Like, the NBA has always been weird to me in that sense because there's no negotiation really, right? Especially for a superstar. The negotiations happen for role players. That's, I think you're worth $10 million. You think you're worth 15. Let's negotiate. When it comes to superstars, it's, hey, this is the most money I am allowed to pay you. Would you like to have that? It's either a yes or no. But no, I don't think Jokic does that. I don't know anybody that would in the NBA. And they don't necessarily have to. Like, I could argue right now, despite Jokic's contract, and I don't know what his contract is, like what he exactly made this year. So this season, after signing that 5-year Supermax in 2022, or sorry, 2020. Yeah, he signed it then, but it came into effect last season. So he made $51 million this year. I could argue to you that he is underpaid for what he's done for this city, this town, Ball Arena, putting the Nuggets on the map, making them a viable contender. I could argue he's underpaid. You know, his last year of his contract is going to be 2028. And that's going to be a player option for $62.8 million, which my guess is probably going to be that he'll decline that and just sign another Supermax afterwards. And then my other guess is that's probably it for him. That's a weird thing. The last year of his deal, if you include the player option, he's going to be 32 years old. So he's going to sign one more, and that's going to be it. But you think about it like, you need to make this stuff work. And so I hope to God that Landeskog's going to step up to that podium today and say, everything feels great. I'm right on track to where I should be. I'm going to be ready to go for camp next year. That's ideal world. That's the perfect situation. But I'm nervous that the other one's going to come into play. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. Texture says, nobody getting $50 million is underpaid in the history of work. I disagree. I'll give you a perfect example. LeBron James, when he was on the Cleveland Cavaliers, they were valued at like $1.4 billion. The second he left, they dropped to about $800 million. You tell me how much he's worth. Because the value is not just him playing basketball games. It's merchandise. And it's selling out the stadium every night, which leads to bigger concession sales and parking and all the other stuff that surrounds it. And it helps the local bars downtown. And it helps all the local establishments in your city if the team's good, because those guys want to go there to watch games there. Like, it helps everybody. I could totally argue that he's underpaid at $50 million. What if Jokic wasn't here? What if he was in New York and the Nuggets were a 35-win team? You don't think that $50 million would be considered underpaid for everybody else that reaps the benefits of it? Totally. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. All right, Chris McFarland and Gabe Landeskog, not the only ones talking to the media today. The Broncos are talking to the media, and Sean Payton. I don't think we're going to get much out of this press conference. It's going to be a lot about Bo Nix, and I think it's going to be probably some of your typical canned sort of answers about, well, we're going to go into this thing, and it's an open competition, and may the best man win. And I think if you hit him with true serum, the winner of that race has pretty much been decided already, and that's Bo Nix. I don't see any reason why they would make the moves that they did if they were not just going to play him. You have no time to waste. Not to mention, this is like, to me, kind of a two-horse race. I know Jarrett Stidham's going to be there. 2 moves were made before the draft. Well, one before the draft, the other one in the draft, to acquire players at his position. I think that tells you what you need to know about Jarrett Stidham. I never bought that they thought Stidham was actually a good quarterback. He might be some sort of viable backup guy, but he's not going to be the dude. So, to me, it comes down to a competition between Bo Nix, Zach Wilson. Let me tell you something. Last year, and a big reason why Russell Wilson isn't here anymore, why is that? The answer is because Russell Wilson and his style of play did not fit the style that Sean Payton wanted to run. Most notably, he was not a quick decision maker, and he held on to the ball too long. Zach Wilson is not a quick decision maker, and he holds on to the ball even longer than Russell Wilson does. To me, this is not a competition. This has been decided already with that draft pick. And by the way, I don't see any other point in drafting Bo Nix with the roster that you have right now if you're not just going to play him. Okay? He's not being drafted to the 2018 Chiefs when Mahomes jumped on board. That wasn't a team that was already sort of ready-made for winning and winning 10, 11 games a year and making the postseason like that. It wasn't that. Or this team isn't that. This team is, I don't know where the draft pick's going to be, but it's going to be in the top 10. Somewhere in there. So there is no point to not giving him some on-the-job training in all of that. Peyton Manning, who is the ambassador for the Broncos, was speaking yesterday to a couple media members. He talked about the Broncos quarterbacks. He talked about Sean Payton. And this is courtesy of 9 News.
Jarrett Stidham was at our camp as well. He and I actually played golf a few weeks together. And then Bo came to our camp as well when he was at Auburn. And he and I stayed in touch. He actually won the National Football Foundation Scholar Athlete Award this year, which I won when I was in college. And so I was there at the banquet and got a picture with Bo. And I remember, just talking to Bo when he was thinking about transferring. And so we've kind of stayed in touch, and I'm super happy for him to be here. I think it's a great fit for him. And I can tell how excited, Sean is to have Bo here. Zach Wilson is the one quarterback that I don't know personally, but I reached out to him when he signed. So it sounds like they got great competition over there. That's always good, makes everybody better. And so I think the quarterback position is in good shape. And, I think Sean's system is extremely quarterback friendly. I never played in it, but, played against it and watched it and know the success that, Drew Brees had and Tony Romo had. So it's the kind of system that I'd like to play in, right? It's very quarterback friendly.
So, quarterback-friendly system sets up for early success for QBs because it's not asking them to do all that much. Like, all of that is great. I heard Peyton also. He said, he's asked the question if he was interested in being like an executive in the NFL. And his answer was no. And I don't know why people keep trying to make that happen for him. Why would you want to do that? he has a very successful production company. He's being paid a lot of money to do that Monday Night Football stuff, which looks like a ton of fun. Why would you ever give that up? Like, he's got the best gig in the world. He's got a whole bunch of free time, but he also does a lot of stuff on the side. And, like, it feels like the perfect post-career. Like, think about this for a second. The way that some people in town talk about John Elway, who won you Super Bowls as a player, who got you to 2 Super Bowls and won one as an executive. And there's some people in this town that can't stand John Elway anymore. Why would you put yourself through that? I never would. That sounds like it would be incredibly annoying. Like, I put in all this work, and then I have a couple of bad years, and now all of a sudden, I'm the scum of the earth. Yeah. No, thank you. I think that Peyton Manning is choosing the exact right path he should. But I was just perusing around the internet for a little bit, and I stumbled across this Pro Football Focus article. I want to ask you guys a question. It's typically one of those I just breeze past, but with this team in particular, I think it's interesting. If I had to have you list the top 3 Broncos on this team, who are they? Because that's the article, Pro Football Focus. Every NFL team's top 3 players for the 2024 season. You guys name them. I'll give you a couple of minutes. I'm going to give them some Jeopardy music. Go ahead and do that, Nelly. But I want people to ponder this for a second, and you guys tell me. Give me your top 3. Because here's the thing. Top 3 might be easy. Top 4 is where it gets really hard. Now that you guys have time to answer that, here's their list. And it's the one when I did this just as a thought exercise myself, I agree with it. Number 1's Patrick Surtain, no question about it. Number 2, Quinn Miners, which I also think is accurate. And number 3 is Cortland Sutton. Now, I don't know if Sutton's still going to be on this team. He is not showing up to these workouts yet. The mandatory workouts will come, I think, June 11th is when those are. Here's the problem. All 3 of those, I think, are not only perfectly fine answers, I think it's the only correct one. If I told you to name 5, so give me 2 more, who the hell would you say? And that's the problem that the Broncos face right now. That you can't just rattle off 5 guys off the top of your head that are like, yep, those are the best players. And if I put them on another team, they would still be one of the best players. That's kind of how you have to judge this. Like, Surtain, you put him on any team, he's one of their best players. Quinn Miners probably, like, for a few, probably not most. Sutton, probably not most. They have in the also considered category Baron Browning, who's fine, and Garrett Bowles, who's fine. But when you're talking about best and you get to the 4th guy and you go, yeah, he's okay. You need something a little better than okay. And that's where you're hoping that this infusion of a young quarterback can help you. Is that if this guy is what they're drafting him at number 12 overall to be, he should make people better. And we'd see a return on some investment for guys like Marvin Mims, who maybe get in that category. Maybe it'll help a guy like Greg Dulcich if he can stay healthy. Like, that's the hope. But 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line, if you guys want in. You can also watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Safeway has everything you need for your Memorial Day weekend. Fresh T-bone steaks for the grill, sweet corn on the cob with a slice of watermelon. Shop using the Safeway Deals and Delivery app to save time and money. Moshe Lombardi came next.
talk.
Does home court, home ice just not mean anything anymore?
Nope.
Like nothing? In fact, if you're a gambling man, should you just bet on road teams every game this postseason? Like, what the heck's going on here?
Oh.
What's happening?
Florida's better than the New York Rangers. Dallas ain't better than the Minnesota Timberwolves.
I don't know anymore after watching that game. Maybe we're all wrong. Maybe I certainly thought that Minnesota would mow down Dallas and the Nuggets would do the same. I didn't take into account the sneaky depth that Dallas possesses. They've got pieces that, like, okay, that know their roles, right? And then they got the two scorers who help each other immensely. Kyrie did all the work at the beginning of the game. Luka did all the work at the end of the game.
Dallas is pretty Dolly Parton, though. Like, they need Luka and Kyrie every night to play well, or they don't stand a chance. Like, the big reason why Dallas won, I know that he didn't do a lot in the second half, but Kyrie, what did he have at the end of the first? Like 24?
Yeah, 24 in the first, yeah.
When Kyrie does that, then yeah, that team is viable. But he doesn't do that every night.
Look, I got to look something up here. Hang on a second. I got to do a shout out.
Who are you shouting out?
I'm going to shout out.
Yeah, get those donuts out.
Shout out to 78-year-old Dolly Parton. Still a superstar. Because when anybody says they're Dolly Parton, everybody knows exactly what that means.
Yep. Top heavy is what that means.
But not only that, not only top heavy. Hang on now.
Can you take care of your throat before you start
Well,
talking?
he
had a
horked down
chocolate donut.
5 mini donuts. I mean, that's
Jesus.
the problem here.
Not only do people, they still know what you're talking about. And she's 78 and still killing it. And everybody knows her assets are what you're referring to.
Yes. But
So shout out to Dolly Parton for the longevity and for kicking so much butt for so long.
here's the thing about that Dallas and Minnesota series. And people said this a lot, and I didn't totally buy it because I'm like, they wouldn't just construct a team to beat a single team. You know, when people are saying for the Denver and Minnesota series, oh, Minnesota was constructed specifically to beat Denver.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know if I buy that they put this together for one team in the league. But they certainly had it in mind. Because here's the difference. For a team that runs their offense through a center, it's nice to have 3 7-footers that you can throw at them over and over and over again. But when you have a team like Dallas that has 2 very, very good ball-handling guards, that's a different animal to try and tackle. When Dallas is like, we don't really care if Gafford touches the ball or not. Don't care. This is all going to be guard-heavy. It's a different sort of behemoth that Minnesota's taking on than the one in Denver.
Remember when I said about Anthony Edwards, as much as we respect his game, just an enormous potential, just 22 years old and so good. Remember what we said, though? What I said specifically. Be careful what you say, kid.
Yeah.
Be careful what you say. He was all in himself after the Nuggets Game 7, and he told the TNT crew, I got Kyrie. I'm going to lock Kyrie down. I got him. Well, Kyrie heard that.
Yeah.
And could not stay in front of him. That's not a
Kyrie
surprise.
mentioned as much in the postgame.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. So, again, 19 points for Edwards on 6 of 16 shooting. Kyrie had 33 on, he had 30 on 12 of 22.
Well, here's the deal. I mentioned this in the appetizer, and allow me about a minute to make a comparison here. When Tiger was on top of the golf world, you know, we talk about this a lot, that it's very rare to be universally beloved in sports. There's only a few people that have gotten away with it. Peyton Manning's certainly one of them. But Tiger, when he was at his peak, was that guy.
Wait, you don't think there are people out there who hate Peyton Manning?
I'm just on the whole, Moj, like how many
I
people
bet there's
hate
somebody who
Peyton?
hates his guts.
Yeah, but he's more beloved than the typical star.
Agreed.
You give me somebody that's more well-liked than a guy like Peyton Manning. I challenge you in sports. It almost doesn't exist.
No, agreed, and I like him very much. I'm just saying there's got to be somebody out there who hates his guts.
I'm sure there is.
Yeah, there always is somebody.
But when Tiger was on top of the world, you know, before the 9-iron incident and all that stuff.
4-iron. You got to get your club straight.
I mean, it
I
always
thought
changes.
it was a wedge, to be honest.
It was a 4-iron.
Actually, I think it was a 4-iron. I think you're right.
It was a 4-iron.
Okay, fine.
You know
The
how hard
four-iron.
it is to hit a 4-iron? Do you have a 4-iron in your bag?
I do, yeah.
You hit it?
Rarely.
Okay.
Very rarely.
He got hit.
But here's the deal. He and his game starts to drop for multiple reasons. His body's breaking down. He's got the personal stuff going on, all that, right? And so what does the golf world start to do?
Waffle House trips.
Oh, Rory's the next Tiger. No. I'm sorry. Spieth is the no. It's Justin Thomas. No. Now it's Scotty Scheffler's the next. You're always trying to find the next guy, right? And the NBA is the king of this. And they got lucky because Jordan retired, and just a few years later, LeBron came along, and it actually kind of was an argument that he could be the next guy.
Kobe was a bridge.
Sure, but here's the point. Everybody sees the end of the road with LeBron, and so they're trying to find the next guy, and that's why they've tried to make that Ja Morant, and you pick the name. It'll never be Jokic. But you guys have seen these, right? Like yesterday, the headline on ESPN was, is Anthony Edwards the new face of the NBA? And I'm like, do you guys know what his last 6 games have looked like? They're treating him as if he's scoring 39 points a night. He's not doing that.
He is not.
He's still a very good player. Don't get me wrong. I'm not like chastising him for this, but he scored 19, 18, 16, and 19 in 4 of his last 6 games. And I'm just like, I don't know why you want to be so quick to crown the guy like next face of the league. I know he's fun, but it goes back to kind of what Vic's saying. Like, when you puff out your chest a little bit and you start giving it the old thump and talking about how great you are, a lot of people are going to take joy in seeing you fail if that's your approach to it. It's just going to happen. And if Dallas can find a way to do this, it's going to knock Minnesota down a peg or two.
Were you guys hate watching that game last night? I mean, were you
individuals?
I couldn't get into it. Couldn't get into it. Nope.
All right.
Sorry.
I was slowly but surely trying to pay attention. Just it wasn't one of those sit in front of the TV every move. It was just doing other stuff, watching it. Yeah, okay, all right, And I do feel a bit hypocritical because as much as I chastise Laker fans for inheriting Minnesota against the Nuggets, part of me, even though I thought that Minnesota was the better team and Minnesota would win an NBA title, part of me felt good. And that's the human part of me, I guess. Is that bad? Or?
Well, you wanted Minnesota to win this series.
Well, I said Minnesota would win the series.
You said you wanted them to. The team that knocks you out, you want to see go all the way. And
I don't know if I really meant it when I said it.
Well, then why'd you say it? Why are you lying to people?
I'm not. I just tried to say it to get my brain, my mentals together.
You see, this is what it sounded like to me in my own ear holes.
Mm-hmm. That's how I heard it.
Is it?
Yeah, that's how I heard it.
We both heard it that same way, yep.
I didn't feel anything, actually, Vic. I was watching the game. I had hatred for certain individuals. Like, I do not like Karl Anthony Towns, and watching him go 6 of 20 made me happy.
What about Jaden McDaniels?
Do not like watching that, but he had a
last
great
night.
game. Like, he couldn't miss. So that I was hate watching individuals on that team.
Did you see Anthony Edwards lock down Kyrie all game? Because he's got, he said he's got Kyrie. He's going to lock him down.
Lock him down.
Kyrie only had
Locked him
6
up.
in the second half.
Yeah, but he locked him up. He had 30, dude.
They shot so.
Lockdown.
By the way,
Well, he said he put handcuffs on Jamal, and Jamal had 35. I mean,
but Minnesota fans, locked him down.
the
right?
Mavs were terrible from long distance. By the way,
They won that game despite a ridiculously poor 3-point shooting night.
that's
And
exactly right.
That's
And
what
I'm
should, that's what should scare
could
Minnesota.
we steal that son of a gun with the shooting poorly? It's kind of whiny. I didn't like anything. I didn't like anything about it. I'm sorry.
First 2 games
couldn't do it.
Okay, how about Rangers, Panthers?
Good game. 1-0 until late when Verhaeghe makes it 2-zip and then the empty netter late. Good
was
game.
the second goal the deflection off
Yes,
Rangers player, right?
correct. But it's a 1-0 game. I mean, it's tight. I mean, they're only the Panthers had the Rangers had 23 shots on goal. I think the Panthers only had 26 shots on goal. I mean, it wasn't crazy. Tight.
Right.
It's like
tight.
Yeah. Tuco.
What were you going to call him? Tiki?
Tiki.
He's going to go Tiki. I can sense it.
No, but it was just a very, very tight game, man. And they're both. I think these two teams are very, very good. Both are really good.
Well, there's a lot happening today. Vic, you're going to go out to the Broncos presser that they're going to have with Sean Payton.
I have changed my plans.
Oh,
I'm going to go to Broncos at the beginning just to see Bo Nix in uniform and then tweet wildly about what Bo Nix looks like in uniform.
Okay.
See if I can beat D-Mac to some of those tweets.
Gotcha.
Then I'm going to run over. The Nuggets are having an end-of-season press conference at 11:30 with Calvin Booth, Michael Malone, and Josh Kroenke.
Yeah, so there's a lot happening here. So
the Avalanche have a Chris McFarland and Gabe Landeskog have a news conference at 9:30.
Well, are we going to grab some of that by chance?
I almost want to run it
I
live
don't think you need to.
No?
I was told no need to take it live. It's going to be update stuff. But
Okay.
but obviously, if you want to, you can. I'm going to be gone.
Well, here's the
So
question.
you do whatever it is.
Yeah, don't tell us how to run the show if you're not here.
I'm saying that's what I'm saying. You do whatever you want to do. I'll be gone. You got me for another 38 minutes.
Oh, wow.
48 minutes.
Thank you. So what are you doing?
Cool, Carl.
What are you doing?
My daughter's graduating today, Vic.
How was yesterday's?
It's great.
You left early for graduation yesterday. You got like 8 relatives graduating at the same time. How was yesterday's graduation ceremony?
I'm leaving earlier today because it's at the same place.
Okay, how was yesterday's graduation
I'm
ceremony?
explaining to you. Couldn't find a place to park, and I'm not even near the stadium.
Okay.
There's a fine officer of the law in the middle of the road. They rolled down my window. I go, pretty busy, huh? He goes, yeah. He goes, listen, as long as you don't box anybody in or park in those 2 handicap spots that I need, park anywhere, and I'll look the other way. And I said, you're God bless you, you're a kind man. So I parked on a side hill full of weeds. It was great. Anyway, I'll say this about my nephew's graduation and my daughter's today. And I love my kid, and I love my nephew. Vic, would you agree, and you've gone through it now 3 times, would you agree everything good that comes with a child, it's almost all canceled out by a graduation?
It's all washed away. Yeah, it's almost as if the work, the investment you've made, the love, mutual love, graduation ceremonies wash it all away. It's that painful.
I mean, this kid's going to talk. This kid's going to talk for 20 minutes.
My buddy,
and then we're going to sing a song from Kenny Loggins. Okay. And then ain't nobody sang at my graduation, man.
I need to get that.
It's a full-on band
I
going
need to get this one off my chest,
please.
I called my buddy last night, and my brothers and I, we got together, called him up.
Look at Brett's face, by the way. You're going to be there someday, dude, and I'm going to laugh my ass off.
I'm going to laugh at you, but tell me about this one,
I'm going
Moshe.
to laugh so hard.
I need it, again. I'm not trying to pass judgment on this because I think this happened to me when my kids were young. I just don't remember vividly. So last night we tried to get a game of dunk hoops going because that's what we do,
of course.
And one of my buddies who usually plays dunk hoops with us, his reason for not playing yesterday evening was, I'm going to my kid's graduation. I go, what graduation? My kid's preschool graduation. Yeah. Preschool graduation. Yeah, I said it. I'm going to say it one more time. I have to go to my kid's preschool graduation. Now, listen, we all love our kids. We all are proud of our kids. What the hell is going on?
Life is over, man.
What?
I'm telling you, Brett. You're gonna. I'm
What
guessing
is
by the
going
time
on?
little baby Jamal Kale, by the time she'll be in school in about 3.5 years, 4 years.
What, Brett?
You're gonna graduate from everything.
Brett.
Oh, you graduated
Did you
from
just
having
hear what I
lunch
just
today.
said?
Yeah, that seems silly.
How old is a preschooler? I don't even know how old are preschoolers. 16? Whatever.
3, 4 before kindergarten. 3, 4, 5.
5. Graduation for preschool.
Okay, that seems silly. I guess my thing is, Moj, it's like a couple hours. You're You're
No,
going
dude.
on a deep sea expedition for a month. You know, it's not deadly as
Yeah,
catch.
but that's not how it works.
It's a couple
This
hours.
is not for the kids.
Yeah.
Do you think my nephew cared if I was there yesterday?
they
No.
He couldn't give a rat's
but
ass.
Mose, you're missing
What?
you're missing
Oh,
the
I'm
point.
sorry. Yes.
You're missing the point. The
Yes.
point is
Yes.
there is so much angst inside you for like a 2-hour duty. That's what's not computing in my head.
You know
It's
why?
like
You know why you
maybe
say
it
this?
annoys you. Maybe it annoys you, but it's a couple hours.
Do you know why you say this?
Why?
Because you didn't have to do it, Brett.
Brett, you're not there
swear-
yet.
I swear to the
do you know
glory
what?
above.
Do you know
Brett,
what
you're
you have?
not there.
No, but what you guys don't have to do is sit here and hear you guys complain about it for 2 days. That's my penance for this. Is that because it causes you mild pain for 2 hours, I now have to endure 4 hours of your pain.
I like this. This is from our good buddy C Money Case. My daughter has a 5th grade continuation tomorrow night, and it's caused a major fight between my wife and I.
Wait. There's graduation, and now there's continuation?
I think that these people.
Continuation is
And
a
when I say you
basketball
people-
term when you get fouled and you take that extra step and score. That's what continuation is and forever will be. There's no other form of continuation. If you're going to say the word continuation to me, it's a basketball term, the end one, continuation. That's what it is.
Yeah. I think that you people, and yes, I'm using that as a pejorative to you people in the preschool, you people in the school, you people in the whatever, who've got to justify every kind of Asian. Continuation, graduation.
Everybody wants an
Eat-ation.
award. Everybody
you
wants
people,
an award for something.
You people are ruining life for the rest of us human beings.
80
You people.
8580. Here's one. Vic, I'm a teacher in Jeffco. Today is 8th grade continuation.
You people.
What the hell are we even celebrating here? 8th grade? How did you do? 8th grade. Think about that for a second. Think, when you were in 8th grade, did you have a celebration? What are you celebrating?
I have no idea. And not only that, but let me tell you something.
I graduated the 8th grade?
It is so much different than when I graduated. Brett, we'll get to break.
I
see your face.
Why is your generation doing this to the rest of the world?
I see that you want to beat us both
Hang on a
up.
second. Hang on a second. You're blaming a preschooler as if they had some sort of vote.
No.
That they got together as a class and they said, we should do a graduation.
Yeah.
That's what you think
I'm
is
sure
happening.
they had it in their student
All
council
these
meeting.
3-year-olds
That student council.
formed a student council and said, you know what I think we should do? Drag our parents, or was it the parents who made the decision maybe?
5699 writes in, I'm currently on my way to a 5th grade promotion.
What, are they getting a pay raise or something? You get a promotion. Oh, congratulations, you're going to be in the 6th grade. Anyway, Brett, now you've got me for 32 more minutes.
Yeah,
Because
I've
I've
spent
got
this
to
time on it.
When we come back,
at least with my nephew yesterday, I had a dry run. I had a what do you call it?
a rehearsal?
Oh, it was pre-scout because
Yeah.
I went to his. It's at the same place, same thing. I'm leaving way early today so that I don't get brain damage and have to park in a hill full of weeds and have a cop almost arrest me.
All right. Come on, Vic. I'm a Denver native. Your school, just like mine, had continuation after 9th grade going into high school. First of all, we went in high school after 8th grade. I don't know what school you attended. Going into high school after 9th grade. I have no idea what the hell that is. We went into high school after 8th grade, number one. And number two, we didn't have a continuation. I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. I don't know what you're referring to. I don't know what school you went to. Did you go to prison?
But you know what? You went to Catholic school, so you had Asians in there, confirmations,
We had
bunch of
confirmation?
Asians. Yeah, a bunch of Asians.
And even if they had these Asians, doesn't mean I liked it.
Everybody's looking for an Asian of some sort.
When we come back,
They're handing out Asians all over the continuation, graduation, promotion,
when we come back,
confirmation. It's just a bunch of crap.
why is Gabriel Landeskog meeting with the media today?
I will tell you.
Thank you.
That's the sound of luck, and that's the sound of Tula Tarot. And I want to introduce you to the Tula Tarot app, where lottery meets technology. With Tula Tarot, you can easily snag official state lotto tickets right from your phone, from Mega Millions, Powerball, to Lucky for Life. Tula Tarot has all your favorite games covered, and new users, you can join in on the fun by using the code MAGIC to score a free lotto ticket. You talk about luck, free. That's Tula Tarot, TULOTERO, for that free ticket when you use the code MAGIC. Good luck. There's a lot of Asians. It's a lot of Asians, Nelly. Just before you guys do the 18 things that you guys want to do here.
I just got one thing.
Yeah, but I'm going to share something that I said that I don't think I've ever said before, because I love Mosier to death. But Mosier's killing me the last couple of days. Yeah. And it's not just on the air. It's off the air more than anything else, because What he does on the air is only like
a tenth,
10% of what he does off the air to me, which is just
take the criticism and sit
no.
there, take the criticism like a good little child.
I want to share something that I said to Mosier during the break that I actually felt bad immediately when it left my mouth, but not really. I said, Mosier, I can't. I actually plugged my ears and went la 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 when he kept complaining.
Yeah.
And he goes, well, you only got me for another 30 minutes. And I said, does it have to be that long?
When he says it like that, like, you only got me for 30 minutes, it's as if, like, I should sit there and go, wow, man, that's great. It's precious.
And so everybody chill. What I said to him was, it can just be now.
It can be 3 minutes.
Yeah, it can just be that. So I kind of apologize, but I don't, Moj.
Okay, I appreciate
because
that.
You're giving me brain damage
but
for the last 48 hours.
You guys are all I got. Do you see what I'm saying?
Oh, he's going to the sympathetic card.
Listen, I hate to put it on you. I hate to burden you with it.
I'm not your therapist.
Well, you have to be, because I ain't got nobody else to talk to about this stuff. Mm-hmm. So you have to be that. And I apologize. Let me apologize for throwing that on you, but I had no choice.
All right. Before we get into Gabriel Landeskog, let me read one quick text, and
please.
Apology accepted. Mike Benson writes in, regarding all these graduations and continuations and alliterations.
Yep.
He writes in, everyone wants to celebrate mediocrity. My daughter just graduated kindergarten. I told her to get a damn job. Stop looking for attention.
I don't.
All right.
Is this celebrating mediocrity, or is this the teachers just trying to get, I'm not saying putting this on the teachers, but is this them just trying to get another day where they don't do anything?
It's just a get together. 5331, geez, boomers, what's wrong with celebrating your kids? It's fine.
There's nothing wrong with celebrating your kid at all.
First of all, if some of you out there really think this is serious, what the hell is wrong with you? Like we're serious about this.
Well, I was serious about yesterday because that girl couldn't sing.
Okay, Moj.
Why is Gabriel Landeskog
meeting
with the media along with Chris McFarland at 9:30 this morning?
Well, Gabe Landeskog is still the captain of the Colorado Avalanche. So when you're the captain, even though he hasn't played, he's going to he's obviously got a good handle on the hockey club. You know why Chris is talking. Chris is going to do a season-ending, wrap-it-up type of thing. Gabe is probably not only going to talk about the state of the union regarding his teammates and whatnot. He can't really talk about what happened on the ice. He can in generalities, but he wasn't playing. Mm-hmm. I'm guessing he's going to be as thorough and as explanatory as he possibly can be about his own self.
Well, that's
about where he is, about where he thinks he'll be, about what the possibilities are. Will he put a percentage on it? This is not, for those who are worried about it, this is not a retirement news conference, okay? This is not a, hey, I can't do it anymore type of thing. Don't worry about that. That's not what's going to happen here. This is I'm the captain of this damn hockey club. I'm still the captain, and I'm going to address the issues at hand with our team as far from a player perspective.
Go ahead, Vic.
0539, Gabe will be announcing his continuation.
Yeah.
Very, very well could. But so don't worry about any of that kind of stuff. It's just, in fact, I appreciate him doing it. I mean, so here's the thing.
When's the last time he spoke publicly?
It was before last postseason and after last postseason.
So it's been a year ago. It's been a year ago since he last spoke publicly.
I last talked to him briefly. I don't know, a couple weeks ago.
That's the word publicly.
Yeah, but I don't ask. It's not my business. When he's back, he's back. I talk to him like a dude. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? Good. Hey, we're gonna go to dinner. Okay, fine. But I don't talk hockey. I don't ask about his leg. I don't want to know until he's ready to say something. So I think this is actually very good that he's going to come on out and say things. And by the way, Vic, you brought it up. I think it was even Monday, and you were very right about it. He desperately cares about this hockey club, Brett. He cares about its future, whether it involves him or not. Okay?
Yeah.
So he's going to try to play, I'm guessing, but he also he'll do what's right for the club when it has to be done, one way or another. Whether he's back on the ice kicking some ass at the age of 31 or his body won't let him. I don't know.
I guess my question to him would be today, because I have no idea what he's going to say. Would he surprise you if he came in with a timeline and said, "I'm close. I'm going to be ready by this date. I'll be ready by"?
I would be very surprised.
Okay,
Because
so you don't think
this
there's a time? So let me ask you this: what's changed from last year then?
Well, because he had the surgery a year ago, okay, and he's been rehabbing. He's skating better now. At least he looks more natural to me now than he did last year before he tried.
Yeah.
When he's, through the end of the regular season, maybe seeing if his body would go and it wouldn't go, then he had the surgery. So I'm guessing it's just an update. Okay, I haven't talked to you in a year. This is where I am. This is what I hope for. This is what I think. He's probably going to be as honest as he possibly can be, but I don't know that he even knows where his body's going to be because we're talking baby steps.
Well,
every day's a baby step.
This might sound harsh, but I actually kind of agree with this. If Gabe can't play, he needs to retire. And it's still time left for him to figure out if he can play or not. I understand that. But when we're going on 2 years, Moj, and it's like if we get to camp and it's still like the same sort of story, I don't know how much longer you can play the game, right?
Agreed.
Because, yes, you can get the money back through LTIR, but what you can't do is plan for the future in use of that money. It all has to be like kind of on a spree, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we'll go pick somebody up at the deadline, like stuff like that. If he physically can't go anymore, it would be nice to know that chunk of money that he is owed, you could put towards a longer-term plan,
which is
especially with the Val situation
that's why I say that I think eventually when push comes to shove one way or another, he's either going to play or he will do that, Brett. He'll do right by the franchise, but the number one path right now is just to try to get him back as a healthy player.
But, I mean, if he's not ready to make that determination, nobody should try to accelerate that.
No.
If he feels like there's still more rehab to be done, and from what we were told at the beginning of this process, the rehab is long and cumbersome.
It is.
It's long and cumbersome. This isn't a 3-month ordeal, a 4-month ordeal. This is a 1-year plus ordeal. So if he's not done with rehab, why should he make that statement? But the fact that he's speaking today, I think, speaks volumes. The fact that he's talking and is willing to take on those kind of questions is great news. If you're an Avalanche fan, it's great news because by not speaking, they remain behind cloak and dagger, and you don't know what to think. By speaking, he's going to have to answer some tough questions, and he's ready to do that. And I think that's great news.
You know what I was thinking about too, Moj, is over the past couple of years. So they signed Gabe the year before they won the Cup, right? That's when he got his contract?
Yeah, I want to say right then.
For you to win when you have a good team, especially a championship level team, because we see this happen all the time. Guys play well, team plays well, guys get rewarded with contracts, and now you have to be pretty perfect when all that stuff goes down. You know, the Avs had the benefit, at least at the time when they won the Cup. I think McKinnon was still on his, wasn't it the little over $6 million a year deal? Like, you can get very lucky in situations like that where guys far outperform their contracts, and that leads to more team success.
They can also underperform contracts.
And this is what I'm getting at. And I don't even want to say underperform, but once all these guys got paid, like you had to pay McKinnon, you had to pay Gabe, you had to pay McCarr, you had to pay Mikko, you had to pay Val, you had to pay all these different guys.
Yeah,
Things have to be perfect.
The Avs have their version of max contracts.
And the bummer for them is two guys that they gave large contracts to for different reasons haven't been available when it mattered most. Gabe with the injury, Val with the off the ice stuff. And those are killers when you get to this point in your team's sort of evolution and story arc, right?
Brett, I'm not going to try to sugarcoat it whatsoever. You are 1,000% correct. It's the uncertainty with of what you can do hurts, and I'm sure that Chris will address it today. And by the way,
it's and I only mention that, Moj, to say when people talk about depth with the Avs, it's like depth really matters when two of your top 5 players can't be on the ice in the playoffs.
Correct.
That
hurts.
But that's the risk that you take in having good players on your team.
I'm sure that Gabe is in communication with Chris McFarland all the time, and Coach Bednar. Well, first of all, Gabe's been around the team for a while now. And I'm sure there's constant communication. And listen, everybody, the best part about the Gabe thing is everybody's pulling the rope in the same direction. You see what I'm saying? Everybody's on the same page. The problem is there's some words missing on that page because you just don't know. You don't know what the body is going to do. Right now, like if you saw Gabe Landeskog walk in here, he looks, behaves, walks like an absolutely normal human being. You would never, ever know he had his leg completely taken apart and stuffed this new cartilage in there and all put back together. You would have no idea. But it's obviously a long way from playing in the National Hockey League. And what I'm trying to say is that there's so many unknowns trying to come back from this that I don't know what he's going to say today. He's probably going to answer everything the best he can, but there are many things even I'm sure he doesn't know.
Go ahead.
And then you've got the Nuggets press conference that follows at 11:30. And I'll be there for that one. And there's going to be a lot of questions regarding what can you do to get better?
So you said this is Booth, Malone, and Josh?
Yes. Because the questions last year is, all right, how do you repeat? How do you keep this going, right? And they made it very clear that the goal here is to sustain excellence for 5, 6, 7 years. It's not necessarily to win back-to-back. It's to win every other year. It's to sustain excellence. Okay. How do you get better? Because if there's one thing we've learned, you guys tell me if I'm off base here, the Nuggets simply weren't deep enough. They weren't deep enough to sustain a deep playoff run.
Agreed.
It wore them out at the end. I think it's the number one reason they lost. And as I'm looking at that Minnesota-Dallas series, I'm even looking at Dallas and saying, Dallas is way deeper than Denver. They got depth on their bench that Denver doesn't have. They got players that Denver would love. They've got players on their bench that would play for Denver right away.
Yeah.
Am I being dramatic? Or am I being honest?
No, you're being correct. You're correct.
So with the restrictions at hand, and I know they have them with 3 max contracts, how do you get better? How?
Well, I'm sure they'll have an answer for that, and they'll not give away maybe all of their offseason plans, but it's something that is rattling around in their head. So 303-504-0925. Speaking of money, I want to continue to talk about money because I was blown away by something I read yesterday with the All-NBA teams coming out and some of the contract ramifications that come in there. So we'll get there in a second. But a reminder to you guys that today, Altitude Sports Radio is hooking you up with free gas thanks to our friends at Alta Convenience. And today from noon until 3, PhD, they're going to be broadcasting from the Alta Convenience store in Aurora at Hamden and Chambers. And they're giving away $5,000 in free gas. And all you need to do is show up. Everyone will get a $25 gift card, good for gas or anything from the Alta Convenience store. And one lucky listener will get a $100 gift card, all while supplies last. It's free gas for your free time this Memorial Day weekend, thanks to Alta Convenience, convenience beyond the pump. See you at Hamden and Chambers starting at noon. Back after this. All right, let me tell you guys something that I literally stopped and had to read it like 3 different times. So these all-NBA teams come out yesterday. Of course, Jokic's first team. Again, 4th all-NBA selection in his career. That is the most for any Denver Nugget ever.
That is not a shock.
That is not a shock. What is a shock is we all know that these contracts and Supermaxes are tied to your success from an individual accolade point, right?
Yeah.
So if you win Defensive Player of the Year, you're on the All-NBA team or All-Defensive team or whatever, all that matters into how much money you can max out on your contract. And I saw 2 of them yesterday that blew me away. Luka Doncic was a first-teamer. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was a first-teamer. I think Shai and Jokic were the only 2 unanimous first-team selections.
Okay.
So with that, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, when he signs his new contract, and I don't know exactly when that is going to be, the 2025 offseason, so next year, he has the option for a Supermax that will net him in the final year of his contract, 2031.
2031, okay.
$81.5 million for that season alone.
One season, $81.5 million.
In total, it would be a 4-year, $294.2 million contract.
But when you're talking just one season, $81 million and a half.
He will make $1 million a game that season.
Okay. Let me
And to add to that, Vic, Luka Doncic will be available for a 5-year, $346 million contract.
Let me take a step back, absorb that number you just gave me.
That's why I read it 3 times.
And now I'd like to release some information from my brain. Because you know, Mosier, I'm entitled to my opinion.
You are entitled to your opinion. We do not deny you.
I am pro money. I like money. It's good.
I like it too.
Mosier, you like money?
I have some. I have a little.
Your dog ate how much off your table?
He ate about $480. Right. What did Big Daddy? What was his name in Big Daddy?
Billy Madison?
No, but that was it's a different movie.
Oh, yeah.
Where he goes, I like money, I use it, I have a little, I'd like more. That's where you come in.
So we're all in agreement.
Remember that?
We're all in agreement. We like money, and we're in a business where money. There's a lot of it. It fuels the business. And money is made by those at the top of the food chain, the players. They make the most money, and rightfully so. I never want to deny anybody money, especially if you've earned it. That's an American right. You've earned it. You deserve it. But let me ask you something. When is too much money going to ruin the product? Where does it become counterbalanced? When does it hurt your game when you make a level of money that takes away from A, competitive balance, B, personal motivation, and C, just the structure of a sport? Because if you're telling me that a player is soon going to make $1 million per game, I don't know what to say about that. That's stupid.
Yeah.
That's stupid. Again, I don't want to deny anyone money. But your retort was earlier, well, I mean, who do they give that money to? My argument back to you would be they have to go find that money to pay these players that kind of money. And they find it by pushing these television contracts, right? Pushing them to the brink.
Mm-hmm.
TNT is going to go off the air for basketball because they're trying to get an extra, $500 million from NBC to pay these contracts. So where does that money come from then? So if the television networks are paying exorbitant fees to get rights to the NBA, where does that fall to next? Where do you think the television networks are getting
consumer
from? So when you're paying for your streaming platforms, when you're paying for all these excessive devices that you need to watch these games, who in the end is paying SGA $1 million a game.
The
to play
fans
basketball.
are. The people.
As Bane would say,
The people.
So I'm going to ask you, the people. I'm not trying to make it anti-player. Players deserve when is enough enough? When is it jump the shark? When is it stupid? Because I think when you relay those numbers to me, that's stupid.
can I tell you something?
That's
Vic?
stupid.
Oh, Wedding Singer, by the way, was the Sandler movie. Sorry.
So we're
Hey, can I
talking
tell you
about
something?
Gabe Landeskog making 7. We're talking about Nichushkin making 6.1 and $82 million a year.
Let me tell you something real quick. I knew this was going to strike a chord with you. I did not think that I was going to totally agree with what you said. And you've convinced me. I think it's a great point. Like, I have my own sort of reservations about somebody making $1 million a game and what will the product look like and how much effort will they give into it, because it's human nature. You get comfortable.
It's like the Live Tour.
But to your point, when I said, well, where does the money come from? I go, well, it's coming from the TV contracts. I didn't put together that all that's going to mean is it's going to cost you more money in order to enjoy the product to make up for what they have to pay the players.
You think Amazon and NBC just have a war chest of money saying, let's use it now? They're going to get it from you.
Yeah.
It's all trickled down to the advertising, the products. They're going to charge more for the products. It's always passed on to the human being.
Of course it is.
It's like people say, we need to tax these businesses more. We need to get more out of these businesses. They just pass it along to the people. What you're doing when you tax
You're just hurting
a business,
the people.
When you tax a business, all you do is you tax the people. It's just another tax to the people.
Don't even
because
get
it
me
goes
started.
through the business to the people.
We're going to make things harder for landlords and businesses. Okay. Well, then all they're going to do is pass on that hard to the tenants. That's all it's just common knowledge here. This is basic economics.
So, dude getting $1 million per game, you're going to pay for it somehow. Collectively, as human beings, you're going to pay for it.
Well, how do I...
If you want to enjoy the product.
This goes against my philosophy of money. I like money. I like it.
have a little of it.
But when do you cross that line from make a lot of money, you're worth what you make?
The Shohei contract, it might have been it for me, man.
When you cross the line to, this is stupid, that's the line right
there. You know what? There is a line there. I don't know where it is. But how do I put these side by side, Vic? Because I said this in the appetizer. Maybe you think this is stupid. I think I could make a very strong argument that Jokic, who is, what is he making now? Is it
46 to 50 million?
That he's underpaid?
So yeah, this year he made 47.6. Mm-hmm. I could argue he's underpaid for what he does for this city.
Sure, you can make that argument. I can also make the argument that's a ridiculous amount of money, more than you ever need in your life.
And you would be right, and I think I would be right, because I do think what he brings to this city as far as all of the attention for that team, people filling out local sports bars, like
100%. I can make that argument about a lot of guys. Peyton Manning was underpaid.
Yep.
John Elway was underpaid. The Stars are under.
But I hear $81 million for a season, and I'm like, what's going on here?
What are we doing here?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Where does that end? What are we doing?
How did the Saudi guys do it? Where does their money come from?
You know what they do? They crack a hole in the ground and go get some of that black gold.
Well, then why don't they do that here? Why isn't Adam Silver cracking holes in the ground and getting black gold? Don't make it on me.
Mosher, who's the highest paid NHL player?
Connor McDavid makes 12 plus.
I want you to think about something. The highest paid NHL player makes less than KCP.
Yeah. Yep. He only makes $4 million more than Zeke Naji.
So I guess my issue's more with basketball. I think it's basketball. And there are fewer players, so I get it. The salaries are higher.
Yeah, that's what's tough. It's like the NFL has that money, but they spread it among like 70 different guys, including practice squad dudes.
But there's also a lot more room for risk. So you're paying a guy $1 million a game, $81 million. If that guy gets hurt, then what?
Right. Well, then it's Ben Simmons. Right?
Huh. It's the old Jeff Pasdelic line, though, Vic. It's not just that you have, this player. You got to make sure that they want to continue to be motivated at the same level.
Well,
Jeff Pasdelic said some guys win the lottery and they quit their job.
Hey, listen, Moj. Jokic's contract, his recent max that he signed, it expires in 2028. He'll be 32 years old, and that's with a player option. He could decline that and start a new one that year, too.
Yeah.
By the time he signs that Supermax, Vic, he might be like 95 to almost $100 million in a season.
Sure.
By the end of that contract.
Somebody writes in here, stop blaming the players. The owners are making buku bucks, too. Nobody's just blaming the players here. The owners are the ones paying them the money. Everyone's at fault. It's not just players. Everybody, this whole system. Because here's what's going to happen. Here's what's going to happen. It's not just the players. What do you think? A player's going to say no? You'd be dumb. Yeah, I'll take that money. You think Zeke Naji was going to say no when he was offered that contract? Yeah, I'll take that money.
Yeah.
Here's the issue. When NBC gets the NBA games and they have NBC Sunday night basketball, how soon before they say, let's put that sucker on Peacock and make people pay for it?
Mm-hmm.
And they can legitimize it by saying, we paid an awful lot of money for this contract. We're going to do what the hell we want with it.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So now who's paying Shea Gilgeous-Alexander's salary?
Brett Kane and his Peacock.
Yeah.
We all
pretty
are.
Steve Nelson and his Peacock. You have the Peacock? I don't have the Peacock, by the way.
303.
There's got to be a personal line that I draw. Sometime I say, okay, I got this, I got that, I got the match,
I don't
got
have Peacock either.
But now you're peacocking me,
dude. I
refuse to be peacocked.
There's a couple that I can't do. One of them is like I don't have Apple TV yet. Like I'm trying to just hold firm.
Ooh, I like that one.
Here's the problem.
That's a good one.
I just saw a preview for. I think Jake Gyllenhaal is a good actor.
Mm-hmm.
I just saw a preview for this. I don't know if it's a series or a movie.
Yeah.
But he is wrongfully accused of murdering his coworker who he was having an affair with.
Oh God!
And it looks really good. And I'm like,
please don't be an Apple. Please don't be an Apple. Please don't be an Apple.
It's on Apple Plus.
There you
I'm
go.
like, am I gonna have? I really want to see it. Am I really gonna have to buy this thing? Am I really gonna have to do it? And I don't want to.
I can be Appled. I can be maxed.
Oh, Max is non-negotiable. I need that one.
I can be Paramounted.
Don't have that.
I cannot be peacocked.
No.
I'm holding my ground, damn it.
You'll get peacocked. It'll happen. We gave you the price. Brett Kane, how much will it cost to watch an entire NFL season with all the streams
I think
next
it was
year?
$986.
So close to $1,000, right? How much did it cost 3 years ago before all this went down?
When I just had my
DirecTV,
Sunday ticket.
Yeah, how much that cost?
200
probably $4. Well, with your cable package, I don't know, but you would have that anyway.
Yeah.
I would say probably $400 to $500.
So the price is more than doubled.
Yeah,
more than
correct.
doubled because of streams and everybody. Hey, let's pull the plug. Let's just get free. You're paying double.
Yeah,
you're paying double, and that's just the way it's going to be for everything. For everything, it's out there, but you're going to pay for it more than you ever have before.
Judge rules. I don't like it.
All right,
It hurts.
off to graduation.
Have fun, Moj.
No parking in a weed field today on a side hill.
303-504-0925, broadcasting live from the Backus in Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this. All right, Vic, let me ask you something. The Broncos are going to have a press conference today, as are the Nuggets, as are the Avs. It's just going to be all the teams throwing them at you at once. Are the Rockies? Do they got something to say?
They won
just
last
all
night.
Of them?
They won.
Oh, that's a little bit, actually. Yeah.
They won.
Dude, Rymac's having a hell of a year.
Sort of lost in the shuffle. Have you watched a full Rockies game, like beginning to end?
I did before the playoffs started, and then I got kind of caught up in the Nuggets and Avs stuff. It's what I said before, though. Look, Rock's young guys are playing good. Like, that's the goal of the year. Gomber again. Did you see Gomber last night? 8 innings, 1 hit ball. Do you know what his ERA is this year?
The Nibbler? What's the Nibbler? I'm going to guess. 2.8.
2.76. Yeah. Nobody has a sub-3 ERA for the Rockies.
Not on this team.
It's playing great. Anyway, here's the question I want to ask. Broncos having their press conference. I don't think we're going to glean much information today. We know how Sean Payton operates. He's not going to tell you too much. A lot of this is going to be about Bo Nix. My question is, what do you think's going on with Cortland Sutton? Because he's not showing up to these camps. If I remember correctly, the mandatory mini camp is the 11th.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is not a requirement. So if he's not here today, you're going to hear a lot of, but it doesn't matter. He is not required to be here. So the requirement, though, is understood. That's the thing. It's understood by the head coach.
Mm-hmm.
It's understood, right? If Kevin Shockey says, fellas, we're not paying you, it's not a company mandate, but we're having a meeting next week, it's understood that we should all be there.
Right.
Of course, I wouldn't go, but you know.
Well,
how
you're
it is.
Cortland Sutton.
Yeah, you know how it is. It's understood.
Here's the other thing. So at the press conference, a lot of Bo Nix. A lot of like what the offseason's going to, or the training camp, OTAs period is going to look like. But I was just kind of looking through some stuff, and I stumbled across this article from Pro Football Focus. And the article was the best 3 players on every team in the NFL. And I didn't look at the Broncos yet, and I go, just off the top of my head, who's my top 3?
Top 3 Bronco players. He has 2.
Mm-hmm.
Cortland Sutton.
Yep. That's what I had.
Who would be my 3rd? Let me think. Defense. Who would be my 3rd? God, that's a struggle. Struggle's real.
I thought Quinn Miners.
Okay. Yeah.
And
I can go there.
That was the top 3.
I could go there.
That's what Pro Football Focus had. But Vic, who's the 3rd?
It wasn't obvious.
What if I change that to give me your top 5?
Yeah.
And this is kind of the territory that I'm getting into, which is, what exactly does this team have?
Yeah, that's when you're like,
Yeah, that should be pretty easy for you to rattle off. Oh, here's 5 good players on this team.
Exactly. If I had told you 1998 Denver Broncos, give me 5 players, I can give you 15.
Yeah. I don't know. Look, man, I don't know how I'd even go about making the list. Maybe you say the new guy, Jonathan Franklin Myers, could be on there, but I haven't seen it yet, so I don't want to do that. But I say all this to just bring forth the point of this team doesn't feel like they're going to be any good. And if their plan isn't immediately, and he's not going to say it today, but we are starting Bo Nix week 1, no questions asked.
Yeah.
If that's not in their heads already, it should be.
I had this
because
conversation.
There's no other purpose.
I had this conversation with a buddy of mine yesterday, long time, the Broncos season ticket holder. I mean, I'm talking 40 years. 40-year season ticket holder. He asked me about the Broncos, and I said, well, today is going to determine whether or not I'll go out to practice, and the question will be asked about Bo Nix. Is he your starter? And I don't understand why Sean Payton would even tiptoe around that. Why would you draft him 12th overall and put all your eggs in that basket if you're not going to start him? What the hell's the point? Well, we want to develop him the right way. Develop him the right way? Where are you going?
I don't know what the point is to being coy about something like that. You know what I mean?
He's not playing behind Aaron Rodgers like Jordan Love did. He's not playing behind Alex Smith on a good Kansas City team like Patrick Mahomes did.
Well, and that's the difference. If this team was good and maybe competing for a playoff spot, you could make the argument, but they aren't in that situation.
I am totally with you. Bo Nix needs to play day 1. In fact, I would be more content if today Sean Payton said, fellas, Bo Nix is our guy. Everybody's here to support him. We brought in, a guy like Zach to give him some help along the way. He's been in a huddle before. Jarrett's been in a huddle before. We're going to help him, but he's our guy.
Yeah. That's the approach that if he said that, look, would it be a little bit out of character for a guy who always says you got to earn things and blah, blah, blah? Sure. But it's also just reading the situation of where the Broncos are at, where I don't think there's any question about it.
You devoted your number 1 pick, 12th overall, to go get him. What are you waiting for?
Not to mention, I was thinking about this too. So what are the alternatives
What,
here?
does he got to hit puberty? He's older than I am. He's got a full family.
The alternatives to Bo Nix are Zach Wilson or Jarrett Stidham. I think the Jarrett Stidham thing that's gone, right? You don't make the move for Zach Wilson and then a week later draft Bo Nix.
Especially since you don't owe him that much to cut him if you wanted to.
So to me, this is like a 2-horse race between Nix and Zach Wilson.
If Wilson can still play, they have to determine that.
Well, and here's what I was thinking about, especially with him. Why was Russell Wilson cut last year? Why did he not fit with Sean Payton? And the answer is he didn't make quick decisions, and he held on to the ball too long.
And he didn't run his offense the way he wanted him to run the offense.
Let's think about the flaws that exist with Zach Wilson. Because I would think the top two are he doesn't make quick decisions and he holds on to the ball too long.
You know what's funny? You know that image that is seared into my brain on a couple occasions, more than a couple times a game. Russell Wilson would take the ball, turn his back to the defense, and run.
Yeah.
And then turn around and throw. Zach Wilson has done that his entire NFL
Every
career.
snap, that's it. It's just a 15-yard back pedal, and then he has to throw the ball 30 yards to complete a 5-yard pass. And I'm just like, none of that makes sense. None of it. But you're getting these back-to-back-to-back today. We got the Avs presser at 9:30 with McFarland and Landeskog. Nuggets at 11:30 with Calvin Booth, Mike Malone, and Josh Kroenke. And then 12:30 is going to be the Broncos with Sean Payton. And is it just Sean or is it Sean and George?
I don't know.
But the Broncos will be speaking at 12:30 today. So a whole bunch of that stuff, a whole bunch of audio for you guys tomorrow.
A lot of talking today.
A lot of talking.
From 3 of our franchises. So one franchise, the Avalanche, we'll discuss moving forward. Gabe Landeskog is the only player that will be talking.
Yeah.
And that, I think the crux of that conversation is going to be about 2 things. Gabe and Val. And even though they can't say much about Val, they got to say something about Val.
Yeah, so if we're going through the press conferences today, and let's go in chronological order.
Yeah.
Here. So at 9:30, Avs. I think you nailed it. It's going to be, what's the status with Gabe?
Mm-hmm.
Does he feel like he can play next year? And what the hell are we doing with Val?
And they got a bunch of other free agents, too, that they have to figure out. But
those are the
is,
main points.
They're all related, though. You can't address those other free agents until you address Val and what you do with that contract.
Yep. The second one is the Nuggets.
And you know what? By the way, I think if the Avalanche, and this is me speaking, not the Avs, not Chris McFarland, if they're being honest, the Avalanche, what they want to say today, we're doing everything we possibly can with the league to get out from under this contract.
To get some relief.
We're doing everything we can to take this contract and basically say we don't want it anymore.
Maybe not wipe our hands and say we owe you $0 now, but just help us out a little bit.
I would be shocked if you heard, we'll welcome him back. I will be shocked if I heard that. Beyond. Stunned.
I do too. I've wondered this too. Let's just stick with Val for a second. You have a team full of players, but Vic, you know this. All those front office guys, coaching staff, they care about these players beyond just their hockey stuff, right? They care about them as human beings. There's a very human element to the Val thing too that I think compounds the confusion.
Yeah.
Which is you care about the guy too.
Sure.
You don't just want to cast him off like, well, you're worthless to me hockey-wise. Get the hell out of here, and I don't care what happens next. I wonder how much of that they're battling with, too.
I want you to imagine you're going into, what game were they going into? Game 3? They're going into game 3?
3, I think,
okay.
Yes.
Here's what transpired. You're on the ice at morning skate. You're on the ice. You're getting ready for a huge playoff game, and the series is tied at 1 apiece. Val's on the ice.
Mhm.
He's on the ice.
Practicing.
He's there.
Just a normal morning.
And all of a sudden, word comes in, Val, get off the ice. You're done.
Mhm.
What's going on here? What's happening here? Where's he going? Dude,
Yeah.
if you're a coach or a player on that team, and that happened the second time now, and after that disaster in Seattle last year, as much as you may love him and hope the best for him, you can't come back. You can't.
I agree.
So it's up to the Avalanche now to knock on the NHL's door, keep knocking, obnoxiously knocking, saying, what can we do? Because this is not fair to us. Well, this is what the CBA warrants. Well, you know what? Change the CBA then, because this can't work. You're going to handcuff teams.
Well, and I also, it's such a rare situation. People saying it was game 4. Sorry, game 4 is when it happened. It's such a rare situation. And I think we all kind of can understand where that, when they wrote this into the CBA, where they're coming from. Like, they don't want teams to hold some sort of pressure over the top of players who are dealing with an addiction problem. I think we can all kind of get that. But goodness, you have to have some sort of recourse if you're the NHL for teams that are facing the situation like, look, we've done it. He left in the postseason last year. In the middle of this regular season, we let him go for a month and a half and didn't see him. And then it happened again. How much more as an organization can we do to try and help this guy?
You're killing an organization if you're making us pay off this contract without getting anything in return. You're killing it. And they have to appeal to the greater sense of the commissioner. And if their retort is, we legally can't do this, well, get the legals in order. We had Peter Schaefer on the show.
Mm-hmm.
He's fought a lot of these type of things in court for the other side.
Right.
And he suggests you can do something legally. You can.
You'd think.
Pull up your legal bootstraps, go to New York, go to Bettman's office, and you got to go to work. This is going to be one in the courtroom now.
And my guess is they probably are doing some version of that because they have to explore every option in this. But we'll jump back a little bit later. 303-504-0925. Jeff Legwold's going to join us at 9 o'clock this morning, so stick around. Circus Sports available in Colorado right now in the brand new Circus Sports Colorado app tonight. Both the NHL and NBA in action. In the NHL, Stars playing at home minus 127 on the Circus Sports book. And in the NBA, after a tight game in game 1 between the Pacers and the Celtics now 9-point favorites at home. That and so much more on the Circus Sports app. That, look, download it. Best odds in the game. You won't find anything better than the Circus Sports app. So download the app or go to circusports.com. What do you think of this, Vic? Because you were talking about for the Nuggets, it's all about a couple of things in the offseason, and you want them to acquire a backup big.
Well, if that were my wish list, is that, because I don't know what the future lies. I don't know where DeAndre Jordan is going next year. I don't know what the plans are with Zeke Naji, if they still continue to develop him or if they're done. I don't know. I don't know those answers. We can seek those answers today, but it's pretty obvious to me watching, like last night, Dallas, they kept bringing guy after guy. I mean, they had guys.
Yep.
They had guys.
Here's a suggestion.
Need more guys.
Here's a suggestion from, this is from, where's the name? Matt John, who's an NBA writer for Heavy.com, okay? He suggests, what do you think about this name? Kelly Olynyk.
I would love Kelly Olynyk. I would love him
too.
He plays with an attitude, too. I would love that. And he can shoot threes. He can play the same offense that Joker plays, albeit nobody's going to match it. But Kelly Olynyk, are you kidding me? Give me a salary.
Well, that's the problem. He says the only tricky part is that the trade, he makes a little over $12 million. They would have to give up some salary in to make this all work.
Well, sure.
But if you could throw a Zeke, who's $8 million a year, is on there, they'd get you pretty close.
See, now, because they're in that second apron, or whatever apron they're in, they can't do that mid-level exception thing anymore. You lose that right.
Right.
So what is the mid-level exception? Can you look that up real quick? What is the NBA's mid-level exception? I think it's over $14 million now. So they could afford a contract under that exception if they did the numbers, if they crunched them hard, if they did enough.
Non-taxpayer mid-level is 12. For next year, it'll be 12.859.
Okay, and what's his number?
And Kelly Olynyk's number is 12.8.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See what they're doing. If your team exceeds a certain number, payroll, they take away those little things that other teams can do.
Right.
Like sign those exceptions. It prevents teams from really stacking, is what it does, by just overpaying.
Does that include? Can you use that for trades, or is that just a free agency thing?
What you
The
talking about?
mid-level exception number. Does that work for trades too?
I'm confused by the question.
Okay. I don't understand the contract stuff. What I guess what I'm saying is this is all about acquiring a player for the mid-level exception.
For the mid-level exception.
Does that apply to both trades and free agency?
It applies to any person that fits that salary structure.
So it looks like he would be right there. Basically, barely under the number, but under the number slightly.
I'm telling you right now, and I will learn a lot more at this press conference today, because the Nuggets, you don't want to hear this, Nuggets fans. I know you don't want to hear this. They're hogtied right now. They are pretzeled. They are tied into a pretzel financially on what they can do. A lot of people are making great suggestions. Do this, go get that. And you know what? 95% of the suggestions made, even our own, they can't do.
Right.
Unless they make a major move. And when I say major move, you got to move one of your top-notch guys.
You shouldn't do a major move. Should not happen. But I would love to have a guy like him.
I'm looking at Dallas's roster, and this is what I'm talking about. So they start Daniel Gafford at center. He goes out of the game. He played 21 minutes. They bring in Derek Lively.
Yep.
They got two bigs who play.
Mm-hmm.
They got two bigs who play a lot of minutes.
They got Hardaway Jr. He comes off the bench for him.
Minnesota, they got three bigs who play.
Yep.
Nas comes off the bench. You got to have another big who plays. Not just a big who sits, a big who plays.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they don't. At least not one that they feel like is a viable option. A lot of people keep asking about Chanchar, by the way. I know he is out for the year with that broken leg.
Yeah. He's not a big.
But he's not a big. I think Vlatko could help. Like, he could give you a few minutes, but he's not a big.
6'7".
Yeah. I wonder what his role would have been if he was healthy this year. Do you think he gets Holiday minutes?
Justin Holiday type guy. You know, if he gets through the season and they trust him in the playoffs, and you know, unfortunately, Vlatko's career has been, it's one injury after another. Zeke Najee's career has been injury-laden. They've got to figure out what they're going to do at the end. At the end of the day, if you want to keep your starting five, I have no issues with that. How the hell do you get more reserves in the picture?
By the way, I think I messed this up, Vic, because that 12.859, that's the non-taxpayer mid-level. And I believe the Nuggets are the taxpayer mid-level.
Oh, well, then that even makes it worse.
Yeah, the taxpayer
What's the tax?
That's 5.1.
Oh, yeah, they're screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're screwed. See what I'm saying by that? See what the NBA does? The NBA just chokes you, restricts you. And, they're doing this for competitive reasons.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, it's a great idea. So the Denver Nuggets could not afford to go get Kelly Olynyk. It's not even a conversation starter. So you brought that name up. Nope. Which is why the name Dario Saric is one of the few names. He made $2 million. They could sign him to $5 million. That's it. That's all you got, bro. I mean, I don't know what else you do. Sucks.
Gosh, they are just hamstrung. Like, what the hell do you do? I mean, this is why I guess that Calvin Booth was talking about you have to draft and develop guys on cheaper contracts. This is one of the only routes you can take. You have to get lucky. You have to find somebody who can actually go out there and play. And they did a little bit with Christian Brown. Like, Christian can play.
Yeah, let me answer a couple of these questions on the text line. Why did they bring DeAndre Jordan back if they're not going to play him? Well, they did play him a little bit during the course of the season. They didn't play him during the playoffs, except for that Lakers series. They didn't play him at all the Minnesota series, and I'm not sure why. I don't know the answer to that question. They brought him back for two reasons. Security. He can play backup minutes. And he's the biggest and best leader on the team.
Yeah.
He's the best locker room guy on the team.
I have no issues with DJ being on
and
this
what
team.
people don't understand how vital that is for the culture of a team. He is the locker room leader of the team. He is. He is the guy. He's the conversation starter. He's the dinner planner. He's the guy who pumps everybody up on the bench. He's that guy. He's that guy. So that's what you bring him back for, primarily.
Just saw this from Woj. Cleveland Cavaliers. What do you think about them, Vic?
They got some weird mixture to their team that they need to clear up.
They finished 4th in the East. They just fired JB Bickerstaff.
Wow.
Led them to a semifinals, 99 regular season wins over the past 2 years. Why would they do that?
That's a shock to me. I am shocked by that news. I am shocked.
Cleveland's arrow was pointing up with him.
I don't get that one at all. The NBA never ceases to amaze.
Why are they so quick to do stuff like this? This makes no sense to me. It's so weird. Like, think about it. You're a team like Cleveland, and maybe they know, perhaps, Vic, that they're going to be in for a giant change to their organization because Donovan Mitchell is not going to stick around? Is that why? I mean, I know the end of their playoffs came when Mitchell was out, Jared Allen was out, Karis LeVert was out, and somebody else, I can't remember. But they had like 4 major players that were sitting out that last game. Gosh, that's crazy.
Somebody just tweeted this to me about the Kelly Olynyk thought again. And again, please excuse us because we're not very schooled on NBA, CBA talk.
It's very confusing.
It is probably the most confusing financial structure in all sports. It really is. So if we mess up, humble apologies. We don't know what the hell we're talking about when it comes to a lot of these contracts.
But I'm trying my best.
So when you brought up Kelly Olynyk, my assumption was that he was going to be a free agent next year.
No, it would have to be a trade.
Okay.
That's what it is. That's why I was asking about the trade thing.
So if you're trading for Olynyk, I think you can do it because you could just put 3 salaries together that add up to Olynyk's salary. And that would leave you with 2 open roster spots that you could fill with your two-way guys.
That's what I was saying with, like, trading Zeke would make up for $8 million of that. That's what I don't know. And again, this is apologies to everybody. I'm just not well-versed in the CBA of the NBA.
And you know what? I'll have a private conversation with folks today about stuff like that. I'll ask what's allowed and not allowed. Because some trade exceptions are allowed, and others, again, if you're in that apron that Mojo loves, you can't even look at things like that.
Okay, you want to play a game with me?
Are we doing the little trade game? That
I want to see if the trade machine. I want to see what it would take to make it work because this is all about money.
Yeah.
Okay, so Toronto. So I go down to Kelly Olynyk.
Yeah.
And let's say we throw Zeke on there.
Uh-huh.
And let's go. Who else?
Well, you got to have more salary. So find more salary. Find it. Reggie Jackson's got $5 million in salary. It's a player option. But
I can't include that because he hasn't picked up his player option yet, so it's not letting me.
But let's say he does. He's going to pick it up. It's going to be $5 million. Why wouldn't he?
Okay, so I'll just add
$5 million to that salary.
Add $5 million. Try this trade. The trade failed. The Nuggets are over the luxury tax threshold with this trade, and the incoming aggregate salaries exceeded what's allowed via the 125% plus $100,000 rule. What the hell?
Nailed it.
I don't know, dude. I don't know how this works. I just know that they're hogtied. It's not like, for example, look at Philadelphia. Look at the Sixers and how much cap space they have. They can do a bunch of stuff, man.
I don't even know how you could make this work. This is crazy. You would have to, literally, Vic, you'd have to trade one of your big guns. Like, that's it. You'd have to trade one of your starting five to make any trade really work for any redeemable player.
If you want any roster changes, let me make it very simple. If you want to see roster changes for the Nuggets, you're going to have to trade MPJ.
Yeah.
If you don't trade MPJ, it's the same team. You're running it back. And I'm not even sure if you can get the value you want in return for MPJ, if that's where you're going.
Me neither.
This is a starting five that won an NBA championship a year ago. It's a starting five that for the bulk of the season saved the last series against Minnesota, just tore everyone off the court. The best starting five in basketball, except that last playoff series where they were outplayed, except that one.
Mm-hmm.
But before that, they're the best starting five in basketball. I don't touch it. I leave it alone.
I was just going to say, between those two options, you can trade MPJ, make a major sweeping change, or you can just stand pat, which is the better one. I think just sticking with it is the better option.
I mean, it sucks because you want to get better every year, right? You want to advance every year. You want to add an element, another layer. I had a little bit of bench envy watching that game last night.
Yeah.
I had bench envy. I'm watching that game. I'm watching Derek Lively come off the bench for Dallas. I'm watching Naz Reid and NAW come off the bench for Minnesota, as we saw. That's a lot of bench envy because they're scoring. They're contributing a lot. I mean, last night, Naz Reid had 15. Slow-Mo had 11.
So basically, these are the options I can give you. You can trade MPJ, switch up the starting five, and risk that not totally gelling. Or you keep them together and you say, another year under the belt of Christian Brown, another year under the belt of Peyton Watson, and maybe Julian Strawther becomes a guy who can give you some points off the bench next year.
That's it. I mean, and that's where you might have to go.
Yeah.
And that's the reality that some may not appreciate it, but it still doesn't address my backup big.
Yes. But the little that we saw from Julian Strawther this year, Vic, like, I think that guy can have a career playing 15 to 20 minutes off the bench and knocking down some shots. Like, he feels like a guy who could do it.
Trevor713 writes in on the Twitch feed, you're 18 minutes away from the Western Conference Finals. I get you're disappointed, but to change the entire makeup of the team is absolute insanity. And I agree with you on that. You're 18 minutes away from the Western Conference Finals, but you're pretty taxed at that point. Your starters are dead tired. Now you got to get through Dallas. And even though I felt the Nuggets were better than Dallas, you got to get through them. Still.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think the starters were taxed.
Well, a texture says this, trade MPJ and move Christian to the starting five. Christian's got to be confident with a shot before I even think about doing something like that. Mm-hmm. The amount of times that he had open looks that he just refused to shoot the basketball.
Mm-hmm.
You can't put somebody like that in the starting five.
Okay, let me ask you this. What if KCP opts out of his contract? Which he could. Let me tell you how.
That would be bad.
Well, he very much could because there could be a team out there. And before, we all love KCP. Defensively, he's locked down.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we love him. But if there's a team out there that has a lot of cap space and wants a veteran, proven champion on their team to set the standard, set the table, you know where he would look good? You know where KCP would look good?
I don't want to think about him anywhere else.
On a team like Oklahoma City.
Yeah, I don't. Shut up. No. I refuse to think it.
You cannot think it, but they got more money than you.
Hey, Vic, you know your wife would
Who
be
told you that?
really good to be married to?
Who?
Your next door neighbor.
She would.
How dare you suggest
I'd get
that?
more golf time. I'm just telling you right now that we all seem to assume, the assumption is KCP's coming back. But if somebody offers a 4-year deal to extend his career into the age of 35, a 4-year deal in the sum of $18 to $20 million a year, he's out. He gone.
How much per year did you say?
4 years, $18 to $20 million a year. He gone.
Yeah, he is.
He gone.
And somebody would offer it. I'm not going to get caught in my Bruce Brown trap again.
You know where else he would look
But
good?
KCP really likes it here.
He would
I
look
know
good.
that.
He would look good in Philly.
Would you stop?
I'm just telling you,
Dude, KCP. KCP's the kind of guy, Vic, you could name any team in the league, he would look good there.
He
Like
fits, you're
he
exactly
fits
right.
everybody.
You're exactly right. Fits like a glove on any squad because every squad needs a lockdown defender who can hit threes.
I
Three and D.
think Kreckman Lynn will have a promo running where Kreckman goes, "Oh, do you want a guy who plays really good defense, knocks down threes, doesn't care how much he touches the ball, is a big team guy, great locker room guy?" Yeah, who wouldn't want that? Where does that not fit? Oh, every team in the league, every one of them. I can't believe the Lakers let him go after they won a championship.
It cost the Lakers greatly. The Lakers let him go for the most foolish reasons. They included him in the Russell Westbrook deal.
Yeah.
So they take on one of the worst contracts in the NBA and let go one of their more crucial players.
Texas says, assuming KCP stays is idiotic. He's gone. Like, again,
It's never idiotic only because the Nuggets can also offer a longer term deal because he's one of their own free agents.
Yeah.
See, when you are a team's, you have the Larry Bird rights. We're going back to that.
Well, the whole purpose to this for the NBA is to try and keep, this was for smaller market teams, advantages to keep their team together.
Do me a favor. Check bird rights on teams over the luxury tax. Let's make sure we're fair on that. So if a team is under your watch for over a season and you pay that player over a season, they become your player under the Larry Bird rights. And then when the contract is up, you can see Bruce Brown.
I'll give you a crash course.
Bruce Brown was not a Larry Bird rights player, so the Nuggets couldn't pay him what they wanted to pay him.
In order to qualify for bird rights, a player must play for one team for at least 3 seasons without clearing waivers or changing teams via free agency. KCP has played 2.
So that sucks.
So how about he opts into his player option, and then we get the bird rights after that? In addition to being able to exceed the salary cap, bird rights are also a given team to sign that player for 1 more year than any other team can offer.
So we're going into the weeds here, obviously, about all this crap.
So he doesn't qualify for that either.
So
all of these rules, we never quite make it.
Yeah.
Can never get it in our advantage,
but
ever.
But at the end of the day, these rules were designed to protect teams like Denver, to protect teams like Minnesota,
But
to
they
protect
hurt
teams
now.
like Milwaukee.
I don't like them anymore.
They're designed to protect the mid-market, smaller market teams from the gargantuan payrolls of the Lakers, the Golden State Warriors, those teams. They're designed to protect. In this particular case, can you just take the safety vest off and say, I don't want to be protected?
Okay. Here, if there's any good news, Vic, how about this? The Nuggets have arrived as a major market team because they can't sign anybody anymore. How about that? That's all it took. All right, 303-504-0925. Reminder, everybody, that today, Altitude Sports Radio hooking you up free gas thanks to our friends at Alta Convenience. And today from noon until 3, PhD, going to be broadcasting from the Alta Convenience Store in Aurora at Hamden and Chambers. They're giving away $5,000 in free gas. And all you need to do is show up. Everyone gets a $25 gift card good for gas or anything from the Alta Convenience Store, and one lucky listener gets a $100 gift card, all while supplies last. It's free gas for your free time this Memorial Day weekend, thanks to Alta Convenience, convenience beyond the pump. See you at Hamden and Chambers starting at noon. So Peyton Manning was speaking yesterday to a couple of members of the media. Now he is doing the ambassador role, right?
Yeah, he won the Mizell Institute Leadership Award last night, community-minded stuff, and it's a great honor every year. A community leader in Denver wins that award, and I think Peyton has made it known how important this community is to him. So that's where he was speaking.
Well, I get some audio where he talks about the quarterbacks and the Broncos and stuff like that, but can I start somewhere else? Because I saw him, and I don't know why people feel the need to ask Peyton Manning this every time that he's speaking at one of these events about this subject. Why do they always ask Peyton Manning if he wants to be an executive in the NFL?
Who's asking that?
Well, it was, again, asked to him yesterday. I saw in a clip, I can't remember who was sharing the clip, but somebody asked him, do you have any interest in being, a GM, an executive?
I don't know who keeps asking these questions, but let me be very straightforward to everybody asking these questions from now on. Can you please get this to everybody? Steve, make sure this memo gets to everybody. And I mean everybody. Every human being needs this memo. If you're going to ask Peyton Manning this question, you need to know something. And I'm going to make it very clear. Peyton Manning doesn't want to work for a team.
No.
Peyton Manning wants to own a team, run a team, be a part owner if he can of a team. He doesn't want to work for the man. He wants to be the man.
Why would, Vic, I don't want to set you off this morning, so take this calmly. Mm-hmm. But I have a comparison. Imagine being a quarterback for a franchise that you are beloved by, and you have brought them great joy, and you have represented them even well into your post-playing career. And then let's say you sign up to be an executive, and you actually, in the grand scheme of things, have a very successful run at that. But it ends poorly. There's a whole bunch of people around here that view John Elway in a negative light as opposed to positive. Mm-hmm. And it's all because he did the executive thing afterwards. Mm-hmm. If you're Peyton Manning, why the hell would you want any part of that at all? Why the hell would you?
The only thing
why not just own your award-winning production company, have fun on Monday Night Football, and do whatever the hell you want?
He's still as involved in the NFL as he was before. Yeah. He's more involved in the NFL today than he would be as an executive. He gets to go around and talk to other NFL teams. And by the way, the Nuggets already own KCP's bird rights because he was traded to the Nuggets with bird rights intact. So get your bird rights lingo in order.
I read bird rights. That's all.
The point is, there's no reason that Peyton Manning would go looking for an executive job. His company is making his 3-year-old Omaha production company that he started is making a ridiculous amount of money. It's an ATM machine.
I just read something about that. The amount of money that they're making, like it's insane for how youthful that production company is to be that successful already.
Smart guy.
Yep.
Smart guy, how he developed this. So there's no motivation for him to go, get you want to be our lead scout? Hey, you want to be our director of player personnel?
But even if I make it a GM role, Vic, if I'm him, I don't think I want anything else in my life than what I'm doing right now, which is I'm having fun and I get to do kind of whatever I want to do. How great would that be? I'd beg for something like that if you're in Peyton Manning's spot anyway.
Hey, you want to be our operations director?
Yeah, I'll pass. Here's what he said, though, about the Broncos quarterbacks in Sean Payton.
Jared Stidham was at our camp as well. He and I actually played golf a few weeks together. And then Bo came to our camp as well when he was at Auburn. And he and I stayed in touch. He actually won the National Football Foundation Scholar Athlete Award this year, which I won when I was in college. And so I was there at the banquet and got a picture with Bo. And I remember, just talking to Bo when he was thinking about transferring. And so we've kind of stayed in touch, and I'm super happy for him to be here. I think it's a great fit for him. And I can tell how excited, Sean is to have Bo here. Zach Wilson is the one quarterback that I don't know personally, but I reached out to him when he signed. So it sounds like they got great competition over there. That's always good, makes everybody better. And so I think the quarterback position is in good shape. And, I think Sean's system is extremely quarterback friendly. I never played in it, but played against it and watched it and know the success that Drew Brees had and Tony Romo had. So it's the kind of system that I'd like to play in. Right, it's very quarterback friendly.
So he's doing the whole ambassador. That, by the way, was courtesy of 9 News. That audio, but it's pretty amazing to me, Vic, that he's like, I haven't reached out to this guy yet, but I will. Like, does he talk to every quarterback that kind of comes through town? He has to have a conversation with at least a little bit to it.
Yeah, it's almost it's funny you say that, because do we really have to get Peyton's remarks about everything?
I know.
Hey, I don't know if you heard, but Bo Nix's wife just had her fingernails polished at this new place down Arapahoe Road. Peyton, thoughts?
But one of the first things, Vic, is like you draft a quarterback really high, 12th overall. And you're like, is Peyton going to help him? I'm like, that's not his job, is to go out and just help the guy. But we just assume, and he probably does. I mean, he had some sessions with Drew Lock, right?
He worked with Drew Lock. He talked to Russell Wilson. He's worked with every quarterback, talked to every quarterback. They're all related in some manner. They all know each other. I don't know how we go back to this. I think people think that by talking to Peyton Manning, some of that Peyton Manning magic's going to rub off on you. Hey, watch this. Get up in there. Get up in there and get some of that.
You ever seen those things on like Twitter that says, all right, you have 2 options, Vic. I can give you $100 million, or you can have dinner with Jay-Z. And it's like, and you get those guys, well, if I have dinner with Jay-Z, I can learn the business. Yeah. It's like, no, you can't. You can't just be that guy. That's not how this works.
It really is fascinating to hear this all the time. If he comes to Denver, he's going to have Peyton Manning at his disposal because he's right down the road. Oh, yeah, that worked for Drew Lock.
I'm just like, and it's not his job. Like, it's not his job to show up in Dove Valley and be the quarterback's coach.
Do you think he's going to show up in the backyard every day and say, all right, let's go. Let's get these drills in?
He's just supporting the organization. That's what he's doing. He'll have a couple conversations, I'm sure, with them. But I'm so with you, Vic. It's so funny to me. Like, some new quarterback comes into town. It's like, well, is Peyton going to help? He doesn't have to do anything, actually.
I think it'd be hilarious if Bo Nix showed up and just rubbed up on Peyton. What are you doing? I'm rubbing up on you. I need some of that.
Just start rubbing his right arm like his bicep.
Rub up on you a little bit.
Does that work? Can I just have some of that? Anyway, we'll talk more about this with Jeff Legwold.
Bryson is right on the text line. Peyton is never going to say anything negative about a quarterback the Broncos.
Ever.
I mean, have you ever heard him, hey, your thoughts on Drew Lock? I don't like it.
Bad decision maker. I wouldn't have taken him, but never going to do that. We'll talk more about this, Jeff Legwold, in just a couple of minutes. 303-504-0925. And you can talk to us directly on the Voice of the People. It's that little microphone button that's on that Altitude Sports Radio app. So if you click on that, you can send direct messages straight to Nelly with your voice. And that's all brought to you and powered by the Fricky Law Firm there in your corner. So again today, Vic, we have a trio of press conferences from the professional teams in town. The Avs will start at 9:30. I would like to see if there's a way. We'll try and figure this out, guys, if we can play a little bit of that live, because that's going to be Chris McFarland and Gabe Landeskog, and I want to hear what Gabe says. Secondly, 11:30, is that the Nuggets press conference?
Yes.
So they're going to be speaking at 11:30. That is going to be Calvin Booth, Michael Malone, and Josh Kroenke. And then the Broncos are going to be at 12:30, where it's at least Sean Payton. I don't know if George is doing it as well, but Sean Payton will be speaking at 12:30. So a lot going on. Stick around. Let's go out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. And we are joined, as we are every Thursday, by Jeff Legwald of ESPN.com. Hello, Jeffrey.
Good morning, fellas.
I have questions, Jeff, because we have a trio of press conferences today, starting with the Avs at 9:30, the Nuggets at 11:30, and the Broncos at 12:30 today. Regarding the Broncos, I know this is going to be a lot about Bo Nix, but do you think in their head, because I know what Peyton's going to say. He's going to say, hey, it's an open competition. May the best man win at quarterback. Do they know who they're starting already?
You know, I'd say they don't know, but I think the data we don't have is this really going to be a fair fight? You know, is it really going to be a competition? Because you can, you can sort of keep up if it's not. And I'm not saying they're doing that. But if it's not, it's pretty easy to hide right now because the drills are pretty innocuous. There's really no parameters. I mean, the mandatory mini camp in June, you could tell some things if they were leaning a certain way. So that may be the first clue if this is indeed a real life competition. So we don't know that yet. I think it will be, at least early on in training camp. You know, how soon they will take it out of competition mode, we don't know that either. But the other fact we don't have is nobody, even people who've coached with him, have seen Sean Payton do this as a head coach, actually have a quarterback competition. So we really don't know how he's going to do it, what his patience level is going to be with it all. And, you know, that part of it we have to see too.
Well, if I'm Sean Payton, I'm looking at both quarterbacks, and I get it. Zach Wilson has had NFL snaps under his belt, but he's the same age as Bo Nix. You went and got Bo Nix with number 12. Why wouldn't you play Bo Nix? That's me. But I need to ask you, Leggy, this OTA activity, what does that stand for? I always forget. Organized Team Activity? Is that what it is?
Organized Team Activities.
Okay, great. My lingo's off.
We're having ORA right now, Organized Radio Activity.
Yes, we are. So the veterans are not required to be there, but it's understood they should. Is that the apt way to put it?
It's always been, since the last two or three CBAs, the only mandatory thing, which in NFL terms means the only thing players can be fined for missing, is the mandatory minicamp, and teams usually have 2 or 3 day mandatory minicamp in June. That's usually the last thing of the off-season program.
So, Cortland Sutton, would you be surprised if he doesn't show today?
No, I would not be surprised if he's not there. I wouldn't expect him to be there. He hasn't attended yet, to my knowledge, so I don't think he's going to change that. Again, you see where things really are at if a guy's willing to miss mandatory minicamp and get fined. Now, the fine isn't huge. It's not like the regular season, but it's still a check they don't like writing.
So if you're Sean Payton, you're banking on this kid come in and play quarterback. He is your prize. You want him working with the receivers as fast as possible. Get that chemistry that's so important on game day. And your top receiver is not there, and he hasn't been there. What is he thinking?
Yeah, I know. I would love for him to be there. That they want everybody there, doing what you're saying, getting ready. But that's what I mean. If this is really a quarterback competition, it's not that big a deal in terms of timing, because in theory everyone is going to get reps. All 3 guys. So in theory, not as big a deal if it's really a competition. If it's not, then yeah, you would like, if you've quietly decided you want Nix to be the guy, then yeah, you would like him working with as many people as possible. But that's also the disadvantage in some ways of the whole rookie quarterback thing, because, Peyton Manning in his time here would have had the receivers and him have already gathered before the offseason program starts. So they don't have that going either this time around.
Let me ask you about another receiver. Is it fair to have any expectation this year for Tim Patrick after being out the last 2 years?
Yeah, that's a guy I sort of want to keep an eye on in June and then in training camp, because just to see where he's at, because missing 2 years is significant, and there isn't a lot of extensive sort of research you can do about how guys look after that. It hasn't happened that often to players. So, yeah, I don't know. They keep saying he's looking good and that they expect him to be able to contribute and be the guy they want him to be. But the fact they kind of went and got a guy like him in the draft was intriguing to me, and maybe sort of a insurance just in case he's not.
I've heard a lot of this on talk radio, and a lot of it stems from our show. If you're going to use a mid-round draft pick on a running back like they did with Audric Estime, does it mean that Javonte Williams is suddenly in trouble?
I don't know that he's in trouble, Vic, but they didn't take Estime because he was one of those guys where teams are looking at that point in the draft and they look up at the board and they got a guy that's graded way above the spot, and he was that guy for them. So, and I fully expect him to be in the mix. I think in trouble for carries. I don't know that his roster spot
Gotcha.
would be in trouble yet, but yeah, I think if you were here before, the carries Estime is going to get, and I think he's going to get them, are coming from somewhere, and they're coming from the guys who are already here.
That dude is huge. Have you seen him without? Have you seen him?
Hey, power ranking the most intimidating players on the Broncos. Is Estime already vaulted to number 1? I can't believe what that guy looks like.
Yeah, no, he's got the proverbial NFL body, as the scouts say.
NFL body?
Got a bodybuilder.
He's got a bodybuilder body.
Yeah.
Looking in the mirror.
Of the rookie class, I said it on our air, that's the guy who, Bo Nix is going to get all the attention, but the rookie who might play the quickest right out of the gate is Estime.
Well,
and Ellis. I think Ellis can play pretty fast, too, Jonah Ellis.
Yeah, that injury to Drew Sanders that came out of the blue. Did they hesitate to make that announcement because they'd hoped it wasn't as intense as it was? They tore the Achilles. Maybe they were hoping it was a partial tear?
No, they just don't like talking about it. That's one of Sean Payton's.
Should have known that.
He breaks out in hives.
So
this time of year.
Let me ask you, Jeffrey, just from a reporter standpoint, what purpose does that serve to wait to release that news? What's the big deal? Why wouldn't you
in April?
Yeah. What do you gain from that?
A lot of it's a control issue. Keeping things in house and all that. And they've also had some changes on their medical staff too. So I don't, behind the scenes. So. There may be some of that at work too. I don't want to speak for Peyton. This will be the first time he publicly will acknowledge or may acknowledge in some way Drew Sanders. But so I don't know the exact day he was injured. I do know 8 days before the draft they were still talking like he was in the mix. So that's your timetable right there. Is 8 days between saying Drew Sanders was in the mix and selecting Jonah Ellis in the draft. That's your timetable of the injury.
Well, I know that it's like we didn't see a lot of Drew Sanders, and forgive my ignorance, Leggy, I don't know what position he was going to play. They started him at inside linebacker, then it sounded like they might move him to outside, that sort of edge spot. But he was a 67th overall pick. Like, this isn't some small loss. Like, that's a player that they invested a lot into, and we aren't going to see him play essentially until his third year in the league.
Yeah, no, it's a tough. And usually this, Achilles are sort of a weird impact or change of direction injury. So it is. You don't see him very often this time of year either. So, but I don't know that they had officially decided where he's going to be. I know that. Josie Jewell left in free agency, and that's a pretty significant little gap in the defense. And I think they were thinking maybe he fills some of that on early downs and then moves to an edge role when they go to the nickel type thing. And I think they were tinkering with that idea, and this really impacts that now because they're going to have to probably have guys in very specific roles now instead of a hybrid player like him.
which of the rookies that didn't play much last year, and Marvin Mims comes to mind, obviously, which one is going to get more playing time this year? Like, actually carve out a role.
Well, I thought Sanders would be that guy. I mean, he didn't get very many snaps, but it better be Mims, or they've got some gaps in the offense. Then if it's not, and I just think we didn't see much of the rookies at all last year, and that as they move out of this transition period, or at least as they try to get back in the playoff mix, this time of playing rookies 200 snaps in their rookie year, or not at all, but Riley Moss comes to mind. I think Riley Moss at least has a chance to go from just a smattering of snaps to really being in the mix. But they're going to have to get over the whole not playing young player things, because they won't dig out of this unless they invest in their own young players to do it.
Jeff Laywald with us from ESPN.com. So I was reading this article on PFF yesterday, and they said the top 3 players for every NFL team. And I think the Broncos' top 3 they got right, which was Patrick Surtain, Quinn Miners, and Cortland Sutton. The issue I had, Leggy, was if I had to make a top 5, who the hell is that? Like, who are the 2 guys after?
Yeah, I mean, production-wise, Singleton's got to be in there production-wise. But, again, that's the old I don't think talent evaluators see Alex Singleton as this tremendously explosive, impactful player. But, all the guy does is put up 120 tackles every year. So I think he'd be in that mix. I think, in theory, potentially I see Mims in there at some point, but I was a big fan before they drafted him. So
could you say Franklin Myers?
That's where they're at. That's really where they're at. When you talk to other pro personnel people around the league, that this isn't the exceedingly talented roster. Even in free agency, they couldn't afford to because of the Russell Wilson decision. But they went out and signed guys for very specific jobs. It wasn't like we're going to get this explosive, talented player to move the needle on the roster. It's we need a guy to fill this job type of thing. So they really do. They are at a talent deficit compared to some of the upper tier of the league, and until they close that gap a little more. And to me, you don't keep Surtain, you don't get this long-term deal done, or at least convince him things are going to get better. That takes us, take him off this roster and what's the overall talent level at. I think they're at a deficiency, and they've got to keep grinding to fix it.
Last thing for you, Leggy. Always appreciate the time. Was reading an article about the chain gang, how that might be a thing of the past. What's your read on this, and how does this work? So they have the chip in the ball or whatever, but how do they know when somebody's down?
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to be able to do away with officials forever, type of thing. But the spotting of the ball with the chip in the ball, I mean, you can tell when a guy goes down, the distance the ball went and all that. But the fact they haven't done this sooner has been one of the great mysteries of life in the NFL. But there's always the competition committee. There's always been a lot of pushback into moving away from the chains. I thought for sure when they used the note card one time to do the distance of the ball that would be the ultimate movement, that they finally would move to the modern era, but they did not. So I do know some people in the league are really hoping this happens at some point, because it really would. I mean, in a lot of tennis tournaments, it's all electronic, to judge the lines now.
Right.
And, players don't even argue anymore. It's just, it's just part of the deal. So I think it's going to happen, will happen this year. I'm always skeptical until I actually see them sort of crest the hill and move on into the future.
But be honest, Leggy. Is part of you going to miss that little 2 seconds of tension as they extend the chain to see if the ball actually got there or not?
Oh, yeah, no, that's always been a big part of it.
My favorite
It
is
always seems so random around the goal line, though. Like,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, I made it this far.
Leggy, my
We'll
favorite
put the
though
ball
with the chain gang is when the chain is crimped.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and they got to uncrimp it. And like, oh, wait a minute, there's a couple more inches in this sucker.
Or when the guys jump the gun and they figure it's a first down and they move the chains down the line and they have to go get them. They have to go get them to come back.
If I just showed somebody a video and they've never watched football before, and I showed them the video of them extending the chain for a first down, and I told them this is a multi-billion-dollar corporation, what do you think they'd say? I mean, they'd be like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, you can watch a game from the International Space Station, but we're going to use a chain.
Right.
I worked the chain way back at some high school games. So I've got the chain experience back in the day.
And look at you, and you're railing against your own profession. How dare you, Leggy?
Yeah. Well, some would say sports writers are the chain gang of the media world.
Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com. Always appreciate the time, Leggy. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com. So let's try and do this, Nelly. Let's try and find a link if we can to see if we can run this Avs presser live. I don't know if we're going to be able to, but we'll try and find this for you guys because Chris McFarland and Gabe Landeskog speaking in 15 minutes. Stick around. All right, we are on the lookout for any sort of way that we can carry this Avs press conference live. So that's going to be coming down in about 7 minutes. So hopefully we can run some of that for you, because I am interested in two things. Like, number one, Vic, it's always just good to hear from Gabe, right? Like, when you don't see the guy for 2 years and you get the 2 or 3 times a year that he speaks, you want to hear from him. Secondly, I want to hear what's going to happen when McFarland's asked about Val. And I just want to hear kind of not so much the words, I guess, in it, because I don't know if he's going to say anything that's going to make us go, oh, my God. But how about the tone, Vic? What tone is he going to take with the Val stuff? Because I think that can tell you a whole lot, too. So hopefully we can find some of that information when he speaks here in just a few minutes. Because there's a whole bunch of people talking today.
Well,
Avs, Nuggets,
I know Raj
Broncos.
is out there. Reached out to Raj. We'll get something as soon as we find something out. If there's a newsy aspect to this, you'll be the first to know, because I want to know what Gabriel Landeskog has to say about his future. That is paramount.
Yeah,
paramount. He hasn't spoken publicly about this in a year. That is the big
long
news.
Time. Yeah, I think the last time. Look, I guess I can't totally remember, but I think the last time he spoke was after the season last year. And maybe he did like a little something in the middle of this season. I cannot remember. But there's a lot to it. And there's a lot of information that we need to find out today from those two in particular with the Avs. As both, I mean, we've talked about this all week. With the abrupt end to those seasons, they got some big decisions to make in the offseason. And if I ask you this, Vic, we just went through today all of the different rules that have been put in place for the Nuggets to not make some significant moves, the things that we'd like to see.
Mm-hmm.
But there's so many things cap-wise and CBA-wise that are working against them. Whose offseason path is more difficult? Is it the Nuggets, where they just feel like they're kind of handcuffed by the rules? Or is it the Avs, who have a very good player, but you don't really know what to do with them? Like, which one of those is a more confusing path? Because I think the Avs is probably the bigger headache.
Yeah.
The Nuggets, at the end of the day, you have, let's just say the KCP comes back for argument's sake. He comes back. You have, like, your championship core still intact. It's just about finding some other pieces. Now, it feels necessary. You need some help. But when you're losing a guy like Val, potentially, and if you want to get out from that contract, it's going to seem really hard for you to do it, and it's going to cost you a lot of money for the next, like, 5 or 6 years. Like, that seems almost impossible.
$14 million between those two contracts. You can't do that. You have to. You can't just walk. And I know you can LTIR, but that's only you can't LTIR both of them for the year.
The problem in that, though, and this is what I mentioned earlier, that's a short-term thing that you figure out on the fly, as opposed to you can do a long-term plan. You understand the difference? It's like, you can't just say, I'm going to have Gabe's money available to me for the next 3 years, so I'm going to go out and sign a 3-year contract for a player that I know is good. You can't do that. You have to find, like, oh, it's a trade deadline, now we can use the LTIR money. That might help you for a couple of months, but you're trying to build, like, a long-term health of the franchise, and it makes it almost impossible. So, I mean, what the hell? What am I supposed to do?
I never thought that we'd get to this point where you're counting every dollar just to compete, right?
Both teams are, yeah.
Well, it tells you both teams are spending the money to compete.
It also tells you that your team's good.
Exactly. When you're that good, you got good players that get paid a lot of money. You got that point now. It shows the growth and the where we are in this arc, right? This arc. So a few years ago, both teams are moving up that arc, and you're like, look at this. If you get a few more pieces, we're going to be there. Then you add those pieces, and then you have to pay those pieces. And now you're there. And now the cost of sustaining excellence, that's what it is. You're at that point now in your arc, in your championship arc, the cost of doing business, the cost of sustaining excellence. That is hard.
Incredibly. Because when you make a move, now if you make a move, Vic, there's no I can get out of this sort of thing. You know what I'm saying? You want to sustain your success. Well, let's just go through it. So 2 years ago, the Avs at the deadline, they pick up a guy like Arturi Lehkonen, right? And they're like, oh, he was really good and really helped and a pretty damn good piece to a championship sort of team. Well, let's pay him. And then you keep paying people. But once you kind of dish out the checks, it's done. Like, now you're just like, I hope this stays afloat now and we don't get a hole in the boat.
Brett, here's the bitter truth.
And Val took a cannonball shot to the side.
Here's the bitter truth that we all need to understand. The year the Avs won a Stanley Cup, they were paying several key pieces under market value. Naz Kadri was under market value. Val Nichushkin was under market value. They still hadn't re-upped a couple of the bigs. They were under market. And now that they're market value, you cannot have any issues arise like these two have.
Well, dude, it's the comparison I made in the appetizer, Vic. Tell me if you think this is accurate or not. It's the NFL team who's got a really good quarterback on a rookie contract. And you're able to kind of spread that money around to different pieces. And you're like, you know what? As long as Brock Purdy is making $850,000 a year, we can keep Debo and Trent Williams and all these different guys. But then it comes to, oh, we have to pay him $50 million a year now. This guy has to be perfect, right?
And that's what you go back to, like your Joker and your SGA and the big money they make. Well, they make that big money because they play at that number.
Yes.
Like, I could argue to you that Joker's as valuable as the entire team.
Totally.
And it sounds silly to say that, but he's the team. Right?
Yep.
He's the team.
You run everything through him, and he makes everybody better around him. Now, imagine if Joker just disappears. I mean, everything that you've planned for now and the guys that you've given contracts to because they play so well around him, it all kind of fades. And by the way, it sounds like we have a link. We're going to pick up this press conference shortly whenever they start this thing up. Should be in the next couple of minutes. But Texture says it's called the Stanley Cup tax. Absolutely. You win that. You have core pieces to the team. You pay them. And then it's just kind of out of your hands.
But those core pieces have to play.
Exactly. All right, we got it starting up right now, Nelly. Let's take a listen. This is Chris McFarland and Gabe Landeskog. Go ahead.
Press conference, you wear something a little better.
Yeah, I think I dress up a bit
T-shirt and
more.
a hat, maybe a suit and tie, and probably in a bigger room than the media room at Family Sports.
Yeah.
All right, we'll open it up to questions. We're going to start with Pat Graham.
Gabe, how you doing? Good to see you. I guess, how close did you get, and do you think you're on track for maybe season opener next year?
How close did I get? I guess we'll never really know, right? Like, it's such a big difference from laying, like what I'm doing is essentially laying the foundation to skating, my new kind of skating technique, with a new piece in my knee, right? Laying the foundation and playing in an NHL playoff game is very different. And I'm sure you guys all witnessed it. I mean, mentally, I felt pretty close at times. I'm like, all right, well, I can do this. I can go out there for a few shifts here and there. But I think the best decision was made to just for me to focus on what I was doing throughout the entire playoffs, as hard as it was and as much as I wanted to be out there. It was ultimately the best decision for my health. And I think long-term for this organization as well.
Eric.
A lot of the drills that we saw you doing and skating the last handful of months, you weren't obviously going at full speed or going at an NHL pace. Is that a matter of physically you just aren't able to do those movements yet, or is this a matter of doctors telling you it's easier to slow it down?
I think it's more about earning the right to progress in what I'm doing. I think when you get in trouble, and when I have gotten in trouble throughout this process, is when I do something that I'm not necessarily ready for, or I haven't earned the right to progress in those movements. And I have a really good team of people around me, and we're just taking it step by step. I'd love to go faster. I'd love to go harder. I'd love to. There are days when I go out there and I'd love to try to go for a max sprint for a puck, but I know that's not going to be the best decision for my health. And you just, like I said, you got to earn the right to do those things. And there'll come a day when I get to do that. And but we got to do it step by step.
Ryan Bolden.
Can you just talk about the frustration of being in the rehab process while watching the team compete in the playoffs, knowing what they're going through?
Yeah, I mean it's just kind of a slow form of torture, I feel like, and it's win or lose, you want to be out there with the guys, right? Like even after heartbreaking losses, you want to be in the room with the guys. You want to be around the guys. You want to be there to support them and just kind of go through all those things with them, whether it's ups or downs. But at the end of the day, I knew it wasn't necessarily my time, and I tried to support the guys the best I could, be around the team, which was probably equally as important for the guys as it was for me as well, and for my mental state, just to be around the guys and around the team. So hard, no doubt, but I just kind of kept telling myself that, there'll come a time when you're back in there and your time will come, type of thing.
Troy and then Colleen.
You're listening to Gabriel Landeskog live from Ball Arena. What drives you is the question. What drives you at this point?
A lot of things. I mean, listen, the logo that I'm wearing, to represent that the best way I can. The fan base have always been very supportive for me and my journey, no matter the ups and the downs that we've gone through. The 25 guys in that locker room, guys that are pushing me and watching the guys grind through an 82-game season plus playoffs. I mean, it's inspiring in and of itself. You see the challenges they go through on a daily basis. I can relate that to the challenges I go through, the ups and the downs. But I think ultimately, my family, right? Like I got 2 young kids. They're 3 and 4 now. They were 2.5 and 1.5 when we won the cup, and that was the last time they saw me play. My son is now 3, and last night he slept with his hockey jersey on. He slept with his stick. He slept with his gloves, and it just like he loves hockey, and whether that's to my fault or not, because he's exposed to a lot of it, and he comes to practice sometimes. He comes to the games, and my daughter's old enough. She's 4 now, 4.5, and she kind of knows. I've explained to her, a handful of times that, they sometimes ask why I'm not playing, why I'm not out there, and I say I go to work, but my son will question, well, you're not skating, though. You're not playing. So are you really going to work? And I've explained to them that I just, I need to get stronger. I need to get healthy. And I think that's honestly one of the main motivations for me, is to ultimately be able to one day look back at all of this craziness that I went through for years, and, you overcome it. And you get through it, and you come out on the other side, and you're better because of it, and you got a boatload of experience. And my wife's been through the ringer. She's dealing with me the last 2 years, and I haven't been pleasant to deal with some days, and it's a big challenge. But so she's been sort of that rock for me, and I just can't wait to be back out there, and then come give my family big hugs after the game. It'd be pretty special.
Gabriel Landeskog from the Family Sports Center.
Talk about being the leadership group in the room, being leaders on and off the ice. How have you adjusted from the sidelines being that leader for the rest of the game?
I think that's a good question, because it's still something I'm wrestling with and trying to figure out. It's a different dynamic, obviously, and I think at the end of the day, it's hard to sort of, you're going through mental gymnastics on your own to get your mind right, to just keep going, keep putting one foot in front of the other for your own health and for your own career's sake, and at the same time kind of
be that sounding board for the guys, right? Like you're sort of torn there between the two, but at the end of the day, you just try to kind of be there for the guys, support them, and however they need to be supported. And you know, when things are going well, they don't need me. And even when things go, like there's so much leadership in that room, there's never really been a doubt for me. There's never really been a question of, do I need to talk to this guy? Do I need to do this? Do I need to check in with him? It's been pretty organic, and it's been really nice to be around the team since December. You know, and especially now down the stretch, being on the road, and all of a sudden you just feel like you're more part of the team again. You're missing out on road trips. You're missing out on quite a bunch, but proud of the way the guys have battled all season long. I mean, come away with 107 points or something. You know, and it's been a great season overall in terms of like a regular season. You know, I think our segments have been pretty, if you break it into 10-game segments, have been pretty dominant at times. You know, 7-2-1s a bunch of times, and there's a couple of segments around 500 where guys just find ways to kind of get back on track, change a couple of things, make some adjustments, and get back on the winning side of things. And you know, I'm never really surprised by what this group is doing. You know, led by obviously Nate and Kale, like you say, but also Mikko and Cogs and Taser. You know, there's plenty of guys in there with obviously winning pedigrees, but guys that are just always driven to do better. So it's been fun to see from the sidelines.
Jesse, then Rod.
Is the next season a realistic target to return to the lineup for Gabriel Landeskog? That is the question.
You asked about next season? Between, when's training camp? Mid-September and start of April. I feel pretty good about it.
So a wide net cast on that answer.
Listen, we can't go and get a guy the caliber of player or the person that Gabe is. His injury has been challenging in a lot of ways, but not more challenging than what he's going through. He loves the game. He's a massive cog in what we're trying to do, and he's earned the right to have as much time as it takes to get back on the ice. So absolutely, it's a cap challenge. It's in a lot of ways, and we have another one as well. So we can't. It's reality. So we'll stay in touch with Gabe and continue to pull for him and see where he's at and glean more information. But definitely hopeful, and we're going to be 100% behind him, like you said, whether it's September, October, November, whenever that day is. We'll be super excited to see it. That's for sure.
Rod, then Evan.
Kind of following up on what Troy asked, because I wanted to ask about family, because when Brendan joked about you're not here to retire, I've seen the way your kids are watching the game.
Okay, so the question goes back to Gabe. The Chris McFarland answer suggested, yes, cap challenges exist, including the one for Val.
At the toughest times in this, has that been the ultimate thing that you want to make sure that they had that chance to experience that on the ice?
Does he want his kids to watch him play?
And I don't know where that comes from. Like I remember growing up, my dad used to play in the Swedish Elite League for a few years, and then he was in the second division. And growing up, when I found that out, I was pissed. I'm like, well, I didn't get to see any of that. You know what I mean? He retired probably 10 years before I was born, but I just always kind of had that in the back of my mind when I started, you know, getting older and started thinking about having kids and whatnot. I wanted to have kids young enough where they could see this part of the stage in my life, right, in our lives, and be a part of it. And I'm really glad that I did, because it's incredibly special. Yeah, that's definitely a big part of it. But also, you know, you're teaching them so many lessons along the way, right? Like even when things are tough and things aren't going your way, you're still showing up, you're still doing the work. And there are plenty of days where I don't want to go to the rink, where I don't want to go to the gym or whatever, but you still do it. You show up. That's that's half the battle, and you take care of, you do what needs to be done, right? And they're way too young to learn those lessons now, but down the road they might, we might be able to talk about some of those things and just overcoming challenges, right? So not to get too deep on it, but yeah, it means a lot to me, and it's very inspiring to me.
Evan and Kyle.
You joked about the return date next year, but over the last few months, have you hit certain benchmarks?
Has he hit certain benchmarks over the last couple months?
I felt really good now for 2 straight months, physically with no setbacks, minor or major. So that's a real positive, and I think it's, without sharing too much, obviously it's a bumpy road, and I knew that coming into it, but I didn't realize how hard it was going to be, especially when you do.
So let's do this. We need to take one more quick break.
Setback.
If this is still rolling by the time we get back, we can play a little bit more. I do want to get Chris McFarland's answer on Val, because he kind of suggested to that earlier when he was talking about the cap situation. So we'll get to all that in just a couple of minutes. Stick around.
Guys, I'm going to get a little bit personal with you right here and ask you a question. Are you not feeling like you used to? Maybe you're having decreased energy, increased body fat, maybe a decrease in libido, overall lethargy. Well, check your hormones. Yeah, you can do that, and you should do that. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Do what I did and go to Castle Rock Hormone Health. They can get you back on track. They've got 6 offices all over the Front Range. Their doctors are not only experienced with hormone replacement, they're excellent, experts at it. They're professional, and they're really, really good. I've already done it. I've got an appointment today. I'm feeling better already, and you can as well. Get that hormone optimization where it should be. Check out a free evaluation and do it today at crhormonehealth.com. That's crhormonehealth.com. Get back to feeling the way you need to feel. Get back to being you, and you'll be glad you did it. One more time, crhormonehealth.com.
All right, we're going to pick this thing up, this Avalanche press conference. They just started talking about Val, so let's hear their responses. Chris McFarland and Gabe Landeskog. Go ahead.
You want to start? Or no?
Go ahead.
Well, the news came the morning of Game 4, the Monday, and you get a phone call, and you see the number, and you get a pit in your stomach, right? That was a tough one. Val is a massive piece of our on ice puzzle. Our record with him and without him is obviously very telling. He's a super hockey player. I think there's two sides of the coin, right? There's the human side, and as somebody who's over the last 12 months has had two players go into the program, had to sort of try to get as educated as possible, and somebody who was not really familiar with addiction and the challenges of it, you feel for the person, right? This is a human being. He's a dad. He's a husband, right? And that's first and foremost. There's not a member of our organization that doesn't want Val to get stuff right in his own life so that he can be in a good place. That Monday was very disappointing. We got 25 guys, 30 guys, whatever it is, over the course of the season. That's a tough blow, and I felt for the group.
Yeah, and I think, from my perspective, just like Chris said, Val is a teammate of ours. He's a friend of ours. He's somebody that we've raised the cup with and had lots of good memories with and challenges you've gone through over the years with, right? But so you care for him and you want him to get help and you want him to get right. Now, what happens here moving forward, it's up to him how he's going to handle it. And, we obviously we're pulling for him and hope everything goes well. But devastating to lose a guy like that going into Game 4 in a playoff matchup where, you know that the margin for error is so small. And I'm sure in that Game 4, guys are pretty rattled about it and pretty hard to just kind of set aside and go and play as much as you want to be mentally strong and just go out there and win with whoever's in the lineup or whoever's out of it. It's obviously a big piece. So I think guys are rattled the group pretty good, and I think they responded really well of Game 5 and Game 6 as well. But felt number one, I think the first thing that came to my mind is I just felt bad for the guys in the room. The guys that battle so hard and the guys that care so much. And this time of year, definitely difficult.
All right, so that is Gabe Landeskog, Chris McFarland. Obviously, they're still going to be talking throughout this. We'll have the audio, I'm sure. Dempsey and company will have a lot for you when they start their show.
That's such a tough subject matter regarding Val because you don't want to be disrespectful to the human being. You appreciate the human, the friend. At the same time, you can also be disappointed in what he did to the team.
Sure.
And destroyed any hope that the team had. That Game 4, you could tell in the first period, what were they, outshot 12-2 to start that period?
Yep.
And they just didn't have it, and you could tell they were rattled, in the words of Gabriel Landeskog. The words that they employed there, trying to offer support for Val, were mad. Chris McFarland was mad.
Yes.
Gabe said devastated.
Yep.
I've heard a lot from different people in the organization saying they were destroyed by it. They were sabotaged.
Well, look,
and that's the truth.
You lose a guy. He mentioned it, and we brought it up a couple days ago, Vic. The record with Val in the lineup and out of the lineup it's a completely different team. It's a sub 500 team compared to a team that wins like 75% of their games. He means that much of a difference. Now, a little bit shortly after that, Chris McFarland did say, at this time, priority one for Val is to get the help he needs, but it is very plausible that he will be back with the Avalanche. He did go on to say that.
And I think when he says it's very plausible is because they cannot get out of the contract.
Right.
For now.
So we'll see.
If they had their choice, let me ask you, if they had their choice, would they try to get out of that contract?
If they were given the option today that they could cut him for $0, I think they would. Yeah. But I don't think they're going to have that option.
Yeah. And that's what they're battling right now. So they want to say the right things because if he does return, you can't go publicly and say, yeah, we want him out of here.
Well, let's just, Vic, if we're being honest, the best situation you can have is Val Nichushkin on this lineup. Like, it's better for your cap situation. It's better for the team overall because he's a very good player. The issue that you're going to run into is how does everybody in the locker room feel about that?
Yeah.
And that's what I don't know.
As far as Gabriel Landeskog is concerned, you heard the first part of the interview before we went to commercial break there. Just to recap what Gabe said, he was asked point blank, will you be back for the start of the season? And his answer gave me pause. He said, I'll be back somewhere between camp and April.
Yeah.
That's my target date.
By the way, one last thing here as we only get a couple of minutes left. Terminating Val's contract, quote, it is not an option right now. That from Chris McFarland. So
it's
we'll
not
see.
an option now.
Right now. Yes. 303-504-0925. I'm sure Dempsey Company will have a whole lot more on this subject when they jump on right after us today. Reminder to you guys. Yes.
It's heartbreaking listening to Gabriel Landeskog talk about a situation. You could just tell the pain he's been in mentally, emotionally.
Imagine
heartbreaking.
You want to do something so badly and just physically you can't yet. And you don't know if you ever really will.
Did you hear the part about he has to relearn how to skate a different way?
Mm-hmm.
You're learning. Think about that. Something he's done his entire life. He has to relearn it. It's a golf swing. You've had a golf swing in your entire life, and suddenly you have to relearn a new swing.
Something that was second nature to you where you didn't think about it. You just did it. Yeah, brutal. But like I said, Dempsey Company will have a whole lot more. Reminder to you guys that Altitude Sports Radio is hooking you up with free gas thanks to our friends at Alta Convenience. And today from noon until 3, PhD, broadcasting from the Alta Convenience Store in Aurora at Hamden and Chambers. They're giving away $5,000 in free gas, and all you need to do is show up. Everybody gets a $25 gift card, good for gas or anything in the Alta Convenience Store, and one lucky listener gets $100, all while supplies last. It's free gas for your free time this Memorial Day weekend, thanks to Alta Convenience, convenience beyond the pump. See you at Hamden and Chambers starting at noon.
Chances D-Max shows up to that in his smelly biking spandex.
97%.
So you got that going for you.
Yes, you do. All right, you can check out the podcast if you missed any of the show. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane, and a lot more with PhD as they will continue talking Chris McFarland, continue talking Gabe Landeskog, continue talking Nuggets press conference, Broncos press conference.
I'm going to stop by Broncos, see what's up there with Bo Nix. Then I'm heading to Nuggets, 11:30. Josh Kroenke, Calvin Booth, and Michael Malone will keep you updated all day here on Altitude 92.5.
Talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Happy Thursday, everybody. Christopher Dempsey, Kim Becker, Josh Grismer, and you, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, on quite honestly, an action-packed morning already. All the people are saying all the things. We will really dive into a lot of the Avs. They are currently going through their press conferences right now. You heard probably part of them earlier on the morning show. We will replay some of that stuff and get right into a lot of these issues. Gabe Landeskog spoke as well. Hi, Kim, by the way. Hi.
Hi. Hi, Dempsey. Hello, everybody. To all of our wonderful listeners, hello.
Since we saw you last, the Avs have been, everybody's eliminated from everything. So it's not just the Avs. When you think about how that season ended and what that season was for the Avs, how's that playing out for you?
Well, first of all, Chris, I've been trying not to think about it because it didn't sit very well. You know, after the Avs lost in Game 6, I was like, well, the Nuggets have to make it through, right? I mean, the Nuggets will at least get. And then Sunday night, I was like, a part of my soul left my body, and I was like, whatever. I didn't even care. I didn't care about anything anymore. I wasn't nice Sunday night. I mean, I wasn't nice on Monday. I didn't want to talk about sports to anybody. I was like, whatever. Like, it's over. I don't care. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with myself, but I'm not going to lie, you guys. I did not see this coming.
Yeah.
Neither one of us did, Chris, because we talked about this, but it's just, okay. I need to say one thing also.
Okay.
So when you are part of a media team that covers a team, just like the players and coaches and staff members, you dedicate so much of your life to seeing the success of that team. And when I get DMs from, mostly it's like my cousins or people that I've worked with before or friends of mine, they're like, oh, you know, the Avs suck. Like, guess they didn't, you know, I cannot stand that when people do that right away, because you don't understand, like, this is our job, yes, but we are invested in this so much. I would never go to someone that covers a team right after that team loses and talk smack about that team.
Yeah.
And that's what really grinded my gears so much on Monday was the DMs that I got from my friends. Like, this is just a hobby for you. It's just a fun thing for you to do on an evening, is to watch your favorite team. But for us, it's like so much of our life. And it's a grind to do. We love it. We're passionate about it. But it's a lot. And it just pisses me off when people send me those DMs. So that was honestly the thing that made me the most upset. The losses hurt for sure. But it's the people in my DMs, mostly my family, that I can't stand.
Yeah, that's it's all the feels right after a season in which just ends super suddenly. And look, for the Avs, it was a goal in double overtime, right? That just all of a sudden, just like that, you know, all these months leading up to that moment, and then it's just over. And so it's been definitely, obviously, a tough circumstance overall. And look, in the next segment, we're going to get to some of the sound from these press conferences, because Gabe Landeskog talked about the season as well as what he is going through and what we might expect from him going forward. Chris McFarland, the GM, talked about Val Nichushkin in that situation. So a lot of interesting things for a team that, look, you know, there's no sugarcoating. I mean, they're going to have to change a lot of things. There's some players that just can't come back, given their financial situations. There are some players, we'll see who they prioritize coming back. I mean, obviously, Casey Middlestad is a player they want back. Jonathan Drouin is a player that you want back. Can you afford to keep all of these players? Do you have to move on from a player? I know Raj talks a lot about maybe having to move on from a player like Samuel Girard to be able to create more financial flexibility to get multiple players that can help you going forward as well. So the Avs with a lot of questions going into the offseason, trying to hold this together, because they remain in a championship window. And, you know, what you're trying to do with this roster construction now is make sure that you can have still a solid foundation around your starters to be able to continue to play at an elite level. And so we will see. When you look at this team, what do you think that it needs going forward? What do you think they require to keep themselves among the top teams in the West, and if not, obviously in the entire NHL.
I don't think it's really that black and white right now as to what they need, because we saw glimpses of a championship team in both the Jets and the Dallas Stars series. We saw it. They have it. Before the Val news, I think we saw it a little bit more. I think losing Val was hard just because he's been such an integral piece to that team. He was one of the best players on the Avs in the first series, had a goal in every single game, just came back, was just that force to be reckoned with. He's in front of the net, making moves and just doing what he needed to do. And so I think we just saw glimpses of a championship team in that series. And then after you lose Val, it's like you felt the energy in the room just deflate. It got dark. I mean, we were in Colorado Social doing Avalanche Live right when we got the news at this exact same time our show started. And even in Colorado Social, the energy just, vroom. We're on the second level of Ball Arena about to play this amazing Game 4. And you get that. And that's what the Avs don't need, is any more like punches to the gut. And I don't know how you control that. I don't think you can. I think that Chris McFarland and Jared Bednar did everything they possibly could at the trade deadline to fill the holes that they needed to fill. And they did with Casey Middlestat, with Trennan even, these guys, with Sean Walker, who were great pieces that filled those holes. So they're smart. The front office knows what they're doing. They know what this team needs. It's just these crazy punches in the gut that come out of nowhere that rattle the team, and for very good reason. And I don't know if they just need, I hate to say this because they're so strong mentally, you can see that. They know how to regroup. But there are also times where we watch this team on the ice and it looks chaotic. It looks messy. It looks like they have no chemistry and it's a mess. And that's, I guess, what needs to be fixed. But I don't really know how to fix that. I don't think it's just cutting someone and adding another player, because they did that for the trade deadline. They added these players. They looked great. But then still, you get these games where they look nothing like themselves, and then all of a sudden the next game they look like a championship team. Yeah. And it's confusing. I don't really know what the answer is.
On the text line, does Val get into this situation if Gabe is in the room every day? It's a good question.
That's a very good question.
And Gabe did talk a little bit about the Val situation. We will play that for you in the next segment. I do wonder how, because he is coming back. That is... there is a super slim chance that they can get out from under his contract and that he wouldn't be back. But it feels like that the most likely scenario is that Val Nichushkin is going to be back with this hockey club, and how that plays in the locker room now. I'm very interested to see, because this was a team that really rallied behind him, like prior to the beginning of this season, in those preseason press conferences, when you put the McKinnons and the McCarrs up there and you asked about Val, they all just said, "Hey, look, he's back. We're behind him. He's our brother." All the things, right? And then you get popped in the middle of the season, and you come back, and then you get popped again. And I don't know at what point the unwavering support starts to really unravel a little bit. And are we at this point? And if we're not at this point, or if we are at this point, then maybe the summer and the off season gets them back into a better space going into next season. I'm not sure.
So I will say this. I do think that is a very good question, but I speak from firsthand experience when I say I had a very good friend, a best friend on Disney on Ice with me for years, who suffered from addiction. And it is on nobody else. It does not matter if you have your leader, your captain in the locker room with you all the time. Addiction is a serious disease, and it's only up to that person that suffers from it to fix it. And so I think Gabe Landeskog would have been a wonderful figure in Val's life during this, but just having him in the locker room was not going to fix Val. The only person that can fix Val and fix this addiction is Val. And I've seen it for years firsthand. Yeah. I tried to fix it. It doesn't work. Yeah. So it's a great question, but I don't think the answer is yes.
Speaking of Gabe, we don't know if he's going to start the season next season. But he is up there talking, and he is up there trying to get himself right. And one of the things, you had a short conversation with Vic here as we were changing over the shows. which I thought was interesting. And because Gabe did broach the subject of having to learn to skate and what all that entails. Walk us through. Obviously, you skate all the time. You skated for
used to.
Walk us through what that might look like for him.
Yeah, Vic had a very good question, and Gabe made a very good point in the presser. He said that he's having to relearn how to skate. And the thing with hockey is that you do have to be a good skater. That is the foundation of being a good hockey player. That is just one more layer, especially on this team. One more layer of being a successful NHL team is having the foundational skills of skating. And Vic said, what does that mean? What does it mean to relearn how to skate? You're a skater. Well, when I was like 12, 13 years old, I had a growth spurt. I grew a few inches in a year. I had to relearn all of my jumps because my legs were all of a sudden 2 inches longer. So where I used to know, my muscle memory used to know if I put my left toe back in to tap up for a double toe loop, I knew where that foot was going to be on the ice. I knew how much width was going to be in between my legs and where my hips needed to be, squared to where I was going backwards, if any of this makes sense to anybody. And I knew I'd be able to fling myself into the air. Well, then when my legs was 2 inches longer, I put it in the same spot in the ice, and all of a sudden my hips were way too forward over my toes. My center of gravity was all off. I had to relearn how to jump. And so I can only imagine when Gabe says he has to relearn how to skate, his knee is way weaker than it used to be. So now his abductors, his adductors, which are his inner thighs, are going to have to overcompensate for that strength that he had on that knee. And they're probably building in ways that he didn't need them to build before, whereas the muscles around his knee are now weaker. And so his center of gravity, his balance is off. And relearning that stuff when you had this muscle memory for 20, 30 years built into your body is incredibly challenging. Incredibly frustrating because you're like, I did this for so long with the body that I had and it was fine. It was successful. Why all of a sudden now it's like starting from scratch? And that's why it's taking him so long. And I heard a little bit on the presser as I was driving in here. He said, it's such a few steps forward. And if he does something wrong in that training, it's a million steps back. It's like he doesn't want to do something wrong or that will hurt him in this training. And that's why it's so slow. That's why it's taking so long because all it takes is one wrong tweak, one wrong turn, and he's 20 steps back.
Yeah, he talked about one of the things he said was there are these times where he wants to go full sprint.
Hard, yeah.
But he also said that, you have to earn the right to be able to do that.
Right.
And because it's an incremental process. It's just what it is. All right, so we'll have a whole lot more on this as we continue on. Also, Altitude Sports Radio is hooking you up with free gas thanks to our friends at Alta Convenience. Today, from noon until 3 p.m., Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC will be broadcasting from the Alta Convenience Store in Aurora at Hampton and Chambers. So that's the convenience store in Aurora at Hampton and Chambers. They're giving away $5,000 in free gas. All you need to do is show up. Everyone will get a $25 gift card, good for gas or anything from the Alta Convenience Store, and one lucky listener will get a $100 gift card, all while supply lasts. It's free gas for your free time this Memorial Day weekend, thanks to Alta Convenience. Convenience beyond the pump. See you at Hampton and Chambers starting at noon. When we come back, we will play some of the press conferences that are going on right now.
form of torture, I feel like. And, you know, it's win or lose, you want to be out there with the guys, right? Like, even after heartbreaking losses, you want to be in the room with the guys. You want to be around the guys. You want to be there to support them and just kind of go through all those things with them, whether it's ups or downs. But at the end of the day, I knew it wasn't necessarily my time, and I tried to support the guys the best I could, be around the team, which was probably equally as important for the guys as it was for me as well, and for my mental state, just to be around the guys and around the team. So hard, no doubt, but I just kind of kept telling myself that, you know, there'll come a time when you're back in there and your time will come, type of thing.
Gabe Landeskog this morning at a news conference at Ball Arena. Welcome back into the program. Chris and Kim with you. Josh Grismer behind the glass, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Somebody asked him very specifically what his timetable was, and he said somewhere between September and April, which is the entirety of the season. But it really does also underscore the unknown, you know, quotient of what's happening with him. And while he continues to work through, he doesn't know exactly when he's going to come back, and nobody else does. And I do wonder this, Kim. Can the Avs do this for another entire season with Gabe before maybe a tough decision needs to be made?
I think they can for another season, and it sounds like they will, because Chris McFarland said, what'd he say? I don't want to misquote, but he said Gabe's earned the right to take as much time as he needs, or something like that, you know, to make sure that he gets healthy. And I think this is just an extension of what you and I were talking about before break, Chris, is that it takes time for an injury like this, and he does not want to make one wrong move in this recovery that will set him back even further. So he doesn't want to set expectations for all of us that he's going to come back in September, October, whatever it may be, because it might not. It might take more time, but they're obviously willing to take the investment in him that they have already made and extend that to see if he can get back, and which means that they see progress, right? Because if they didn't see any progress in him, they wouldn't be doing this. Now, I know he's been to morning skates. He's normally the first guy out there, you know, especially towards the end of the regular season here. And he's skating, and the way that he's skating is definitely not what he could have done a year ago. So progress is being made. I think McFarland also said you can't replace a guy like Gabe Landeskog, the guy that he is, the person that he is, the skater that he is, the leader that he is. I mean, he's really a one-of-a-kind guy, and he's done so much for this organization that it just sounds like they're committed to him, and they'll give him the time.
And yet they are in tough financial condition, right? And that's money that they could use to improve the hockey team. It's look, he's obviously earned the right to, you know, be on the roster, and for them to push, you know, whatever financial ramifications, you know, down the road a little bit. So it's you know, there's these individuals where you sometimes have to bite the bullet and do something different. He's one of them where, you know, it's if it was Chris Dempsey, you know, they'd have put me on LTIR.
Yeah,
and doesn't use my money to, right, you know, to improve the team. But Gabe is a different story.
What if it was Nikola Jokic?
Right.
What if this happened to Nikola Jokic? Would you people just be bailing on him in 2 years? I highly doubt it.
No. And, you know, sooner or later you got that, you'll have to ask that question. And maybe this is you just said this, maybe this is the final season for this. And if he cannot come back after this, then you got to sit down, and this next press conference might be a retirement press conference, this was also really weird. The reaction I thought was weird, and maybe it's just everybody thought he might retire, but just when you put his name into X, and then all of the Landeskog stuff comes out, it's so much of it is like, he said he's not retiring. And I never thought that was actually a thing.
The first thing they said in the press conference, but I think my guess is just because it was only Gabe Landeskog with Chris McFarland that everybody just got all up in arms of, why would it only be Gabe Landeskog? Why is it not also Nathan McKinnon? Like, it must be Gabe's announcement. I don't know.
Yeah. Interesting. But he said he's not retiring. So I guess that was really big news, but I didn't think that was actually a part of the news cycle. So in describing what he is going through, Gabe was he didn't really mince words as to how this all feels. This is what he said to that.
It's such a big difference from what I'm doing is essentially laying the foundation to skating, my new kind of skating technique, with a new piece of my knee, right? Laying the foundation and playing in an NHL playoff game is very different, and I'm sure you guys all witnessed it. I mean, mentally, I felt pretty close at times. I'm like, all right, well, I can do this. I can go out there for a few shifts here and there, but I think the best decision was made to just for me to focus on what I was doing throughout the entire playoffs, as hard as it was and as much as I wanted to be out there. It was ultimately the best decision for my health, and I think long-term for this organization as well.
I do wonder what version of Gabe we would get. If he works his way all the way back, I mean, we can't be expecting that he's going to suddenly be the Gabe Landeskog that prior to the injury, right? And maybe never again. What do you think? What do you think would be reasonable expectations for him if he hits the ice at any point in time next season?
I think that everybody listening needs to understand that a reasonable expectation is not a high one, because again, like he just said, that laying the foundation and playing in an NHL game is so different. And that's why they make sure these guys' injuries are completely healed and before they get on the ice and play that game. And you've seen the physicality in these NHL games. And especially when you have a guy like Gabe Landeskog coming back from an injury like that, the opponent, the other team, is going to be going after him. Mm-hmm. And that sucks to say, but we all know it's the truth, right? Yeah. Because he's such a impactful guy when he's healthy, and they know he's a little bit weak. He won't be playing that many minutes. He's not going to be out there on the first line. He's not going to be doing what we have seen Gabe Landeskog do when he first comes back. You have to ease into that. So again, reasonable expectations for me are low. They're get him out there, get his feet underneath him, but don't keep him out there in the beginning. I mean, it's a long season. And if he does come back in September, which I think is probably unlikely, because why push that? Yeah. It would have to be a very, very slow ease in. Yeah.
And boy, I mean, the journalist in me would say his first full season would be, okay, let's just see him just make it through, right? And then season 2, then you can put some more expectations on that. He talked about a little bit about his family too, how his kids are growing, getting older, and I actually told a really funny story about I think it was his daughter, his son or his daughter, one of the two. He says to them, "I'm going to work," and then they say, "How come you're never out there?"
But you're not skating, so where are you actually going? Yeah, that was so cute. And he made a good point too, because people are like, "What drives you?" And like, "Why are you doing this? Why are you putting in all of this solo training time, being out on the ice by yourself, when all you talk about is you want to be out there with the guys, but you have to do all of this alone first to get through it, to get to that point?" And he said his family drives him a lot. His dad played in the Swedish league, and he played before Gabe was born. So Gabe wasn't able to see his dad play. And he said he played in D2 a little bit as well. And he said he was kind of pissed when he found that out, because he wasn't able to see his dad play. But now he's had kids young enough where they can still see dad out there on the ice. And that's probably a huge drive, a huge motivation for him to get back out there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He said he wanted to, looking forward to the day where he plays in a game, and then at the end of the game, he goes and hugs his family afterwards. So Gabe Landeskog, still working his way back. And it's, I think the Avs have done a really nice job of, in some of these situations where there's a player out for a significant amount of time, and this has obviously now been years with Gabe, sometimes you just don't hear from that individual, and the Avs have done just a really nice job of making him kind of available a lot. We get good updates on where he is periodically, whether it's at the beginning of the season and then another update in the middle of the season and then another press conference like this at the end of the season. So we're all pretty clear on where he is. We're all rooting for him. It's just good to kind of see. He looks like he's in great shape too. By the way, my goodness, he's sitting up there.
He's not going to retire until he gets back out on the ice with those guys. I think we all can probably assume that, right? He's not going through all of this to just retire. So that it was surprising. I'm just thinking about that now, Chris. Like you said, it was surprising that everybody thought that's what this was this morning.
Yeah. I mean, it's a
lot of work to just say, see ya.
Also, so he shows up in a like a performance t-shirt. You could just like super ripped muscles and all that. I believe it was Chris McFarland said, well, I would hope that he would wear something a little nicer to his retirement press conference. So
yeah, to have different attire.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Look, the Avs season overall, what is it? 107 points this team during the regular season. Obviously, you didn't go out the way. I do just wonder if was Dallas just better?
I mean, I didn't think they were going into it, but they sure as heck looked better. Yeah. I think that they saw what the Avs were doing. They figured out their scheme, their strategy, and they knew how to adjust. And I think that does make them the better team. I think Dallas was the better team in that series. Obviously, there were some external factors like losing Val, a lot going on that affected the Avs. So maybe before the second series started, we all thought the Avs were a better team. I believed that fully, especially when you look at the guys on the Avalanche versus on the Stars. But then you have the situation with Val, and that's just a punch in the gut that's hard to recover from. And especially when, you're down the way that they were, it was 3-1 and coming back, we had some life, some motivation, some hope. And then you just get them in that game 6 in Ball Arena. And that was just a neck and neck fight. Mm-hmm. But you know what? The Dallas Stars were a better team that night for sure. Mm-hmm. The Avs had a lot of chances to score in overtime. They got that chance with that goal that wasn't called a goal for the Stars. I mean, that was the Stars were a better team. Yeah,
it was the flow of that was pretty interesting to me, just because it took the Avs a little bit of time to sort out just exactly what was happening to them, and then get themselves into a space where they could still play effective hockey. But by the time you were able to do that, you were down 3-1. And when you're in a hole like that, even if you start playing better, which is what they did, I mean, like Game 6 was fine if they were down, or if it was like 2-2, or if they were up. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how you. But because you were in that hole in the first place, any little piece of bad luck is going to end your season, and that's it's the. When you get down like that, now everything just has to go right. Yep. And that's not where they ended up. Yep.
There was another key player for the Dallas Stars too, a hot commodity that they picked up, Chris Tanev. Chris Tanev was one of the hottest prospects that everybody kind of wanted to get in on during the trade deadline. Round 1, when the Dallas Stars played against the Las Vegas Golden Knights, he played 46 minutes against Eichel, who's their top star predominantly. And the Stars went up 3-0 on them. He shut Eichel down. Virtually, it was the same thing against the Colorado Avalanche. He played 60-plus minutes against Nathan MacKinnon, and the Dallas Stars went up 3-1 at that time. The games he played against the massive Stars, he shut those Stars down. And it's unfortunate, but when you lose a guy like a Nichushkin, and then you also have Nathan MacKinnon not producing at what we are used to seeing him produce, that's a scheduled loss right there. Yes. He shuts the Stars of the Avalanche down. And that's one of those players that I was like, I couldn't believe how well he was playing.
Yeah, that's all these individuals matter, right? In terms of getting yourself from, as the Avs well know, they won the title a couple seasons ago. Do we have Gabe also talked about Val, and let's hear what he had to say about that.
In a playoff matchup where you know that the margin for error is so small, and I'm sure in that game 4 guys were pretty rattled about it, and pretty hard to just kind of set aside and go and play as much as you want to be mentally strong and just go out there and win with whoever's in the lineup or whoever's out of it. I mean, it's obviously a big piece. So I think guys rattled the group pretty good, and I think they responded really well Game 5 and Game 6 as well. But felt number one, I think the first thing that came to my mind is I just felt bad for the guys in the room. The guys that battle so hard and the guys that care so much. And this time of year, definitely difficult.
So there you have it. I mean, I think we we all can sense that. We all, like when you get a major piece removed from your team just hours before a game is to begin, a very important playoff game is to begin, then nobody can feel great about that, right? And sounds like it was even worse than that. It was a real jolt in that locker room, and that they just weren't, even as tough-minded individuals. It's very difficult to get yourself back in the headspace to then play your best that night.
I mean, it's borderline impossible. I'm going to say that as an athlete myself, and just as someone who has worked so hard for something, and you have all of your focus on this one thing, and any little tap on the glass will shatter it. And this was a massive punch on the glass to the entire locker room. How do you go out there and, number one, play without someone who's been such a huge piece of your team, and number two, not worry about him? Like, I think that's something that Gabe just said too. Like, he thought about all the guys in the room, but also because Val is one of their family members. When you spend all of this time with each other in the locker room, in the most intimate place that you can be when you're a professional athlete, you care about him more than anything. You're worried about him, And so that would be just in the back of my mind. You're playing this game and you're like, yeah, I want to win this game so bad. But at the end of the day, one of your brothers is struggling really, really hard. And it's going to affect every single thing that you do basically from here on out as a team. And that's another thing. It's just this dark cloud that weighs on you because you want to play this game that's so important. But at the end of the day, the human being is more important.
Yep, no doubt about it. All right, we'll definitely have more from these press conferences later in the show. And look, the Nuggets are going to do the same thing at 11:30. So if we can, we will take some of that live here on the program as well. But coming up next, let's talk. Peyton Manning talked about Bo Nix, and he had a lot of interesting things to say, I thought, and also about the should a rookie even play. We'll play Peyton Manning, what Peyton had to say coming up next. If you're listening to us on the Altitude Sports Radio app, thank you. If you don't have it, download it now. The Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. The Broncos are currently, going through OTAs. As a matter of fact, I think we have people out there, coaches out there. I think Vic and everybody's going to see what's up over at Dub Valley. Yesterday, Peyton Manning, he was receiving an award. He got the 2024 Community Enrichment Award from the Mizell Institute. And I want to play you something really cool from that. We'll do that pretty much last in this show. But afterwards, he met with media. And, of course, they asked him all the things because when Peyton Manning's here, you ask him all the things. So two things really stood out to me. One, obviously, we want to know what he thinks about Bo Nix and quarterbacks because he's one of the greatest to ever do it. He had interesting things to say about Bo Nix. Let's play what he said about Nix in specific.
Look, I think experience is still your best teacher, and there's lots of philosophies and debates on whether you sit a rookie or you play him right away. Obviously Patrick Mahomes sat for a year, and then he's been to an AFC championship every year since. I'm not sure that would have, if he would have played as a rookie, I still think he would have had the same success. So, I played as a rookie. That was, it was not a fun year, is well documented. How many interceptions that I threw. I mean, if, any one of these rookies wanted to break my interception record, I'd be for it. I don't want Bo to break it, but I'd like to get that one off my resume. You'd think with 17 games that they would be able to do it, right? It's 28. It's shouldn't be that hard. But anyway, I'm over it. Look, they're going to play the best quarterback, but there's no question. I think any quarterback would tell you, being out there on the field, you just learn more things than you do sitting on the sideline. Any quarterback will tell you that. So when that happens, for Bo, these quarterbacks, obviously, Sean will make that decision. But I do think experience is your best teacher. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint, right? I mean, I went 3-13 my rookie year and didn't play very well. We went 13-3 the next year. There's no way that would have happened had I not played and kind of gone through those struggles and thrown those interceptions and figured out, hey, okay, I can't do that anymore. Hey, these guys are faster. You just sort of file it all away. And, Eli played, I think, 6 games his rookie year, and he said what he learned in the 6 that he played was, night and day compared, to the 10 that he sat. So, we'll see how it all shakes out.
Yeah, so look, I've been on the train of Bo Nix should start from day one, and for exactly why Peyton Manning said right there, because it's not about it's not about the ability to make the playoffs this year. It just isn't. I mean, unfortunately that's not the universe that the Broncos are living in right now. But it is about the ability to make the playoffs in subsequent years and then never be out of the playoffs. And how do you expedite that process? Can you put a player on the field and just let him go through his lumps? This is not an easy schedule that the Broncos have. He's just got some dudes. He's going to see like TJ Watt right off the top of the, there's just, it's going to be rough in some spaces, but I think he has to be out there.
And I think you said, how do you expedite this process? Well, you can't. And I think Peyton Manning just confirmed that. He said it's going to take a year of experience and probably a really horrible year of records and interceptions and whatever to get the experience you need to then go out and succeed. I mean, 3-13 for Peyton Manning's first year, and then 13-3 the next year. And he said there's no way they would have gone 13-3 had he not played in that 3-13 season. So yeah, I think all of our expectations have to be low. We all know what happened this season. They're rebuilding. They're starting from scratch, and you aren't going to make the playoffs. I think I said this a few weeks ago that they're not going to make the playoffs. And you said something like, well, what if they do with Bo Nix or something? They're not going to, Dempsey. And you just said they're not going to make the playoffs.
I don't think have I said.
Maybe you're playing devil's advocate, but
nailed it.
No, they're not. It sucks.
Well, I mean, but it's what it is, right? It's all about the process. And I think, it's when you're looking at the Broncos this season, it's not through a playoff lens. And when you stop and if you can get yourself to do that, then I think you can enjoy a season it's going to be full of ups and downs, but it'll be interesting for sure as they try to build themselves back into something that's actually competitive and viable.
So what kind of lens are you looking at it through then?
A
Bo Nick's success lens on whatever standard that might be?
Yeah, I guess. Okay, it's a good question. I think the lens that I'm looking through it is it's a learning lens. It's a progress lens. It's is the arrow pointed up for this quarterback and for this team over the course of a season lens? I'm kind of a weird dude. I'm a process guy.
He is, you guys.
I love the process.
He doesn't like bananas. Or chocolate.
Well, no, I love chocolate.
Oh, what was the other thing? No,
Peanut
you didn't.
butter.
Oh, the peanut butter.
Yeah.
I brought in these chocolate peanut butter cookies. He wouldn't have one of those either.
Yeah, who loves peanut butter?
I love peanut butter.
I know pretty much everybody does actually, but I love seeing how it all is is put together.
I like that.
And so when I look at the Broncos this season, I know that we're going to see a lot of losses. Like, are we just ready for that? Because that's what's going to happen. But also, are there glimpses of things that they might be really good at in the future? Are we going to find players that are going to rise and become core players for this football team in the future? And that's what I think is exciting to me about the season. Because if you're looking at it through I want this team to go to the playoffs right this season lens, and I think we're just all going to be greatly disappointed. But it doesn't mean that progress can't be made even through some rough times.
I think that's a fantastic lens to look through progress. And you can see progress, right? We can see it from game to game to game. It's in the numbers. It's in the score. It's in the play that you see out on the field, the sense of urgency, the big plays. That was a huge thing with Sean Payton last year. He said there's no big explosive offensive plays, and there wasn't. They were winning in like small margins in like the red zone on the 5-yard line. It took them 3 downs to get there. Like there was no big offensive play. So these are all measurable things when it comes to progress. So I like that answer. You're not a weird dude for that one. I liked it.
Peyton Manning talked about meeting Bo like a long time ago at his passing academy. It's a pretty fun story, and then he gets into some other stuff here. Let's hear that.
Jared Stidham was at our camp as well. He and I actually played golf a few weeks together, and then Bo came to our camp as well when he was at Auburn, and he and I stayed in touch. He actually won the National Football Foundation Scholar Athlete Award this year, which I won when I was in college, and so I was there at the banquet and got a picture with Bo, and I remember just talking to Bo when he was thinking about transferring, and so we've kind of stayed in touch, and I'm super happy for him to be here. I think it's a great fit for him, and I can tell how excited Sean is to have Bo here. Zach Wilson is the one quarterback that I don't know personally, but I reached out to him when he signed. So it sounds like they got great competition over there. That's always good, makes everybody better. And so I think the quarterback position is in good shape. And, I think Sean's system is extremely quarterback friendly. I never played in it, but, played against it and have watched it and know the success that, Drew Brees had and Tony Romo had. So it's the kind of system that I'd like to play in, right? It's very quarterback friendly.
I really love that from him. There's always a piece of Peyton that is not going to really speak ill about anybody or anything, and so I get that. But also, he doesn't have to go that far. Just because you're not going to say anything that's maybe disparaging to about a person or a system or anything, that doesn't mean you have to also then go all the way to the opposite and go, I would have loved to play in that system. And because I think that, I love that quote. And I do believe this. Last year, the Broncos offense there were some points at which you could look at it and go, okay, I see what they're trying to do here. I understand what he's trying. And I think Sean Payton just wanted to see more of those. And it really actually hurt him to his core. Like, he was so mad at Russell Wilson because I think he thought that there were just some things that the offense could get to if the quarterback would just do what he said to do. And I think that they did have some good moments. That offense did have some. So can you multiply those good moments in this season with a quarterback who's pretty well just going to do exactly what he's told, and he's probably going to execute that to the best of whatever the best of his ability looks like. I think it's very interesting to hear Peyton say those things.
No, I agree with you. And obviously Peyton Manning is, such a key figure in the Denver community. Everybody respects what he does, his opinions on things, who he is as a person, what he did for the organization. So I think that, everybody loves to hear what he has to say, regardless of whether we think it's a little, biased and lean towards the positivity versus genuine. But I think in that one, like you said, Chris, there's a lot of personal touches on that. Peyton Manning, compared himself to him a little bit. Oh, I won that award back I got a picture with him. These are all just personal things that Peyton Manning feels about him. And I think it sounded pretty genuine and respectful, and you like to hear from a guy like that in the community, especially because of what he's done for the organization and for Denver as a city anyway. So everybody loves to hear that, and I love it as well.
Yeah, I do too. We'll hear more from Peyton Manning. Actually, this is not him saying, but I'm going to play you the tribute a little bit later, or at least a piece of the tribute a little bit later. It's really, really good stuff. Peyton is, just as Kim said, he came to Denver and he basically adopted the city as his own. And continues to do a lot of good works in town. Interesting stuff from Peyton about Bo Nix and the quarterback situation as the Broncos go through OTAs. Also, they're going to have media availability, I think, a little bit later today. So we'll look, all the things, you don't want to keep it locked on this station, because between the Avs and the Nuggets media availability and the Broncos, Sean Payton talking, there's going to be a lot to really to listen to and a lot to analyze and chew on over the course of the day. Keep it locked right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll take a quick break and come back with See You Things over when we return. Altitude Sports Radio is hooking you up with free gas thanks to our friends at Alta Convenience today, in 1 hour, as a matter of fact. From noon until 3 p.m., Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC will be broadcasting from the Alta Convenience Store in Aurora at Hampton and Chambers. That's in Aurora at Hampton and Chambers. They're giving away $5,000 in free gas. All you need to do is show up. Everyone will get a $25 gift card, good for gas, or anything from the Alta Convenience Store, and one lucky listener will get a $100 gift card, all while supplies last. It's free gas for your free time this Memorial Day weekend, thanks to Alta Convenience, convenience beyond the pump. See you at Hampton and Chambers starting today at noon, in less than an hour. So definitely join those guys out there. Maybe I'll join them out there too and get free gas. Well, I'm not eligible.
I was going to say, wait, are we can go do that?
No,
That's cheating.
Yeah.
That's cheating.
Got my hopes up.
Hey, you know what? So you posted something that I thought was kind of interesting to our show thread.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a question that Barstool Sports asked. And the question was, if you could only watch one of these teams for the rest of your life, which one of those teams would it be? And it's all Denver teams. It's the Nuggets, the Avs, the Broncos, the Rockies. I don't know. Look, I love all sports, Kim.
Mm-hmm. It's a tough one, isn't it?
It is a tough one.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tough one.
It's Rockies, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's no question.
Easy. It's not that hard.
It's not that hard. I'm just going to put the Rockies fourth.
Hey, I think some people actually would choose Rockies. Baseball is a legendary American pastime. People would choose that.
Would you choose to watch the
people.
Rockies forever?
I said people, not me. I said people. It is a tough question because for the rest of your life,
right, rest of your life,
it is just one of those teams that you can watch.
Yep.
And you said, Chris, right away, Broncos is going to win.
In a landslide.
And I agree with you. And that's so crazy because the Nuggets and the Avs season this last year was so much more entertaining to watch than the Broncos was. But I'd still pick Broncos.
I think I probably would too.
I know.
Although I'm a basketball guy, I really like the Nuggets.
Stuff for the Avs, but still I pick Broncos.
Yeah.
Football is more than just watching a game. It's a Sunday activity. You get together with your friends and family, and I think that's why I like it. You go to bars, it's on the TVs, you're out in the beautiful sunshine in Colorado, and August and September for preseason, I guess. October can be beautiful. It's just an activity, so there's more to it.
Yeah, I'm going to just switch it to
What are you going with, Nuggets?
Yeah, I'm going with Nuggets. Yeah.
Dang, why?
Just because I love basketball.
That's fair.
I just want to continue to watch basketball.
I have a question for you guys. Do you guys think that most people would choose Broncos simply because they just play less? You get to watch them once a week as opposed to Nuggets or Avs where it's on, every other night, or Rockies where it's on essentially for 8 months every single day.
So do you think people would choose Avs or Nuggets or Rockies because they watch
choosing
more?
Broncos because there's less to watch. So they, the hype and they get amped up to watch it once a week as opposed to, I could watch that every other day, you know?
I mean, I think that there's probably a factor to that a little bit. And sometimes it gets overwhelming, the Avs and the Nuggets season, because there's so many games, especially the baseball season. So overwhelming. You're like, I don't even know what happened this morning. They played a doubleheader, which I think is crazy. What kind of sport can play 2 games in one day? Like, what? But I do think so, Josh, because when they only play one game, it's like you are amped up that entire week. And so is the team. They have a regiment, of a Monday off day, Tuesday off workouts in the gym, this and that. And it's the hype, especially around the media, too, that you love to watch within the weeks of the regular season when it comes to the NFL.
On the text line, we have Nuggets. Then we have 100%. I would choose Rockies.
Okay. Okay, America.
Wow,
that's a true American.
So here's the list for that. Let's see if there's a name on it. The list is Avalanche. Rockies, Avalanche, Nuggets, then Broncos.
Wow.
That's a hot take list.
What if the Broncos go to the Super Bowl back to back again in the next 5 years? You can't watch them, whoever that was.
You'll never see it.
You'll never be able to watch it. You can't watch the Super Bowl if the Broncos are in it,
What would you do if you're the only one that can't? You're the only person selected. You can't watch the Super Bowl.
Your eyesight just goes out on that day. Like, you can't even try.
We have the Avs.
Yeah, it'd be hard not to watch the Avs. It's a tough question.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Josh, what's your answer?
I think for me, it's got to be the Avs. We were both conceived the same year, so I am the exact same age as them.
Hockey guy, right here.
I love the Avs. I grew up playing hockey.
Hashtag hockey guy.
I'm a diehard hockey fan. I would probably choose the Avs.
So
That's
good.
fair. I like that answer. I will accept that. No more explanation needed, Josh.
Will's going to pick CSU.
Wait, no. Come on, Will. Stay with us here, buddy.
I went there and I wouldn't even choose that.
Yeah, what? I like that, though. A diehard alma mater. Okay.
Well, look, how about this? So we're picking one of the 4 pro teams, but you can still watch any
other teams.
Yes, your college teams are fine.
So if you pick the Avs, you can still watch Russell Wilson and the Steelers play.
Okay.
You just can't watch it when they play the Broncos.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, for sure they can. Yeah. You can watch other NFL games, just not any Broncos games.
Did you see where Justin Fields said basically, look, I'm not coming here to not start?
I did. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
We'll see. Okay. I'm sure Zach Wilson said the same thing coming here, and we all know how that's going to go down.
Zach Wilson better not play a single game.
See?
Seriously. He should not play a single game. How many games is Russell Wilson going to start?
All of them, Dempsey, unless he gets hurt.
Okay, so 0. Okay, 0. That's cool.
You think he's going to get hurt in training camp? He could. It's possible.
Yeah, well, his ego is going to get hurt when Justin Fields goes out there.
All right.
Let's see. Eric says Avalanche. Wesley says I'm a basketball guy, so Nuggets all day long.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like it. I like the variety, to be honest with you. This shows that Denver is a sports town. It's great.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that. 303 Avs and Rockies because more games. Okay. How about CU? Speaking of CU, they sold out all their tickets again for a second straight season, which, okay, that's fine. Actually, it's great. I'd say it's great for the program. I can't remember the last time they would have had back-to-back years of season tickets being sold out. So that's great for the program. But the question really then is that how do they make that stand up? How many wins does this team have to make that stand up? 6 will get you into a bowl.
Oh, well, then at least 6. They have to get to a okay.
They have to get to a bowl, right?
Let me start over. Are you asking how many games to make it stand up that tickets will continue to be sold out?
Yeah.
Yeah, bowl game.
Yeah.
6.
What if they win 4?
Nope. Nope. They had that chance. They hit the over on the 3.5, but 4 was not enough. You know how much crap was being talked during the season, Dempsey. You know the answer is not 4 again this next year.
They will
6.
sell out. They will sell out every single year that Deion Sanders is the head coach.
All right, you're right.
Do we think so?
Right.
Okay, but all right. It's a good question though, because if you go 4 wins again, does it just immediately all that stuff get old?
Well, I think it depends on how those wins go down. Like if it's another neck and neck against CSU, what was that, a double overtime game? Like no, you can't, especially after being on your high horse and talking about how you're just gonna, whoop that game. You can't have games like that. If you have some, really close ones with some teams that are better than you, maybe it's a different situation.
I tend to think that look, I think you're right. I tend to think this. Year 2, after year 1, you come in, you say you're cleaning house, you do that. Wins are on the horizon. They really weren't. They were in September, and then every other month they weren't. And then the following offseason, you just go, okay, but I'm cleaning house again, and I got great players, and the wins are on the horizon. I think the wins just have to be on the horizon. There's still so much excitement around the program that they sold out season tickets again, and that's great. But 4 more wins this year, or even 5, I think you're starting to get some of the wind out of the sails in terms of what this program might be, because then actively your 2 best players, right, are Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter. See you later, bye-bye. They're going to the NFL after this season. And if you can't win with those dudes on the roster, then when are you going to win? And so I think there's kind of a lot of pressure. I think the season ticket selling out heaps more pressure onto Deion Sanders to be able to make a bowl at the very least, and then whatever would be, wins on top of that would just be icing on the cake.
I think that expectation for the team, just as a team, is definitely bowl game. 6 wins, and for everybody that thinks that CU is going to be a successful program, the bar is set at 6 wins. But I do think Josh has a point when, as long as Deion Sanders is the head coach, season tickets will sell out because I think there are so many people in Denver who are CU alumni that have been dedicated to this program even when they were one of the worst teams in the entire country.
Yeah.
And they still went.
me.
And now they've got this light on them. Exactly. The spotlight. More kids want to come to the school, which means more families from out of state want to come, watch the games, whatever it may be. I think that they've created enough of a space for themselves in the college football world that season tickets are going to continue to sell out, especially because of the homers here in Colorado and those that have went to CU and then stayed in Denver or surrounding cities.
Yeah, there's a weird. It feels like we're at this weird juncture with that program that if Deion Sanders comes in and upgrades the talent, which he has, but if he can't totally fix it here, then who can?
Who can? No,
then
literally.
Who can?
Do you think that they'll win 6 this year?
It's a good question. The Big 12 is a pretty good conference.
Yeah.
Although it's losing, like Texas and Oklahoma are going to the SEC now, but they're still really good teams here. I mean, I would have thought that I openly thought that they would win probably 6 games last year, and they couldn't do that. And the Pac-12 was really good. I'll give the conference that. It was probably the best year of the Pac-12 ever, and it's last year. But do I think they can get to 6? I hesitate to say it now. I think I was less hesitant to say that last year, but having watched how that went down, even with some pretty good players, and then seeing some of those pretty good players now leave, like they're going to face their former running back at Kansas State whenever that is that they play Kansas State. Cormano McClain leaves. He comes in as a 5-star, then leaves and goes to Florida. I'll just say yes. The optimist in me, I'll just say yes to 6 victories for this football team. I don't know where they're going to be. I do know this. The first 3 games are very difficult. If you don't think that North Dakota State is like, that's a good football team and a good football program. And then you're going to get Nebraska and CSU in whatever order that comes. And those 2 teams, the second year, Matt Rule's second year, if you just go back over his time, over his college coaching tenures, just look at what his teams do year 1 to year 2. Nebraska will be a very difficult game, especially in Lincoln. And then you got to go to Canvas to play Colorado State, and that's a football team. Obviously, it's a rivalry and all the things. That was a double overtime game last year. That went to almost 1 a.m. So I would expect that obviously it's going to be a tough game too. I mean, there's a universe in which you start 0-3, and if you start 0-3, then
woof.
Yeah, it ain't going to get easier in the Big 12. It doesn't get easier. It's going to get harder.
You're getting so much hate from the media. You're going to have to block out all that outside noise still.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of that's going to be coming from me. I will have a lot to say.
Sportsman of the year, Deion Sanders, is not going to have a fun time if that's the case.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. All right, let's take a quick break. What we're going to do when we come back, we're going to hook up with Raj. Raj was down at the Avalanche press conferences today. We'll get his feel for the room and his thoughts on the Gabe Landeskog and Val Nichushkin after having heard everybody talk, and we'll do that next. All right, welcome back into the program. Chris, Kim, and Josh with you until noon. And we give way to PhD out at the gas station, giving away gas. We'll let you know more details on that in a second. Right now, we're going to go to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. And that is where we find our guy, Raj. What's up, Raj? You were at the Avs press conferences today. Let's start with Gabe Landeskog, just in terms of the feel, how he feels, the progress he's making. What were your impressions from what he had to say?
Well, hi, guys. Hi, Kim.
Hi, Raj.
Media availability was good today. Gabe walked in athletic shorts and a workout top and stuff like that, and everyone joked about him, obviously not retiring because he wasn't dressed up. And I guess I'll address that first. Like, the idea of Gabe retiring is crazy. If he actually came out and said the word retiring, he'd have to forfeit $35 million of salary, and that's insane. So if it does happen that he can't play anymore, let's say he tries, he comes back in October of next year and can't play, they'll do the Carey Price thing in Montreal. They will LTIR retire him, where they'll just say yeah, he's going to try and come back, but it's likely he'll never play again, and then the Avs just get to play with that $7 million of cap space moving forward. That put to bed now. Gabe joked about a September through April timeline, which is the entire season, and he said it with a smile on his face. But GM Chris McFarland, when asked the same question, kind of gave a more serious September, October, November window for Gabe that fits right in that 12 to 18-month timeline from the time of surgery last year. He seems like he's in good spirits. He did say it's an incredibly frustrating process, slow torture is the words that he used verbatim there. I expect him to be back before the calendar year turns next season. Is he going to be a top 6 forward on this team? That remains to be seen. No one but Mark Mathot has come back from this, and Mathot retired after 10 games after the same surgery. So while Gabe is in good spirits, I don't know what the future looks like, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be on this team next year, and they got to account for that $7 million.
Raj, I'm glad you made that point because you've played hockey your whole life too, and you understand, Gabe said, laying the foundation, skating again is so much different than playing in an NHL game. So even if we have expectations of him coming back, we can't have expectations of him being the exact same Avs player we've seen out on the ice, especially in the NHL these days. It's faster, it's more aggressive, the physicality is insane. It's just a different game even now than it was 5-10 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, my worthless hockey career aside,
Stop.
I came back from a torn knee, to play my senior year, my final year that I played in, and my slow build back to getting out to play was impossible, and I wasn't the same player when I returned. By no stretch of the imagination am I trying to compare myself to Gabe and to the level of the NHL, because it's not even close to apples and apples. That's the issue with the Avs right now, right? Is that when he comes back, he's $7 million, and you have to unfortunately hope and beg that he's a $7 million player, because if he's a guy who can only play 11, 12 minutes a night and play in the bottom 6 and not be a guy who scores 30, 35 goals in the season, which is exactly who he was prior to this injury, then you're not playing with a surplus anymore. You're playing with a deficit coming back. Again, I think it's a huge unknown. I don't know what to expect, but I think for me, for a team perspective, that is the worst case scenario. It's not that Gabe doesn't ever play again, because then the Avs can deal with it. They can stash him on TIR for years, just like Shea Weber is right now, and you $7 million, then Gabe gets paid and everyone goes home happy. But if he comes back and he can play 82 games a year, but he's not worth $7 million, then you're in a big pickle.
Raj, what do we need to know about the Nichushkin situation? What was McFarland saying about that? And just fill us all in with everything we need to know.
Well, the first thing is that McFarland pretty much said it's going to be damn near impossible to terminate the contract. The CBA just won't allow it. He's in the program. Does that mean that the team isn't trying to exhaust every option to do that? No, I don't think so. Are those options also include trying to find a trade partner to move on from him? My biggest thing was, though, the Avs might be up against a wall here. And Chris said that there is a very distinct possibility that Val Nichushkin is back on this team if he's reinstated in the middle of November. There's a possibility he's here. And the reason why is because you might not be able to move on from that contract, and then you just have to hope that over the course of the next 6 months, Val gets better, makes good decisions, not only with himself, but his family and his teammates in mind with those decisions, so that if he is kind of forced back upon you as a team, the locker room will accept him. And everyone asked Gabe about this, like, how do you accept this player? Like, will you accept him with open arms? Because that was the answer last year from Gabe at the same exact press conference is, yeah, we're going to openly accept Val back in. He didn't have the same answer here. His answer was, we'll have to see what happens over the next 6 months and how Val addresses the situation. And if Val addresses the situation properly up to the standards of Gabe and of that room, you could be looking at Nichushkin back in this lineup. Will you always have a question mark if he's ever going to slip up again? Yeah, you sure will, but the Avs might not have a choice.
Yeah, it's a hard situation, right? It's kind of one of those fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me things. And I don't want to say shame really in this context because, again, addiction is such a serious thing and it's an illness that Val is the only person who can cure, essentially, or try to cure. It's an ongoing thing for the rest of his life, probably. But I'm sure it's just a torn situation for Gabe and all of the other teammates because it's like you want him to be well, you want him to be healthy, and you want him to be okay, but at the same time, you're dedicating all of your life to getting wins with your team. And if you have a liability in the locker room like that, it's like at some point you kind of have to cut the cord. So it's going to be a really interesting situation moving on. And honestly, Raj, it's not what I expected them to say. I mean, I understand it's going to be difficult to terminate Val's contract, but I didn't think that they'd say it's plausible for him to come back because that's going to be a tough thing for everybody.
Yeah, it's a tough sell to the room. Like, you have to worry about, as much as I call these guys mutants, which again, every professional athlete is a mutant version of a human being. They're still humans, right? Like, there's still that human element of trust and relationship and chemistry. And Gabe talked about his struggles with not being able to build the chemistry with like the new guys in the locker room, Ross Colton and Miles Wood. He goes, yeah, that was really tough because most of these relationships are built on winning hockey games and traveling. And Gabe wasn't on the team up until December this year, and then was only with the guys on sporadic situations on the ice where he was kind of like working off to the side. All of those relationships matter in how well a team can perform on the ice. And he went as far as to say that when you're talking about Val Nichushkin, this is a guy that we built chemistry with. We built relationships with. We struggled through losses and then eventually winning a cup championship. And that's not that's really tough to throw away. But once that person, addiction or not, violates your trust, or the addiction violates your trust, it's really difficult to accept that back into the room because if you can't trust every guy on that team, every player to the left and the right of you to do their job both on and off the ice, that's a really scary step to take, not knowing whether or not the floor is going to fall out from under you at the biggest point of the year.
Yeah, it's a very complicated situation that the Avs find themselves in, obviously, with Val's health at the center of everything before business is taken care of. Raj, we know you got to get to Nuggets. Really, really appreciate you hopping on and giving us kind of the flavor of things and giving us your analysis on some of the very interesting things that were said today in those press conferences.
Bye, guys.
All right.
Bye, Raj.
There he goes. Raj giving us some fun updates. I mean, interesting updates. Obviously, there were heavy subjects that had to be addressed from in that Avs press conference, and they talked about all the things. Now we're going to busily try to get to the Nuggets press conference, which should start here in the next few minutes. If they are streaming it live, we'll play some of that for you. That basketball team obviously finished the season in not the fashion that anybody wanted, and that was a second-round loss to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Timberwolves, incidentally, who lost the first game to the Dallas Mavericks last night at home, so they're busily getting back to losing home games. Minnesota Timberwolves. But a lot of question marks for the Nuggets as well. Do you stand pat? Do you? How can you improve the roster at all? when you are in such dire financial straits, which is kind of where they are. I mean, they just a lot of money wrapped up into their starting five, and so when you have the lion's share of your cap space taken up by 5 players, it makes it difficult to kind of do things behind that to bolster the bench and all those kinds of things. So I'm sure those questions will be put. Calvin Booth will be in this media session. Supposed to be the expected is Josh Kroenke, Calvin Booth, and Michael Malone. So the brain trust is all there, and they will get asked all the questions. Hopefully, we'll be able to hear some of those things. Now, my sense of this for the Nuggets is it's just going to be very difficult. I don't know that they can do much, to add additional maybe veteran talent to this basketball team. Now, look, KCP does have a player option. I am assuming that he's going to decline the player option and then seek a longer-term contract. That can also still be with the Denver Nuggets. I mean, that's not just because just because a player opts out doesn't mean he doesn't want to leave town. It'll be interesting to see what the market is there for him, because I think the last year of his contract here is for $15 million. So if that's the low water mark for KCP, can you retain him at a similar number, or will the market show him more money? I mean, it could, for a player that is an elite defender that can knock down threes and has been a very significant piece on now 2 different franchises championship teams. A player like that is pretty valuable. Outside of that, you have contracts expiring for DeAndre Jordan and for in my head it's DeAndre Jordan, and I can't remember the other one. Reggie Jackson has a player option himself, which I expect him to pick up that player option. There's a team option on Vlatko Cancar, and that is the lion's share of what the financials look like for the Nuggets in terms of player movement that that might be in and out. So the most significant money obviously would be KCP's money if it's not back on your roster. And if it's not back on your roster, then you have a little bit more wiggle room to try to do some things. But that would be the biggest variable piece, here for the Nuggets to do anything. And then the second question is, should they want to do anything? You were up by 20 points, in the third quarter of Game 7, in your place. If you just look at it and say, well, our players were, they're banged up. Jamal Murray was banged up. I think KCP was banged up far more than anybody even knew. Aaron Gordon in the same space, and to whatever extent Nikola Jokic as well. He played 47 minutes in that game. So, yeah.
You can't have that.
Yeah.
Even if they would have won that game. I mean, they would have probably had to bank on Nikola Jokic same amount of minutes or similar minutes in the next series. You can't do that.
Mm-hmm. And then you'd be right back in a situation where you're hoping for improvement from your younger players, right? And this year it would be more focused on, obviously you want Christian Braun to continue to improve and evolve, but then also you need Peyton Watson to evolve as well. Really good defender, there's no doubt about that. So that side of the court is taken care of with him. It's, can he continue to expand his offensive game and be very consistent with it? Because look, if those things happen, then you're not in as bad a spot as you think. And bad is, I'm going to put bad in air quotes, because we're still talking about a team that finished basically tied for first in the Western Conference this year in the regular season. But you do need those players to, play really well, to step up and play really well. And can you just bank on that? Can you bank on player development doing what you need to do versus talent acquisition to do that same thing? So we'll see what happens with the Nuggets, who will start their press conference here pretty shortly. Yeah, I see on the text line, if you don't add a backup center and backup point guard, you're wasting another year. I think the backup point guard is, to me, with the way this basketball team operates, I think that's actually less important than maybe the backup center. especially in the West. And like, look, we're looking at two teams now, in the Mavericks and the Timberwolves, with just a bunch of tall players that just throw them all out there on the court. And at some point, you got to be able to counteract that yourself. And the Nuggets just didn't have a guy that they wanted to put out there on the court when Nikola Jokic came off the court. So is that a priority? It probably should be.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah, probably should be. So yeah, a backup center. Just because you're not playing DJ, you're just not. I mean, I know he's been great in the locker room, and he's a fun presence around the team. Like, he just kind of keeps things in a fun space.
There's quite the discrepancy between the two players, though. You need someone that's a little closer.
Mm-hmm.
I know you're not going to get the same caliber as Nikola Jokic as a backup center, but you need someone that's just a bridge that gap a little bit more.
Yeah.
When it comes to talent, probably.
Yeah. We just get you have to trust the players out there on the court, right?
Well, yeah.
And I think what Coach Malone shows you with his rotations is where his trust really is, right? It's not. It's pretty easy to see, because he just will not play you if like he's wavering on his trust level with what he expects from you and what you're able to put out on a basketball court. So, unfortunately for DJ, that is, that's what it was for him. So, we'll see what that looks like going forward. But the Nuggets definitely going to try to make some moves if they can. But they're walked all the way up to that second apron, and that is no place for any organization wants to be. They're going to have to find a way to cut some money, as well as add players. Which those two things are at odds. If you are in your car, I would advise you to drive down to the Alta convenience store on the corner of Hampton and Chambers in Aurora. Why? Well, I'll tell you why. They're giving away $5,000 in free gas starting at noon. So 23 minutes from now. All you need to do is show up. Everyone gets a $25 gift card, good for gas or anything from the Alta convenience store. And one person will get a $100 gift card, all while supplies last. So you're just going to want to get over there pretty quickly. It's free gas for you this Memorial Day weekend, thanks to Alta Convenience beyond the pump. See you at Hampton and Chambers starting at noon. DMAC, Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC will all be broadcasting there. So just go out there and meet the guys, get some gas. It's as simple as that. It should be a lot of fun out there. It's a beautiful day outside. That's starting in 22 minutes from now. Alta Convenience Store on the corner of Hampton and Chambers in Aurora. I promised you earlier in the program that I would play a piece of the Peyton Manning tribute that he received yesterday. We will do that next. All right, last segment of the program. Chris, Kim, and Josh with you here. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Really quickly, I'm going to get to Peyton Manning in 1 second. The NBA never ceases to amaze me. Some of the decisions that are made. So the Cleveland Cavaliers fired JB Bickerstaff today. For what reason, I have no idea. Because he lost to the Boston Celtics in the second round of, in the second round of the playoffs, and I think it's fine to lose to the Boston Celtics, but here's part two. That team didn't even have, Donovan Mitchell actively wasn't playing, Karis LeVert, Jarrett Allen, and do you think you need those guys out there to compete against the Celtics? Yeah, probably so. But somehow that's JB Bickerstaff's fault, and they fired him today with the hopes of getting further in the playoffs next year. It's mind blowing to me, the decisions that are made, man. He came in, he helped turn that whole program around, and he is now being punished for his best players' inability to play because they were injured. So dumb. Sacramento did the same thing to Michael Malone when way back in the day when he had DeMarcus Cousins. DeMarcus Cousins couldn't play. I forgot the reason why, but they ended up losing a bunch of games, and then they canned him right before Christmas, and it's kind of like, okay, so he's just supposed to be a miracle worker?
The coaching carousel stuff always baffles me.
One of the reasons why we praise Chris McFarland and Calvin Booth to whatever extent is because Tim Connolly before him is because they make good decisions. They make decisions that are at least well thought out before they are made. And you see some of this stuff go by, and I just wonder what on earth.
They're long-term investments.
Yeah, just like.
They know how to do it. It's like Frank Vogel, too, getting fired from the Suns after 1 year. I don't get it. You're not going to get anything out of that. I mean, you can make the same argument about Nathaniel Hackett, really. We don't know what it would have been like.
No,
it
he's a terrible coach.
Crap.
No, he was bad. We knew.
But to fire someone halfway through the season, it's a now or never business. Guys.
Yep.
Okay, so now you're blaming Nathaniel Hackett over Russell Wilson.
Right.
We don't have time to get into that.
Yes.
Anyway.
Yeah, no, we have all the time to get into that.
I'm just saying. I never understand it when the coaches are given 1 year.
Unless you're a bad coach.
Okay, but to me, it's not the coach. I just can't stand the sports climate sometimes. And like, we're in a now or never business. It's like there's no long-term investments unless you're, Calvin Booth or Chris McFarland, which is good. This is a good thing, people.
Yeah, well, he only Bickerstaff. He only won 99 games in 2 years.
It's pretty sad.
That's crazy. Okay, let's get to Peyton Manning because he received an award yesterday. It was the 2024 Community Enrichment Award from the Mizell Institute. Obviously, they give this out every year. It's a very prestigious award. And Peyton Manning has done a lot in the community. This is part of the video that was posted on Broncos.com and their Broncos social sites. Let's play it for you now.
I have seen it time and time again. Wherever he goes, he's the Pied Piper, and he makes communities better. What his second act has turned into, going from one of the greatest players of all time, and then there's Act 2. And look at all the things he's done.
I think it's pretty powerful when he says, this is where I want to live. This is where I'm going to raise my family. That says everything. He's very much involved in the community. That kind of comes with him, that excellence.
You watch him, how he deals with people on a daily basis. He knows everybody's name. It just seems like he's on top of everything. And there's only one way you do that is when you work at it. He cares about people. He cares about family. And he's one of the most impressive guys I've ever been around.
What sets Peyton apart is the same way he approached the football field. He was just different. Very caring, great leader, had a lot of compassion for his teammates, and he carries that over to the community as well, and you can see the impact.
Peyton Manning is a national treasure, and he's a real treasure for any community in which he and Ashley are involved. He's involved in trying to make life better for those who perhaps don't have all of the opportunities that he's been fortunate to have. He brings attention to it because everybody knows the name Peyton Manning, but he also brings attention to it because of his warmth and his dedication and his commitment.
Yeah, that was part of the video. He's a national treasure. Those were the words of Condoleezza Rice. You also heard from Emmanuel Sanders, Mike Shanahan, Sean Payton, and Jim Nantz in that little clip that we played for you. It's a really, really well done, well-produced video. And I just, the reason why I wanted to play it, Kim, is because I wanted to shine a light on Peyton Manning, which obviously the light's always kind of on him. You know, he doesn't need us to, but for a player that just dropped, he just parachuted in on the scene, right? I mean, you had the whole Andrew Luck situation that made him available. He comes to Denver, as a kind of a rental quarterback near the end of his career, leads us to 2 Super Bowls, right? And wins one of them. And even if the defense was I don't want to split hairs about that. But more so, it's the immediacy. He just walked right into the community and adopted it as his own. And it's pretty rare to see that. You know, like he could have just come in, played, and we would have loved it, right? Got us all the wins, got us a Super Bowl title. And if he just said bye-bye to Denver, see you later, if we never saw him again, we would still love him. Mm-hmm. But in fact, what he did was stay here, live here, shows up to Nuggets games, shows up to Avs games, like shows up in the community. And I think it's just you can't say enough good stuff about what he has meant to this team and this city.
I agree with you. And I think that's exactly why everybody loves to hear his comments about every single thing that's happening within the Broncos organization. That's why so many questions were asked about what he thinks about Bo Nix, what he thinks about what's going to happen with this team. And I know we've said he's never going to say anything bad about the Broncos organization, but we still just respect him so much. We respect his opinion, and we want to know because he's a great beacon of hope that we can latch on to, some positivity coming out of a former player who has done so much for this city and who we will always love no matter what. And so I think it's pretty special that the Broncos have someone like him. I think a lot of times, the quickest way to get pretty much any fan base mad at you, but certainly here in Denver, is to just kind of just immediately just turn your back and just be like, I don't care about you guys, which is why everybody doesn't like Carmelo Anthony. I was just gonna say, Lala's husband.
Yeah, exactly right. And he never did that. He pretty much just embraced us with open arms and just said, hey, look, I want to be a part of this. And then we were like, yeah, of course come on.
Come on over, bud.
Be a part of this, yeah. And look, he had some things to say about Bo Nix earlier. After that, after receiving that award and after the event was over, and we played some of those. But and he's just going to be a good resource. He's around the team. He's around the facility. Kind of a lot, to be honest with you. And I think especially for these young quarterbacks, and I guess I'm really the only one I'm really focused on is Bo. I think he's just going to be a great resource. It doesn't even have to be everything from a football standpoint, but of course, from a football standpoint, Bo's going to pick his brain and do those things. But it's just great to have one of the greatest ever around for the young career of hopefully a quarterback that will become the Broncos franchise quarterback.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. If anything, it's the small silver lining that we have as a Broncos fan and as the organization stands right now is having Peyton Manning around.
I cannot get Kim out of this space at all.
I'm sad.
As soon as I say Broncos, she's just like, this is terrible.
We gotta move on. Terrible. I can't talk about it yet.
You get that look on your face and you're just like, no, this is going to be bad.
It's hard to accept a season knowing you're not going to the playoffs. It's hard to get excited about that. I'm sorry. It is. Just is.
How many Broncos games will you watch this season?
Probably all of them. Every single one of them.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I watch them by myself in my apartment. Like, my friends will be like, do you want to meet me at this bar to watch? I'm like, no, because I actually want to watch the game. I watched the Miami game by myself in my apartment.
How's that? Was that?
Oh. A low point in my life. I remember it. I was pacing around my living room. I couldn't believe it. And I was like, thank God I'm not out right
Still
now.
Scarred.
But it was tragic. Actually, I didn't get to watch any of the home games though, because I was doing the red zone stuff.
Oh, that's right.
So I actually only watched the
you were
away
actively
games.
There.
Yeah, I was at the stadium watching other games going on at the same time to make the red zone pieces. So
That's
I didn't watch any home
you didn't
games.
really get to see
No.
what was happening on the field a whole lot.
A couple of the last ones I was watching. But so I had to watch all the away games just from the coziness of my apartment.
Well, I am looking forward to the Broncos season just to see what happens. Just to see what happens. And we will be here with you to talk through all of the things when that comes around. All right, so get yourselves – look, everybody, you have your marching orders. It's to get to the Ulta convenience store and to do that basically right now because that's where Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC are. That's where they're going to be broadcasting from, their show, noon to 3. And they're going to be giving away a total of $5,000 in free gas in $25 gift cards. Somebody is going to win a $100 gift card. So why not have that person be you? You can use that for gas or you can use that for anything in the convenience store. So get down there. It's on the corner of Hampton and Chambers, and it'll be starting here in about 5 minutes, which means our time is up. That's what it means. We are done. Kim,
Just
thank
like
you.
that.
Just like that.
Thank you guys.
Josh, we love and appreciate you. Oh.
I ain't even got anything, guys.
He's
I've
like,
been
whatever.
running around
Yeah.
back here.
It's like,
You got nothing?
it's like, I'm busy.
Got nothing? Okay. All right, cool. And we love and appreciate you all out there as well. Keep it locked here. We have all the things today from the Avs, the Nuggets, and the Broncos press conferences. So if you keep it locked right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, you will hear everything you need to know. Thank you for joining us. PhD is next.
I love it. We are here at Alta Convenience, man. Chambers at Hamden. Boys, welcome to my neighborhood, man.
Not anymore. You can't
I know. I moved out 2 days ago. But this is for 20 years, basically, this and a mile up the road. This is
the hood.
Smoky Hill High School, brother.
Yeah,
Let's go.
buddy.
This is it. And,
Now, Smoky Hill Road come into this somewhere?
It does not.
It's right over
It
there.
does not.
You got to take another side road to Smoky Hill
Yep.
and then go up that way,
Yep,
right?
Yep. But
Like
if you
2
take
streets over.
if you take Chambers right up here a mile, you'll run right into Smoky Hill.
Yeah.
And if you want, then you can come see where I used to live. You can come
I
see the
can't-
fence.
You know what? We got
You want to do that? I actually don't give possession till tomorrow.
I will go with you because I'm going to go back that way to get on 470 to go around.
All right. Well, I got my bike, but I'll go after you. I'll ring the bell. Bring, bring.
Yeah, and I'll wait in front of the house. Now, I told you I used to go to the Vineyard, which is right on Smoky Hill Road.
Yep.
And when I lived in the tech center, I'd come up the back way. I'd go Parker to this little Hamden thing, boom, 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 come right here. And then I took a right somewhere to Smoky Hill Road and then a right up to the church.
Well, hey, man, what can I tell you? I love Aurora. To say that I have a Centennial mailing address has killed me for the past few years, 15 years. But I consider myself an Aurorian, an Aurorite. I know somebody from Cherry Creek High School coming over here. I mean,
I've
it'd have to be a gun
I've
point.
managed my whole life not coming here.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait, hold. I mean, what are you doing here?
I mean,
I thought we had the continuation clap off because I had a great story. About your continuation clap off.
Are you doing this on purpose?
Are
you
Scott
doing this
is
on
on
purpose
one
right now?
Scott is on one.
Let me tell you what happened.
You're doing this on purpose. You're trying to get me in trouble.
Lots of continuation. I'm gonna tell you. My stance yesterday was I think continuations are dumb. You're going from 5th grade to 6th grade. Good on you. I'm proud of you. Hey, happy. Whatever. I don't even think 8th grade continuations are. I think they're dumb too. High school graduations, great. So I called the warden, thinking I'm getting the warden's going to be on my side. I got one going into 5th grade next year.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. How'd that go?
You're going.
How'd that go?
Yeah. She said,
you're going.
She goes, you don't like it? I go, no, it's Stu. He goes, you'll be going.
I go, no. You don't love your daughter?
And then I just got hammered.
Yeah.
She goes, you will be going to all these continuation from 5th to 6th grade. And I said, I got to, and once again, I'm Mr. And I called Tyler soft. I called Tyler. I called because I'm apologizing. I called you soft yesterday.
Yeah.
Soft yesterday because I got to go to continue. And then all of a sudden, after getting just reamed, and I'm a year out, got reamed. I'm like, okay, Tyler, you're not soft.
Well, they do have a big clap out going on today, so it's a little bit different than a continuation. So it starts at 12 o'clock.
Well, the show started at 12.
I know the show starts at 12. I'm aware of that.
Did you drive by and go?
I did not. I did not get to make it today. But, yeah, it's a fun deal, man. I mean, so the parents line up all the hallways, and everybody's standing on both sides. It's like a little parade for the kids. As they walk out, everybody's cheering for them. It's like their last walkout of
the school of the year.
What's the last time they'll ever walk out of that school?
Right.
So, wait, today it's cool? Because you just said today it's cool.
I got reamed yesterday.
Yesterday was ridiculous. But today it's cool.
Yeah.
Well, can I say something? Happy life?
Happy wife.
Okay, so once I got reamed, dude, I'm telling you, I'm driving home after work, going to the gym, and just, oh, no, you're going. I go, no, Tyler's just soft. Oh, no, he's not. He's a good dad. He'll be going. And I went, I got to.
Well, what am I now? What am I now? Because I'm here.
You're a great dad. You're not a good dad. You're a great dad.
Thank you.
You're the best dad.
Did you get saved by somebody above us?
Scott.
So look at that beautiful Chevy right there. And look at I think that's a Mazda back there.
That's a Dodge and that's an Acura. I don't know.
Okay.
You don't know your car?
I mean, there's a
Subaru.
If it's not a Ford, or I'm kind of lost, but it's
you drive a Honda.
Solid transition there, D-Mac.
Trying. We are at Alta.
I can't believe you guys. Seriously, soft.
What,
dude?
Can you,
dude?
All I got is That's what I got.
That's a bad dude that wouldn't let you go. I'm just
Stop it.
Right.
Oh my God.
I'm just saying. Hey, hold on now.
Let me tell you about the gas we got going on here.
Don't preach family, and then when you get a chance to live it, come on now.
All right.
I
We
didn't
are.
know you were a coward either. I thought you were.
I might be the king of the cowards.
Yeah.
Unemployment
we're out at the
will do
convenience
that
store
to you.
Out here in A-Town that I've never been to before, but I came today.
I'm glad
I
you're
came
here.
today to
Glad you're
A-Town
here.
so that I could experience this. You know what? Not as scary as I thought.
Oh my God!
my
Hey,
God.
hey, there's a tattoo place over there.
There is a great tattoo place
we
over
can
there.
hang over there afterwards.
But no problem. I've been over there before. That's when I was going to do the thing, and it just didn't work out. But that's the joint I went to.
Hold on. You know you still owe us a tattoo. We
I
can
know, I'll
walk
get it.
right over there today and get that thing done.
So anyways, here for the free gas.
Wait, you did just admit it, though, because last time.
Are you ready for free gas?
Right here.
Oh, we got free gas. Yeah.
Over here.
Do we get free gas? Do we get like a $25
Only
gift
if you
card?
went to a clap out.
Well, we have a nice little line happen. Well, he's clapping you out right there.
Thank you.
You
Yeah.
got hey, if
at
you
least-
stop by here today and get a chance, pick up your free gas. We'll tell you where it's at, and then give Tyler a little clap out on
Thank
the way
you.
out.
Thank
you. Know, why not?
I did buy breakfast sandwiches for everybody from over here. At the,
Nice.
So you're gonna have one of them right there. That's good
Love it.
for you.
Hey, we
And-
got a line going this way, and of course you got Mo Ron coming in here the back way.
Hey, Mo Ron.
Hey, don't mind the 3 cars over there in front of you going the other way, man.
Yeah.
Clockwise.
Hey, they got their card though.
Robert,
That's right.
are you in charge of this?
Clockwise.
Sure,
We already.
Hey, I'll
we're
tell
not-
you this though.
We're not in Europe.
I'll tell you this: if you want gas, you better get out here because cars are flying in.
It has been pretty quick right off the bat. So we'll see how long it lasts. One of the gift cards has $100 in it, but most have $25.
Oh, so and what they're doing is they're giving the cars that drive up an envelope.
Yeah.
And with the certificate in there.
Don't know.
And you don't know. Until you get in there.
Don't know.
So, cool.
We are looking forward to hearing more from the Nuggets presser. I got to admit, I missed all of that as we were getting over here, so we'll see what's what there. I was at the Gabe Landeskog, Chris McFarland, Val Nichushkin press conference.
Yep.
And we were over at Broncos practice for a little bit. Tyler a little bit longer than me, so.
Well, you went to that, and not your clap
Scott,
out. Oh, my
you
God.
are.
Oh, my God. Yeah, I'm serious. That's another thing. OMG. You've got to wear OMGs.
Oh, my gosh. I hate you so much
No,
right
but,
now.
hey, but hold on.
Scott did say he was sorry.
Part of you loving me right now. Part of you's love me. Don't lie. Yeah, okay.
So, what do you want to talk about first, guys?
I want to know how much was it Gabe's health and Nichushkin's trouble?
Well,
That's a good question. It was probably 50-50. It was probably 50-50. And the first 50 of it was focused on Gabe and where he's at. And they joked about, well, we're not here for a retirement press conference. Ha, ha, ha. Gabe wouldn't be wearing a T-shirt and the whole thing. So the whole visuals.
He's still a good-looking man, though, isn't he?
Oh, it's preposterous.
Within 5 seconds. This is not a retirement press conference.
Yes, less than. I mean, and so right off the bat. But, of course, we wouldn't be cramped into a small little room at Family Sports. If that was the case, it would be a big, huge deal.
That's Ball Arena in one of the big areas, right?
Gabe was asked about returning and said, well, when does the season start? Training camp in September. He goes, sometime between September and April, I think it looks pretty good there. Meaning, not quite sure. Meaning he was never really that close to coming back at any point. However, his desire to play hockey, guys, is through the roof. And Chris McFarland just said, there's just not guys like this. So we'll wait. We'll be patient.
And you know what? He's so right, and that's why you miss him. The last 2 years, they could have used him so badly.
Yep.
I don't know if he changes the outcomes. I think he could have, healthy anyway. Gabe Landeskog, I think, may change last year at least against the Kraken. This year, I don't know, but I know this: Jamie Benn wouldn't have been popping people free. Jamie Benn, I guarantee you, Jamie Benn would have been sitting over there for a fighting minor at least once in this series if Gabe Landeskog was playing.
Gabe is that perfect combination of talent and physical.
Yeah.
And perfect. Yes.
You don't have
the press conference is interesting because, I hate to say it like this because, of course, it's going to come across poorly, but kind of my takeaway from the Avs of the entire press conference, they're kind of stuck all over the place. They're just kind of stuck. And, of course, they want Gabe back. They want Gabe back. I'm not insinuating that they do not. But if Gabe wants to come back, he gets to come back. That's what I'm saying, right?
Yep.
And if Val, well, they're stuck. They made it very, very clear that there is no out of this contract right now. So they're just in limbo with two of the most important players on the team. They're in long-term limbo
with both of them.
Yeah.
I mean, Gabe's got 6 years left or something, 5 or 6 years left on
Something
his
like that.
deal.
God, is it that much?
Yeah, and man, that's it's a lot of money and everything else. And there was somebody that said to me, well, he's not going to retire. He's going to take all that money. And I just don't think that's who Gabe is.
Oh, it's definitely not who he is.
And I don't think that's who this organization is. I think if it gets to the point where they go, he can't play. He's not going to be able to do it. I think the next big press like that will be Gabe joining the front office somehow.
Well, he was asked about that. He was asked about, do you think you're a hockey lifer? And he talked about his 3-year-old kid who went to sleep with a little hockey sweater, and a stick in his hand yesterday. And I think Gabe may be Joe Sakic part 2. I think there's a strong likelihood. He's made a wonderful home here and has deep roots here and is loved by the organization and fans. There's a lot of similarities.
And he's a beautiful man.
There ain't no doubt about that, man.
Would I?
Would you ever?
Would I?
I wouldn't blame you.
No.
I mean, I wouldn't be angry at you or anything
no,
like that if that's where you're
no,
going.
no.
You'd want
And
a story.
Then there was the Val Nichushkin stuff.
Okay, now it gets a little juicier.
I got a word for you. That was used by Chris McFarland.
Stuck.
He didn't say stuck. Plausible. He said it's plausible that he returns.
Plausible.
Yeah,
Not
because
possible.
they own
plausible.
Him. They own him a lot of money too.
Stuck. That's the word. That's the word they want to say that they can't say. We are stuck, and there in jack squat we can do.
It is beyond clear from Chris McFarland and from Gabe today. Beyond clear how angry they were that it happened. And the fact that he was in stage 3 means he was in stage 1 with the Seattle incident, stage 2,
middle of the year,
and this is stage 3.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning this is something that he just cannot get away from. This means something he's been tested for, and he just can't. It's different than Gerard.
Yeah.
A little bit different than Gerard.
So I'm not entirely sure how all the stages work in hockey, but for football, for example, you've got one test a year for street drugs. One test a year. And within a probably 60-day window, specifically 60-day window of when that test is going to come, okay? You pass that test, in theory, you can go light up, do whatever the heck you want to do for the rest of the year, and there are no more tests as long as you pass that test. Now, you failed that test, okay? There still is no specific, repercussions other than the fact you are now in the program, which means now you get to get tested all the time. Even if you failed that one, there still is not a significant consequence. It really is not till that third one that there is deep, deep consequences for failing the third time.
Well, we'll dig into what this means deeper for the Avalanche and the pickle that they're actually in. And I'm curious how things went with the Nuggets today. We'll catch up with that. Early impressions of Bo Nix and the quarterbacks from out of Dove Valley. So tons to get into as we give away free gas for your free time. Although busy day today, no doubt, in Aurora, my hometown. Aurorites, celebrate. Please treat the person who went to Cherry Creek High School kindly. We'll forgive him. But we're in the home of the Buffalo, Smoky Hill High School right here, pal, at Hamden and Chambers on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nice to see you. Hey, it is D-Mac for Mike Maroney. If you're in the market for a new car, truck, or SUV, check this out. Everything is on sale at the new Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. These are unbelievable deals. So depending on which model you select, qualified buyers will save in one of so many ways. Save up to $10,000 on a new 2024 model. Buy with 0 down and 0% APR financing. Get a $5,000 discount and make no payments for 90 days. Got a trade? Bring it in. Even if you owe more than it's worth, it's Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. And every new vehicle they sell includes a money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. So what are you waiting for? Come on now. Get to Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC, proud partner of CU Athletics. Conveniently located at 1415 Vista View Drive in Longmont. Online at Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. From Wings for Life. What a great organization. They support research and treatment for traumatic spinal cord injuries. Severe spinal cord injuries affect at least 250,000 people annually, often leading to paralysis. So there you go. Alta Convenience is a proud partner of Wings for Life since 2019, raising money for spinal cord injury research and treatment options. So that's that. There you go. If buy 2 12-ounce Red Bull energy drinks and get one free for every purchase made, Alta Convenience will donate to Wings for Life. So keep that in mind, and nice to see the folks from Wings for Life. And
Red Bull gives you wings for life.
there you go. There you go. Absolutely. And we're meeting a bunch of people. Some of my neighbors coming by.
All of them booed you. You know, they're playing.
So thank God this dude's gone.
If you're still listening, where are we at? Hampton and what?
Hampton and Chambers.
Hampton and
in
Chambers
Aurora.
at the Alta Conoco station.
Yeah.
I think it's Conoco.
Yeah.
Come by, say hey to us. We'll
Yeah.
get our peoples. Are these our peoples today?
These are our peoples.
Yeah, they're going to give out you an envelope.
Yeah.
And there's at least $25 in that envelope to go to gas, or if you just want to go put it in the store, right?
You could go use it in the store.
In the store.
Get a Mark Mosher hot dog or
go
something.
buy 25 Red Bulls.
But there is $100 gift certificate in one of these envelopes randomly.
Nice.
There is, Scott.
Yeah.
You're good at this.
Bad news. I already stole that one.
You know, I used to do lives.
Anyway.
Anyway, come by, say hello, and wave at us. If you're not going to get out of your car, which you don't have to.
You don't have to.
We'll wave at you. But, again, it's a special day. If you can give us a clap.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Your first one.
I appreciate the clap out. That's nice.
Clap out for Tyler.
Yeah. Hey, don't worry. You'll never have to do it live again. D-Mac took that pressure off.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. But I just want to say I used to be really good at it.
Yeah.
Who would know? Who would know?
Who would know?
Who would know?
Who would know?
Be a mystery. There's a nice little doggy, and like doggy wants gas.
Dude, did you see that?
That's a cute little pup right there, actually.
You got to try this today with your kid. It's a dog story. You ready? I saw it on Instagram today. Okay, you put your hand out. You get your dog to sit right here between like you and your kid.
Yeah.
I put my hand out. Your kid will put it on top of yours. And if you got a special kind of dog, the dog will. If he's really bonded with it, he'll put his paw on top of you guys.
All right, I'll
Isn't
try
that kind of cool?
I'll try that. Yeah, for sure.
What if the dog hates your guts?
Oh my gosh, can I tell you the worst?
Get a cat.
Can I tell you the worst dog parent story of all time? So yesterday.
You got a theme going today. Go ahead.
Yeah. 2 days ago, I took the kids down to Park Meadows. Well, I came out of the garage. The kids went out the front door. Okay. Unbeknownst to me, I come back home. The front door is wide open.
Oh, wow.
And my dog is just standing at the front door, just staring, right? So unbeknownst to me, the kids didn't close the front door when they go out the front door.
God.
When I get home, that dog, he must have been standing at that door. Good boy. He never left. But he was so freaking nervous. He would not stop.
He was guarding the house.
He didn't stop whimpering for an hour because he didn't feel safe because the door was open.
Same thing happened to me. I opened the door, the cat sprinted out, and I haven't seen him in a day and a half. So.
Are you being serious?
Yeah.
Really?
We had our cat, Ross, the dumb cat, left the house yesterday because accidentally left the door open. Unbelievably, he was standing at the front porch. He was just standing there waiting. Are you really serious? Like your cat's gone?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Are you guys freaking out?
Not yet. It's an animal.
Oh, man. No love for the cat.
No, I do. Actually, that's mine. That's my buddy. So, yeah, I'm not freaking out. I mean,
I'd be a little.
Such is life, but I mean.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just couldn't believe the dog didn't I swear I guarantee you he never stepped out of that door. Just stood there staring at the street.
Another clap, by the way.
Appreciate the clap.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure, we have free gas to give away. The cars are pulling up one after another.
Hey, free gas. Yeah. Hello.
Get a clap. We need a clap.
Hey!
Scott's trying to get me fired is what he's
How
doing.
is that getting you fired?
Yeah.
Tyler, I'm going to try again, but you were out at Broncos.
I was.
As I was as well for a brief bit. Well attended by the media.
Yeah.
We're certainly moving on, aren't we, from the Nuggets and the Avalanche to a certain degree.
Moving on.
Sort of.
Nothing could be better for the Broncos.
You know what? You're not lying about that. And they have not had that for the past couple of years.
Thus is the circle of life, man. So good to see the boys out there. I thought Zach Wilson dealt the hell out of that ball. Bo Nix, a little bit disappointed, like 0.2 inches behind on a couple routes on air.
So you're being a wise guy now.
The warm-ups were just absolutely phenomenal. They were. And
so what you're saying, it's a waste of time so far?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how much did you get to see?
Like nothing, seriously. I mean, I was there for an hour.
Right.
And, the first 45 minutes are stretch and individual drills. There is literally routes on air. I mean, they're throwing the ball. And I'll say, look, Bo Nix had some nice velocity on the ball, if that's what you want me to look for. But there was very, very little.
How about
that
Zach
you could break
Wilson's
down.
philosophy?
I actually was being serious, though, watching Zach
do.
Wilson. And I thought to myself, man, you know what? I get why they made the trade.
Really?
That dude's got talent, man. He's got extreme talent. The arm is legit. I'm not telling you he's going to be starting over Bo Nix or anything like that, but watching him in person, I get the struggles and I've seen it on TV. But you watch him, which is what we're evaluating, literally in underwear. I mean, they got helmets on with their underwear this time.
Let me throw a comparison live to you with athletics, because I had a great college coach who said life and athletics, it's amazing how they intertwine with success and failure. When you're broken as a human being, isn't it funny you just at times will dig yourself deeper and deeper and deeper into a hole?
Yep.
And it's the same thing at a quarterback. I mean, he's in that organization. He's in New York. You're going to be able to sleep with your mom's friend without the whole world knowing about it.
But you
right?
could do that in New City.
You probably could do it in Kansas City or New York or in Denver.
Mm-hmm.
But the point being, he got buried, and it just never got any better.
And he would have had zero chance of ever recovering there.
Ever.
There.
This could be the best thing. I think, and we said it at the time, I think it's a great gamble because it really didn't cost you anything. What, was a 6th-round pick or something like that?
No, it's nothing.
I mean, it didn't cost you anything, and there was a reason this guy was, the second quarterback taken?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
there somebody did see something in him at one time.
Well,
and if the guru, if Sean Payton really is a guru, what a great gamble to bring a guy in with this much ability.
And to your point about just having to move, and I know sometimes our P1s, our everyday listeners, they hear the same stories out of us every single day, but I mean, there was a point in my career that I was broken mentally. I was playing for Josh McDaniels. I was starting in my hometown, living the dream. And I was mentally broken. Josh just broke every last person in that building, players, coaches. My confidence was about as low as it could ever
Clap
be.
out.
I got traded out to Seattle, and now all of a sudden, you know what? I'm in a new environment. It's a fun environment. Nobody had any preconceived notions about me. And all of a sudden, you're like, you know what? I don't have to continue down the bad habits that I have been previously doing. It's a fresh start.
It's amazing when you go down and get that low. And you're telling yourself, I can't be doing that. I can't do that. I can't go there. I can't. And you just can't stop. It's like self-inflicted wounds constantly when you get into a bad headspace.
Well, today's a new day, I guess, for Zach Wilson. They battle out for.
Well, what did you see? You were there, you said.
It was very similar to what I saw in the rookie minicamp because it was just the warm-ups and stuff. So nothing all that new. It's just good to see all the guys out there, frankly. You know, it's fun to see football, I think. And I thought Bo Nix did them. They all looked sort of the part. You know, it all kind of looks like football, like it's supposed to look. But I was talking to our pal James Palmer, and he goes, the problem with this team, who are they throwing it to? Who's the talent out there? Who are their guys? And we're right in front of the wide receivers, and it's, you know, a pretty nondescript crew when you look at it. And Cortland Sutton is not there. So, I mean, you know, he ain't there. And then Greg Dulcich, is he going to be back? So who are the weapons?
He wasn't there?
I think he might have been there.
He's still hurt?
Well, you know what, actually?
Oh, my gosh.
Wait, did you see him there? 'Cause
I don't know, but
I wasn't looking for him, though.
If you're not intentionally looking for somebody, sometimes it's pretty easy to let them go by. I'll tell you this. It's pretty tough to get dog cussed in the period of football that we were watching, right? Because it's mostly warm-ups, routes on air type of stuff. There's only one dude that I saw get dog cussed, and he got dog cussed pretty hard, Troy Franklin.
No way. Did you really see that?
Oh, yeah.
That continues from the rookie minicamp.
Yeah, so Zach Wilson threw a beautiful deep ball, and Troy cut the wrong way. And at first I was like, well, I guess Zach blew that because it wasn't within 5 yards. And I don't even know, because Kerry Colbert's the wide receivers coach. I don't know who the coach was that came over and was dog cussing, but, man, he was furious.
And you know what some of that stems from? Doesn't some of it stem from what Palmer told you? Who are these guys throwing to? They understand that, too, and maybe there's a pressure. We got to have you.
Yeah.
We need you not to be on a learning curve.
We don't have time for you to be a rookie.
15 games. We can't let you get it in week 16 go, oh.
But that is funny to hear.
I'll tell you who might benefit from it, though, real quick.
That? Yeah.
Cortland might end up benefiting from it. You know, these guys, There's nobody out there. There's not. And if a young guy that they drafted high, and look, I mean, it's one freaking day. I saw one moment. I'm not calling him a bust, not even close. But if they've got frustrations with these young guys, all of a sudden they're like, ooh, Cortland.
I don't mind, and it's time for the Broncos to fall into this category, in my opinion. It's time. The pussyfooting around has got to stop somewhere. The buck has to stop somewhere. And if it's this year, and it's a year that there's no expectations that we need a rookie to not be a rookie that needs to get out of it by week 2, not week 16, then let's go. And if they can't handle it, I know we talked about being down on the dumps, then guess what? It's the NFL. You're cattle. Go get somebody else.
Well, is this a kind of a weird red flag, though? Because this is 2 for 2 then for Troy Franklin.
I'm not going to call it a red flag. I don't know, man. I mean, it's tough. I don't care whether you're a first-rounder, second-rounder, or seventh-rounder, undrafted. You come into the NFL, you're learning a foreign language, you're learning a new scheme. And a lot of times you only dog cuss the players that really mean a lot to you.
That you think are going to help you.
Right.
That's absolutely right.
Okay, well, it happened in rookie minicamp. I did not catch that today. That's a good observation for sure. I didn't see that. That's a weird one to be dog cuss that because it wasn't really much. You just got to know what you're doing.
Yeah.
So if you literally just don't know it.
Hey! That old neighbor right there.
Yeah?
She thought I was you. God, my life sucks.
She thought you were
She thought you were me.
She goes, I'm an old neighbor.
Oh, my
Right?
gosh.
Has to be me.
From the Buttes or something. You know where the Buttes is?
Sure, it's the Buttes.
Wow.
I don't know. You know, all these neighborhoods have little quirky names. My wife used, they live at, Fly Meadow, and they live down at Ding Dong. And I've lived here 20 years. I had no idea what.
You've really let yourself go, Scott.
I know.
Yeah.
Well,
wow.
Maybe I could do soda.
Yeah, there you go.
So, we're here at the Alta Convenience Store at Hamden Chambers. I don't know, any other pickups on practice today? Anything else from the – and Sean Payton is probably – talking-ish right now. Practice is just wrapping up right now. And then they'll, be locker room and all sorts of stuff.
I wish I had more for you. I don't. I guess good to see them out there. Good to see them working. The numbers, the jerseys looked a little bit weird.
It's weird for Tim Patrick because he's not in 81, and you're used to seeing him out there.
Wait, what's he in?
He's in, do you got a roster? I don't know.
No.
He's in, 12 or something.
Is he changed? He changed his
number?
numbers?
He changed his number. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
the new
He had
guy.
to buy out all of his jerseys that were still.
Okay.
Okay.
Vele, Deshaun Vaughn, the draft
Vele.
pick. Vele is now 81.
Okay.
Yeah, and Stidham's not 4. Zach Wilson's 4, and Stidham is.
I was having a hard time with the quarterback
something.
numbers because they
Eight, I think.
they just rotated those through like they're taking over each other's numbers.
So let's say, and then we got a break, but let's say Nix becomes a starter. Who's 2? Is it Wilson or Sparky?
Well, I think that is the competition. I really do think that's what camp and all this stuff is about. Because I have no idea why they would keep both of those guys. I have no clue.
Short term, Jared Stidham's going to be your starter. Long term, Zach Wilson will take over the backup role. Interesting note of the guys that are on the podium. We talked about. So here's one little takeaway. We talked about which quarterbacks we think will speak first. So at the podium today, you've got Zach Wilson, you got Jared Stidham, you've got the Josh Reynolds, and who's the other free agent we picked up? There's one other free agent that was speaking.
The safety?
Yes.
Brandon something.
Ayuk.
Gosh darn it.
Evan,
Snow something.
Yeah, I don't know. But
Jon Snow.
You've got the 2
Winterfell.
free agents, and then they put up the 2 quarterbacks on the same day because they're like, we can't do one because that would be weird, right? Everybody's going to look into
and
that.
Nick spoke at rookie minicamp.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I
Okay.
would have Wilson and Sparky at an NBA podium and have them both sitting there
There
at
you
the
go.
podium. And then whoever got the most questions.
Well, they don't do free agent press conferences, so this is the first time that we'll hear from Zach. An autograph.
He brought his card.
Wow, look at that. That is awesome.
Scott's getting
That
Scott's
is
getting up to go
great.
sign an autograph. I mean, it's true. You bring a card. He will get up mid-show and go sign that thing.
That is awesome, man.
You pretty much got to make them yourself if you want to find a card of me.
I was going to say.
You know what? People do bring them, and I swear.
Where do they get them from?
I don't know. I mean, I don't own a card of. I've got a stack that people have brought me, But I've never actually seen my cards out there. Apparently, there are some, though.
Pumped. The kid's pumped. He got an autograph from his hero.
He made his day.
You know
Look
what?
at that. That's awesome.
I'm older than you guys.
What?
But I'll tell you, when I was a kid,
Yeah.
we collect baseball cards.
Yeah.
And you
I collected baseball cards.
You always get that, but you always get that one or two guys in every stack of cards you got. That's why I have so many cards, because I was that guy.
You were.
I was.
All right. So if I'm looking for Isaiah Thomas,
so
I'm always getting a Scott Hastings.
You're always getting a Scott Hastings. you get a card, like it might have Carmelone, and then it was Scott Hastings and Chuck Nevitt and
Chuck Nevitt. Greg Kite was he in there?
Greg Kite would be in there.
Greg Kite's in there.
That's who my cards are with.
So that was a Pistons. Oh, you don't even remember? You didn't look at your own card? Huh?
I actually think that
Heat?
was a
Hawks?
I think that was a Nuggets.
Nuggets.
Might have been a Pistons though. I gave him. I don't even remember the other one. I don't look at the jersey. I just look at me. I was built.
Tell you what, man.
Someone's got to admire that face.
Tell you what.
All right.
Yeah.
You know what? It's like D-Mac and hair. I see the brown hair and I go, "Where'd you go?"
All right. We are at Alta Convenience. Let's get into the Nuggets as we just go around.
Did you hear anything about that press conference?
I have heard nothing. You know, hey, Grizz, we should get on, produce it on the fly here. Let's get on Dan or Vic.
Vic was out there. Vic was at Broncos, and then he left to go to Nuggets.
You know what Vic was doing at the Nuggets presser? Hosting it.
Okay.
So he was like...
Well, he did get in the silver ring of fire.
I said, congratulations on the Silver Surfer Award. And he seemed to say, yeah, that's about right. But, I don't know why you need a host for a press conference, but Vic was hosting the press conference. So
maybe he's going to take home. Maybe that's assignment.
I don't know.
Maybe our new management has come over and said, Vic, listen, TV, you're fine. You're the head of PR now.
Yeah. Why do you need to host a press conference? Welcome, everybody. Good to see everybody here.
You've seen those NBA playoff, and they at least on the road. They never did it here, but they'll go, all right, right here, pass the microphone here.
Yeah,
we'll go here.
That's Nick's job, Nick O'Hare, like Brendan McNicholas just did for the Avalanche.
Nick's back there taking.
Well, you think Vic is going around saying, okay?
Yeah, why not?
Really?
Yeah.
Well, let's get him on, or Dan, or somebody. We'll find out about the Nuggets, what they have to say as we roll on. Free gas for your free time, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's T-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Okay, you've heard a lot about how treating low testosterone can help your sleep and workouts, your energy levels. But low testosterone or erectile dysfunction can really impact things where it means the most, in your relationships. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can be the solution for you. Guys, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every year in your early to mid-30s. The libido goes down, you put on some weight, bad habits. Let's get rid of that. Let's go into the summer in the right frame of mind. And that's being at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take their low T quiz on their website. It's just 10 questions. Yes or no. It just takes a couple minutes. Then you can schedule a consult, have your blood taken within 30 minutes. You can find out your results. The cost of the appointment is only $99. But, hey, listen. If you start treatment, that just goes right into the cost, no problem. So, again, the way to go is Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic with 5 locations. There's one near you. Check them out at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Look at Scott taking pictures. All right, what team is that? Wait, what team? What's that Hastings? Oh, we're going Pitt. Wow, you are kind of yoked right there. You're looking good right there. Where's the Nuggets? Nuggets one. Yeah, you don't look as good in that one.
Oh, is this the same kid?
Yeah, same kid.
Same kid. Multiple cards.
Hey, you want to tell him your Michael Jordan story about getting knocked in the?
Where'd you find the cards, bud?
I found the cards. I found this one in a 90s card pack.
Okay.
And this one you gave to me, right? Yes.
Oh, that's pretty awesome. So hold on,
You call me Scott.
You just opened up a random 90s card pack and you found Scott Hastings?
Yes.
I was in all of them.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's not rare. I was in all of them.
That's not a compliment, but never mind. He's super famous.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
It's pretty tall, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, good radio.
Hey, Art Lakeley.
Oh, hey, give me the basketball for a second. Watch this. Right, the one thing. Oh, hold on. I'll get it.
Are you sure?
Right there. There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice.
This put me on the bench next to the head cheerleader of Ipswich High School for a year.
You know what that means.
Right there.
You had a lot of
the ball
time.
on their finger,
Right
can't
there.
shoot the ball.
That's an athlete right there, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Are you impressed? Yeah, you should be. All right, there you go.
No.
Such a strange skill to have, right?
That
Like
is.
it's a wacky one, right?
What would be the equivalent in baseball?
Oh, I dig this ride right here. I
tricycle?
I dig that trike. I'm getting myself a trike.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you going to sit in the back like that lady?
Yeah. I'm going to let you drive. I'm straddling you from behind.
Oh my God. All right, Grizz, we got Dan or Vic. Talk in the mic here a little bit, just because we're on.
Come on the air, brother.
Oh man, we got mini basketballs, we got footballs.
That's awesome.
We got the whole deal over here. I can sign. Oh, CJ. Okay.
National champion.
I know that. Vote for
CU region.
Solid prime
How did he win
sunglasses
that?
right there. Go Bucks.
I don't know if he's won it yet, but I know he's
did
running.
you buy any tickets? Yeah, sold out. How many wins the bus got?
Yeah.
All of them.
All
That's
of
right. Because we still believe, don't we?
Oh, he's got the sunglasses.
That's what I just said.
So what do you think he's going to say? 2.
I don't know.
I got the sunglasses. How many going to win? 2.
I think Baylor's going to beat us. You know. Broncos going to win 10?
Yeah. You know.
Donald's a little delusional.
You know, it's.
He gave us free Red Bulls, though.
Hold on, you want my Buffs number or my Broncos number on here? But both of them. Okay.
Well, you know what Tyler gets to do when he does these, Scotty? Watch. Oh, you know what he gets to do?
No, here's what I'm doing. I'm doing number 77 Buffs.
He gets to do the good one.
Now here comes number 76.
Yeah. But here comes the Flash.
You want me to do the?
Here comes the Flash.
Yeah, but I only do that for guys that I like.
You don't like Donald?
I mean, if I'm just signing it quick, I don't do the Super Bowl thing.
Oh, okay. What are you going to do?
Well, he is rocking all the CU gear.
So what are you going to do?
I guess I got to do it. I got to do it.
That's on Super Bowl 50.
I'm just doing SB 50. There you go.
There you go.
Should I write champ? I should probably write champ, right? SB 50 champ. That's what I am.
You don't want to write Michael Schofield's backup?
No.
Not for that one?
Yeah.
No? Okay.
Political. I wrote political games being played that year.
Wait, all right. I mean,
I just talked to Michael Schofield 2 days ago.
How's he doing?
He's doing great.
His wife still playing world-class hockey?
Actually, I think she's done. She was working for the Blackhawks last I knew.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. She's an Olympian. She's a
she's a
superstar.
badass.
I know.
Yeah.
Scotty, do you write a world champ, or what do you throw on a?
Well, I usually don't, but since he did, I've just put WC. That's
what year were you in WC?
WC 90.
WC 90. Okay, there you go. I got nothing. I can't even get in my college radio Hall of Fame.
No,
D-Max got a Aurora Hall of Fame. Oh no, he
You
never
would
lived
think.
in Aurora.
I know, Centennial. Yeah, it just kills me. Absolutely kills me. So Grizz.
If you love this place so
Hey,
much, why
Tanner,
don't you move out of here?
Tanner signs at IC, intramural champ.
What did he win in intramurals?
Badminton.
Badminton, and we all know this.
Oh, that's right. The famous badminton story.
Yeah.
Is Chris, who's going to join us here? Is it going to be Vic? Is it Dan? We got to get some Nuggets information. What do we got here?
Hey guys, I'm still here. Yeah, reached out to Vic, no response yet. Dan said he's so close to the studio he'll pop on when he gets in here. So
okay,
that's the update.
Hey, you know what? Hey, says who?
Dude, you kicked butt on that, Grizz. I mean,
Thank
that
you
was
guys.
phenomenal.
Thank you.
Yeah, don't be afraid to talk. It's just Dan we don't like to hear from.
Oh, okay. All right. Noted.
We just got honked.
I just got a honk out.
We got a honk out, not a clap out, but you got a honk out.
Yeah.
We like honking. Honking is fun too. You can do that as well. What do you think? What do you think they're going to talk about there with the old Nuggies today? What do you think they're addressing there today? What are we going to hear from Dan Tanner when he finally comes in the studio?
That's going to be interesting. I don't know. Good year, Ty Thang, got all pro player. It depends on how tough the questions are.
Is Dan asking a question?
I don't know.
Is Dan?
We'll
I mean,
find out.
I certainly hope so, right?
Huh? So we got a salesperson.
Yeah, Casey.
Casey, one of the greatest,
the best.
Yeah.
But she doesn't understand that we're talking on radio.
That's right. She doesn't have a microphone.
She's having a complete. Okay, what's your question?
Is anyone from the starters bench
Or
going?
Benchley? Is anybody leaving?
Are they leaving? Okay.
All right, who are we getting rid of?
Wait, from the starters bench?
Are any of the starters or anybody from the bench?
Hold on, I don't understand what a starter's bench is.
Really, Tyler? Seriously,
What?
You couldn't understand what I knew what she was saying.
No.
I'm being really nice right now, not to say anything.
Yeah.
Starters
Starters
and bench.
generally don't ride the bench. Yeah.
Thank God we got a vice president here.
Yeah. Casey was a
Hey, that's
cheerleader.
okay.
Casey's
Give
the
her a
best.
break.
Casey is the best. So that's right. I don't know. Who do you want to see gone, Casey? We just talked to Casey. Nobody. You want everything to stay exactly the same. That's the problem they got into in the first place. That's why we're sitting here in a gas station not talking about how we beat the Wolves last night or Dallas. By the way, how about those stupid Wolves losing to Dallas last night?
Did you watch that?
I did. I watched the end of it.
It angers you, doesn't it?
I couldn't watch. I flipped it on, and I just was like, forget it, but I tuned in the last few minutes.
I was going back and forth. I watched part of the Rangers-Florida game.
Well, that was okay. It was kind of boring, I thought.
Well, it was 1-0 to 9 minutes to go, and
Right.
then it became 2-0 in the empty netter. But did you watch that game and go, I'm not sure that I'm not sure the Avs had either one of them teams.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Like I watched the Pacers.
Yeah, probably. You're probably right about that because that Eastern Conference, those two teams are really good. They're both really
physical. But I watched Boston Pacers, and I went, I think the Nuggets can beat both those teams.
Of course.
Well, what did you think last night when you were watching Wolves Mavs?
Gosh, I talked to Andy today, and I said I've been saving this, and I don't know if I want to bring it out this early, but I will. Just because, you guys are family. You're brothers.
Oh, okay.
How many times you heard me say that Tim Connelly went there and he built the Wolves to beat
the Nuggets.
The Nuggets.
Yeah. But
did he beat him? Did he build them to beat anybody else?
Right.
Last night, the way, and listen, they got two fabulous players too, but their guards were dominant over Denver, and then that will drop off a couple big guys inside and beep, and these guys are doing all. Oh, you forgot this guy? Oh, we're going to let him in at 3. And unless it's just one game, but it didn't look like Minnesota. Then Minnesota will be retired. You're not ready. If you're going to use I was tired for that game, you're not ready to win a championship. I was sitting there watching all the time. I go, yep. Think about this. Every time Joker was on the floor, they had at least 2 7-footers and sometimes 3.
Yeah.
He was never going to be able to breathe because he's your best player.
Mm-hmm.
That means your perimeter guys have got to go off. Guess what our perimeter guys didn't do?
Yeah.
None of them went off.
Right. It was there for the taking.
And meanwhile, Dallas we'll play perimeter. And listen, they won the game and only hit like 6 threes. And they said, we'll play perimeter. There's a threat. They come out. Now also Gafford's going to dunk. This guy Lively's going to dunk. And blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that was the first thing. That was the first thing that came to my mind was Conley built them to beat Denver.
But you're not sure.
But did he build them to beat anybody else?
Isn't
that a good statement, though?
It is. I am
definitely. You don't get to do that.
I'm not pulling for the Wolves. I thought I would be because you want to lose to the whatever. But you know what really set me off is that whole crap about the alley-oop dunk sort of deal. What do you guys got going on? Is there something going on here I don't know about?
I get what you're saying, and that definitely ticked me off, and it should tick you off, and that's certainly enough to say I don't want the team to win. Rooting for him is a strong word, but you feel
I'm pulling for Dallas.
You feel a little bit less bad about yourself if the team you lose to ends up winning the whole thing.
Maybe, but I thought they were classless at the end, and so forget it. I like Luka. Kyrie's quirky. I don't have, go Mavs. As far as I'm concerned, I was glad they won last night.
Well, Luka is kind of like Jokic's brother, so maybe we should be rooting for him.
You know what I like, too, about the Mavs? It might provide a bit of a roadmap for the Nuggets next year. You don't have to win 57 games. Just get there.
Kyrie said it on the post-game show.
Did he really?
They said, when did you guys know? He goes, and they asked about leadership, defense, all this stuff. He goes, لisten, my goals, I knew we wanted to get to 50 wins. If we could get to 50 wins, we'll be in the middle of the pack.
Whatever.
And we'll be one of the teams available.
In the second round, the Nuggets lost 3 games at home. The Avalanche lost 3 games at home. If you're really built to win a championship, you'll win games on the road. Don't be so afraid of playing on the road, right?
Yeah, I agree. 100%.
And so forget it. They went 21-6. What did they have to do to go 21-6 after the All-Star break? They went 12-11 after the All-Star break in 23 and won the stupid championship.
And seemed fresh.
All right, we'll dig into what the Nuggets had to say.
By the way, that was Jimmy Dalton that just walked by, the lead singer for the Railbenders.
The Jimmy Dalton?
That was him and that little...
The Jimmy Dalton?
The Jimmy Dalton just drove by me.
Damn, man. This is
I hung out with him at one of their concerts this summer.
How good was
what
that?
Awesome. I was drinking then, though.
I'd like to see them sing the national anthem.
Why not?
Well, yeah, because Nathaniel Rateliff, it's, yeah, you've done a good job. Now it's time to not do that anymore.
Time to find a new band.
Not a Nathaniel fan, huh?
I'll just tell you this.
Nathaniel Rateliff and the what?
Night Sweats.
The Night Sweats.
Which is a great name.
Can I tell you this?
Railbenders is a good name, too.
There are so many phenomenal anthem singers for the Nuggets. I mean, there's like a different, new, unbelievable person every year.
All
every game.
year, yeah.
Every day, every game. And then, them. Okay, we will give you the latest with the Avalanche and the Nuggets. Hey, tell me I'm wrong. I'll just wait till somebody tells me I'm wrong. That's all I'll say on that. Make sure you've seen at least 10 other people sing the anthem down there. I don't know, man. I feel like I'm a bit of an anthem expert.
Why not the Railbenders?
It's fine by me. If Rateliff can do it. It is PhD on 92.5.
Jimmy's right.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford of Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
Another clap.
Well, look at all these clap outs. Appreciate you, man.
We are at Alta Convenience at Hamden and Chambers with free gas. So it's going pretty quick, and free gas for your free time. Well, come on down here while it lasts. How many? We're doing all right. There's actually plenty. That's a good chunk of free gas for you. It's been steady. So if you're somewhere in the neighborhood, come on down. Hamden and Chambers. Vic Lombardi.
And you'll see our tent, all right? And so the guys hand out the certificates are right in front of us.
That's right. Well, we're not on the street, we're
right
tucked away a little bit.
beside the building.
Yeah,
I'm just happy we got solid shade over here.
We got nothing.
Hey, Dummy's
three of
wearing
us.
2 shirts and a pair of jeans.
We got nothing to complain about. Dummy, just flat out dummy.
Why
we got Vic on the line.
Why are you wearing 2 shirts, long sleeve, and one over it?
I just got to be safe. Sun protection, Mosier.
Yeah.
Let's talk to Vic Lombardi, who was the MC of a press conference. Vic, why did a press conference need an MC?
Oh, I didn't MC the press conference. Instead, I was going to the press conference.
Oh, I thought you said you were like hosting it or something. You were like
No. I had to do a report. I had to do a report on the press conference.
Oh.
Some of us don't ride our bikes in nasty spandex to work, and we could present ourselves in front of the camera and do that kind of stuff.
Right.
God, I hate people like that. By the way, I'm enjoying my private office.
He
Thank
does
you
have
guys.
a private office, though, Vic.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
No
Dude,
comment from
I'm
Vic
so
on
glad
that?
you moved your stuff. It's all right. What's the question?
Okay, talk to us about.
That's the question, jerk.
We don't know anything about the presser. We were in transit. We don't know. Talk to us. Give us do a report. Give us a report about the presser.
Right,
what should we know?
Here's my essay on what I learned today from the Nuggets press conference. Number one, they're heartbroken over what happened in Game 7. They're emotional still. They haven't gotten over it. Coach Malone was asked, perhaps, did they look gassed? Were they tired? And he said, yeah, they looked tired. But it wasn't just Nicola. It was AG. It was everyone. The next question is, might you look in the future to rest your players a little more in the regular season? That way it doesn't happen in the postseason. And he said they're going to look into that. They have to look into that kind of stuff. They've been taxed. They've been playing a lot of games. Certainly something they'll do. Calvin Booth was asked about how do you upgrade this roster? How do you improve this roster? And, given the threshold they have luxury tax, there's not much they can do, fellas. I mean, don't expect any wild changes. Barring a major trade of one of the max players, there's nothing they can do to this roster. He did mention they can upgrade 1 or 2 positions. Now, take that for whatever you think those positions are. The Nuggets are pretty much stuck. I shouldn't use the word stuck. It's a championship team, all right? So this is who they are. The big key, will they be able to bring back KCP? He has a player option. I guarantee there's going to be a team out there that's going to provide greater term, give him a contract that he's going to look at. And given the restrictions the Nuggets have with the salary tax and the aprons and all that business, they may lose KCP. And that'll lead to some other changes on the roster.
And this is me, and I hope they don't have to lose him. But I think with Christian Brown, he can't make the threes like KCP, but he can give you the hustle and the defense.
Yeah.
I think that would be the least hurtful of all the starters to lose.
Well, I don't disagree with you on that, but he does have to develop a three-point ball where you could trust him and people don't leave him open, right? Because that's the last thing.
Yes.
At least KCP, you're not going to leave him open. You have to respect the three. So that's the key to that position. I've said all along, and tell me if you agree to this, Scott, Tyler, I think a backup big is necessary, essential. A backup big who will play in key games. Not just having one. Listen, DeAndre Jordan is phenomenal. I love the man. He's a big reason why the Nuggets won a championship. He's a locker room leader, and he can do a lot of things on and off the court. But they need a backup big that they're going to give minutes to when Joker goes to the bench. And I think that's the primary move in this offseason.
Vic, KCP's in an interesting spot because 99% of the players are going to opt out, take the money. They've already got a ring, and now it's about money. But, he's already got 2 rings. He's also got $100 million. I think he's kind of an interesting guy. I'm not sure how to read this thing. What do you think is going to be the most important thing for KCP right now?
Well, the player option only calls for one more season of basketball. I mean, I don't need to tell you guys, you play pro sports. If someone said to you, you're 31 years old, here's a 1-year deal, or here's a 5-year deal for more money than you're making. Which one are you taking?
Yeah.
Right.
It's term. With KCP, it's term. It's not just the money. It's the fact that he's not going to retire anytime soon. He's not retiring at 31. Probably wants to play 4 or 5 more years. And if there's every team in the NBA can do right with KCP. There's not a team out there that would not want him on the roster. He's won championships. He plays defense, and he makes 3-pointers. What's not to like?
Yeah.
What questions were asked of Josh Kroenke?
Well, I asked Josh just how do you tell the fans about navigating this luxury tax threshold? And he brought up a point that I was unaware of. When the Nuggets structured this team, when they decided to pay 3 max contracts, Joker, Jamal, and MPJ, that was sort of the thing. That was what teams were starting to do. The Golden State Warriors had done it. The Brooklyn Nets had done it. The Nuggets at that time were one of 4 teams in that era. And since they made that move, the CBA has changed. The rules have changed. They've made it more restrictive for teams with 3 max contracts. So what the Nuggets did with the core of this team is actually hurting them under these new rules. How do you spin out of that? How do you deal with that? I'm not sure. I don't know if they have the answers yet. But I can tell you this. They're not operating under the same set of rules they operated under when they built the core of this team. And that could be a factor moving forward. So, again, unless you trade one of those max contracts, you're sort of stuck with them.
Well, the new CBA, as I understand it, the league wanted teams to have 2 guys, not 3.
And Golden
State, the big thing they wanted.
Yeah, and Golden State started this, right? So Golden State, they had so much money they were spending. They were spending excess of $400 million into luxury tax, ridiculous money, because they were making that kind of money. And they moved into a new arena, and they were just throwing riches, just gobs of money at their players and their roster. So the NBA said, well, how do we combat this? What do we do? So they developed all these new levers, the first apron, the second apron, and ironically enough, those were there to protect small and mid-market teams. And look who it's hurting in this specific scenario. It's a mid-market team like Denver.
And you know what? I said this yesterday, Vic, and they'll have more time to try to navigate it. But all these young teams we're watching now are going to get caught up in the same situation eventually. Oklahoma City, Memphis someday, Minnesota someday, Houston.
Yep.
I mean, all these teams have been building through the drafts and have gotten 2 or 3 guys that can ball. They're going to have to eventually choose.
And now you're getting punished.
Well, and that's why windows are short.
That's why the Players Association
leaders
should have been fired.
Well, they wanted shorter windows. They don't want to see – the NBA rules are actually rules to eliminate dynasties. That's what they are. They're rules to
and yet this is the first year of the new rule, and this is going to be the 6th straight year with a brand-new champion.
Yes, very much.
And
if you're going to win, we say all that, Scott, and I get it. You're 12 minutes away from the Western Conference Finals and a chance to win another championship if you win that series.
Right.
Good point.
Was it addressed about not doing anything at the trade deadline? Was anything like that sort of brought up?
Was not brought up, to be honest with you. It probably should have, but it was not brought up. Some questions regarding MPJ. They all assess MPJ, and Malone came to MPJ's defense. Said, listen, he didn't need to take the blame for how he played in that Minnesota series because he helped carry us in the Lakers series, and he's exactly right. Now, do they want him to be more consistent? Yes. They all acknowledge that he's got to be better defensively, all right? But that's Scott, being a better defensive player, that's also a skill as much as it wants to. You can't just say, hey, be a better defensive player.
Well, I think there's a want to in him. I don't doubt that. I think there's always going to be a limitation with lateral movement because of the back, to be honest with you. And having talked to a couple coaches, they kind of put me onto that path, if you will. So, listen, be a good rebounder. Just don't let straight drive-bys all the time. He's got to be smarter, use his length, save the drive, challenge the shot. But I just think there's always going to be limitations. He's not going to be able to move laterally like KCP or Aaron Gordon or Christian Brown, any of the other better defensive players.
So this is an interesting day today. Oh, go ahead, Vic. Sorry.
No, I just wanted to go off of that. You said it best, Scott, in the previous segment. Minnesota, in the last 2 games of that series, they basically said this. They said, listen, we can't stop Joker. We can't deal with him. we're going to gamble. We're going to put everything in the middle of the court, and we're going to swallow him up as soon as he touches the ball. If we're going to beat the Denver Nuggets, we're going to gamble on them shooting the ball with their role players and outside shooters. They said, if you're going to beat us, you got to make shots. And they couldn't make shots. And that's why Minnesota won.
Yep. Vic, of course, is Mr. Hustle. He was at the Broncos for a little bit as well. Vic, dynamic takeaways you had from the moments that you were
Gold
out.
jacket or not.
Broncos.
That's all we want to know.
Wow.
You had a solid 15 minutes. Bo Nix, gold jacket or not.
Every time I walk out to those Broncos OTAs, I remind myself I haven't done it for 22 years. Why am I here? What am I gleaning from this? What is my purpose here? These
God
guys
bless
are
you.
stretching. They're stretching and throwing a ball with no pads, they're just what do we learn from this? Here's what I learned today.
I'll tell you why.
Sorry, go ahead. Cortland Sutton wasn't there. I learned that, and that Tim Patrick changed his jersey number. That's all I learned.
Yeah.
There
Numbers.
you go.
Here's why I went, Vic. Just to hold D-Mac in check. Just to hold him in check for whatever radical takes he was going to have from going out there today. That's why I went.
You went there to throttle his hyperbole. I appreciate
Right,
that.
because if somebody else is there, you can't
lie.
I can't lie.
No,
I can't.
no. You can't over-exaggerate. You can't.
Tyler, if we're not there, he comes back and says, "Oh my God, everybody's talking about Bo Nix taking on Tom Brady. He's the greatest ever. It's the talk of camp.
Right.
All my little birdies are telling me this. You guys should have been there." And we know what takes place at those things. Nothing.
Well, let's team up, buddy. Between the two of us, we always.
All right.
Well,
I hope you guys have some.
Team keep D-Mac in check.
I hope you have some gumption because I'm going to be out there a lot. So see you out there, boys, if that's the case.
Well,
Can't
there's
wait.
only 2 more days you can go, so.
See me there in August. All right, thank you, Vic. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Vic.
Thank you, brother.
Hey, did you learn anything out there? Are they going to let us do like we did for the previous 29 years?
It's an interesting thing because they're doing major construction of the Fieldhouse Hill, that area. They're going to build the locker room, all that stuff. The primary location for the players will be over by the Fieldhouse.
But they're not starting until after camp.
I think they're going to get going during camp, and they're still going to make things good.
Well,
for
there's
the
a
fans.
free out. There's your answer right there. If they're doing construction, that's all they needed. Hey, we don't have space for you guys.
But we're no longer up on the hill. Sean Payton has taken us down from the hill, and you can just be around the fields like you always used to be, and that's opened up a little bit. I do know that the players were not made available right away. They had an hour of conditioning and lifting, so all the Muggles just had to hang out.
Do you realize if Sean Payton would have been the coach here last 20, Fred, none of us would have got to know
what would have Fred done?
What would he have done?
Yeah.
There's a great reason why Fred's. Do you know the story why Fred's not there anymore?
I told you it.
It's I probably should. It's a good one.
I mean,
Not for on the air.
Go
All right.
ahead.
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
no, I won't. But I got yelled at by Fred. I think most
everybody.
You got yelled at by Fred?
Yes.
Really? Fred yelled at you.
Fred would never.
Well, no. What he did with me,
or did he yell at somebody near you?
He yelled at somebody by me, and then he looked at me, and I just gave him a thumbs up.
Understood. I understand you're yelling at them because you're mad at me.
One time, because I was taking a knee, and I was in my right place, so I was on a knee. He goes, Scott. He waves the hand like stand up, so I did that. And then, but I've seen him butcher people.
Oh, my God. I called it a rite of passage. Like, if you haven't been yelled at because your toe's over a line or something by Fred, what's what. But we still got plenty of gas to give away. There's plenty right there.
Actually, I'm amazed how many we got left because it's been nonstop.
It's been nonstop, and we're at the Alta Convenience Store.
$5,000 worth of $25 gift certificate.
I'll tell you what. So we'll be here till 3 o'clock. So I think you got time. I really do. And but the line hasn't stopped yet. We still have plenty of.
We only had
free
2
guys.
Lamborghinis come through asking for the $25.
Yeah, they had visitors passes.
Yeah.
We will get to no dumb questions. The Val Nichushkin, it was the Gabriel Landeskog press conference, but it was really more about Val Nichushkin than anything else. We'll give you details of that when we get some information out of Dove Valley from today as it leaks out. We'll bring that to you. Plenty going on here on PHD on 92.5.
All right, guys and gals, time to start feeling your best. Stop settling. Stop settling for not feeling as good, looking as good. Stop settling for your workouts not going as far as you want them to, because you can do something about it. If you call my friends over at Revitalize Health, Tyler Columbus here, and I've been working with them for 7 years. That's a long time, and nobody would keep going back to the same spot for 7 years unless you really believed in what they're doing, unless you felt the difference of what they're doing. Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, they've got it all covered for you. They're going to come up with a customized game plan for your body and your needs. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over, and you can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
What I can say to you is we've got to look at all options. And at this time, priority one is for Val to get the help he needs, and assuming he does, And after the 6 months, we'll have to read and react on that. But it is very plausible that he will be back with the Avalanche.
Plausible. You surprised to hear that?
No.
Why?
Guaranteed money.
Okay.
And he can still play.
Good at hockey.
Yeah, good at hockey, guaranteed money.
Okay.
And
did you hear Gabe's tone talking about Val?
No. How was Gabe's tone?
Sympathetic for the person. Likes the other guys that are in the locker room. Was disappointed for the guys in the locker room. McFarland said that too. So everybody's saying that. Listen,
but that's
person
big.
Struggling, addiction, because it's phase 3, meaning Seattle phase 1, it's January phase 2, this one phase 3. Okay, he's dealing with addiction. Ain't no doubt about it. Zero doubts about it. Okay, and he's getting caught too, meaning he just can't get away from it for whatever reason. The sympathy you have for an individual has its limits to what you need as the collective. But you know what McFarland pointed out today? Look at the record when Val's on the team compared to when he's not. The win-loss splits are ridiculous.
Well, that's why if you were to ask the guys, if you gave them a vote within the first day, within the first week, within the first month, I bet you about 95% of those guys would say we don't want him on the team. 6 months go by, you'll see. We'll see what happens. You don't trust him, but upstairs, you're looking at it from a different point of view.
Let me and not to interrupt you, but don't you think now the team says we're involved in your aftercare?
I don't think you have a choice. I brought it up yesterday with Josh Hamilton, the baseball player. Josh, right?
Yep.
Yeah. You know, Josh had all his substance abuse issues, and I don't know if it was actually team mandated or if it was something that he did. I think it was actually something he did on his own. But he had a personal accountability coach that was basically with him 24 hours a day, on the road, at home, wherever it went. And I think at this point, as an organization, you say, okay, well, it's plausible that you'll be back, which in my mind says we're stuck. It means we don't have an out, even if we want an out right now. So if you come back, yeah, we're going to put
we're involved.
We're putting as many things around you as we possibly can. And I'm sorry if you don't want someone in your personal life. Someone's in your personal life.
And the scary part is I dealt with that as a teammate. A guy that was a fantastic player, was built like Shaq, young Shaq, but more skilled, could handle the ball and everything else. Chris Washburn. And he was in the program a couple times and everything. Booger Sugar, I think, is what he was doing. And so he ended up hiring his uncle, and his uncle lived with him and stayed with him, traveled with us and everything. Until he fell asleep in the Game 7 in the Boston Garden in the first half of the game. Wow. He fell asleep. Turns out he wasn't doing Booger Sugar no more, but him and his uncle would get a fifth of Jack and a fifth of vodka and just hammer it all night long up in their room.
Right.
And then, listen, it's not cocaine, but you're still altering your whatever. He fell asleep.
That is wild.
On the bench.
Wow.
You've been in Boston Garden when it's in the Boston Garden, and that was a game where Bird had 34 and Neek had 47, and they
fell
win.
Asleep
they won 116. I mean, it was that kind of a game.
Wow.
Sleep on the bench.
Here is that's crazy. Here is Gabe Landeskog talking about Val. Go ahead, Dan.
From my perspective, just like Chris said, you know, Val is a teammate of ours. He's a friend of ours. He's somebody that we've raised the cup with and had lots of good memories with and challenges you've gone through over the years with, right? But so you care for him and you want him to get help and you want him to get right. Now, what happens here moving forward, it's up to him how he's going to handle it. And, you know, we're pulling for him and hope everything goes well. You know, so, but devastating to lose a guy like that going into Game 4 in a playoff matchup where, you know that the margin for error is so small. And I mean, I'm sure in that Game 4, guys are pretty rattled about it and pretty hard to just kind of set aside and go and play as much as you want to be mentally strong and just go out there and win with whoever's in the lineup or whoever's out of it. I mean, it's obviously a big piece. So I think guys are rattle the group pretty good, and I think they responded really well with Game 5 and Game 6 as well. But felt number one, I think the first thing that came to my mind is I just felt bad for the guys in the room, the guys that battle so hard and the guys that care so much. And this time of year, definitely difficult.
When you're trying to win
those aren't difficult lines to read between, correct?
No. When you're trying to win a championship, you're hoping that everybody on that page cares.
Yeah.
And the most important thing, at least for those 60 minutes that you're playing, is we care about this, and this is the most important thing. But when you're saying, I care about getting stoned a little higher, a little more than win a championship, you really don't care about winning.
So you can just tell by his tone. You can, and McFarland took a breath too before he said it. You can hear from Gabe. I'm sure that's the same you'd hear from Nate. Listen, man, they aren't happy with the dude, clearly.
No.
And while you have sympathy, there's something we're working on together. And when you juxtapose it with Gabe, are you kidding me? What he's going through right now? 2 years? 2 years of rehab just for the just to have the chance to play again. And you got a teammate doing this garbage? Are you kidding me? I mean, come on, man. But the truth of the matter, and this is where I have some sympathy for Joe and Chris McFarland.
They're stuck.
Listen, these type of players, Gabe Landeskog and Val Nichushkin, they don't grow off hockey trees somewhere. You know, they're high-quality players that even if you said, let's replace them, how? Who are you going to find that are like these guys? And that's what McFarland said about Gabe. And the truth is about Val, too.
Missing the last 2 years are two guys like those two guys.
It's easy to say, we're going to get rid of Val. He's blah, 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 blah. Oh, all right, fine, cool. Who are you going to find like him?
Well, you don't.
Where?
You don't. You don't get to replace guys like that. So you do your best to build around it. But the challenge the Avalanche have right now is this is a 6-month deal. And when he gets back, it's plausible he's going to be there, which means, yeah, he's probably going to be on the team. You can't get out of it. And now you have to find a way to try to plan on how he's there, but you don't trust him. You're not counting on him. So now you have to find ways to build a team, even with that contract still there. And, man, they're in a tough spot because financially that's just really, really tough to do.
I think if he's cleared by the NHL, everybody will have to take a big old breath. Maybe they have a different way of approaching things with him. He'll be back.
Well, that's one thing.
He'll be back, I think.
That's one thing we really haven't talked about a whole lot, though, honestly, is that, 6 months is when he gets to apply for a reinstatement. That he gets to apply for it. There's no guarantee that the league is going to say, welcome back with open arms.
Yeah,
they could very easily say, no, you're not playing this whole year.
And what they'll look at, okay, say the rehab stint lasts 45 days, actually in a facility, which I hope that's what's going on right now. What's your aftercare been? Well, I've been testing, I've been clean. That's not what we're talking about. Because to me, with an addiction, and I know there becomes a physical part of it also, but it's a mental and emotional part of it that has to be directed, and it can't be directed in 45 days and then, I'm good. I mean, what's it called?
Recidivism.
The recidivism.
Man.
Anyway, the guy's going back on it. I mean, people going to facilities and getting cured, the percentage of it is like 23%.
Yeah.
It's not good. So it's as much about that. And now where's your step next? What else are you doing? Where are you going from it?
I think it's clear how the players feel, too. And Chris and Joe got to figure that one out. It's part of it. I don't think they're going to do it blindly without them, but I think everybody will be sympathetic to the situation. So you have the Gabe situation who's trying like hell to come back, and then you have the Val situation.
Who just throws it away.
And it's just like, wow, what a conundrum for them as they try to negotiate and battle through everything. So our two franchises that we love so much had just such a tough end to everything. Dan Tanner was actually at the Nuggets. We'll hear from Dan about everything. He's
I can't wait to hear his question.
Well, he's I'm sure Dan will have it. But first, we've got no dumb questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now.
You're a smart guy.
Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
On Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
No Dumb Question. We're out here at Alta Gas giving away free $25 I don't want to say certificate, gift cards.
Sure.
You could use it on gas or inside.
Or you
if
can
you want
use
to
it
buy
inside.
food.
But $25, one of those envelopes were passed out as 100.
One of them does.
So no dumb question. Greatest gift card you ever got that you weren't expecting?
Oh, wow. Boy, I don't know, but I know my favorite gift cards I've ever gotten were to Home Depot. Those are the greatest gift cards I've ever gotten in my life. I mean, that's Disneyland for a dad right there.
You're setting me up to almost do a live commercial if you want the answer. Do you want the answer?
Yeah.
Okay. My real estate guy, Dom from edprather.com, heard us complain that, we really like our washer and dryer because we're going into the new house, the one we left behind. Gave us $750 to Best Buy so we could get a new washer dryer.
Nice.
Wow.
How about that one?
How much
That's
commission?
a hell of a gift right there.
How much commission that guy?
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Well, I did say I lived in Centennial, not Aurora, right? I did mention that,
First time I coached, and I didn't know anything about coaches' gifts or anything. I didn't know you're supposed to do that. I mean, all them years of Little League, I'm not sure my parents ever said, hey, Coach, here's a $10 gift card.
You didn't have a little party? You
Gift
didn't have a
card.
little something? Like, no?
You won, you got to go down and get an ice cream cone. If you lost, hey, you lost. No reward.
You lost, you got custard.
Yeah, I got a gift card from the team, and it just shocked me. And I was like the most appreciative gift card I've ever gotten because I wasn't expecting anything. We were just having a party, and I was giving out the trophies. And then all of a sudden somebody gave me.
Oh, look at that. Isn't that nice?
Yeah,
That's pretty nice.
It was a surprise and really kind of cool.
All right, here's
that
my.
Hey, that right there. That dude's got a truck.
That's
Dog,
so
you got a
trucker.
truck right there.
Yes, he does.
That's a trucker.
All right, here's my no dumb question for DMAC. You know, we all made it out to Broncos practice today. DMAC, myself, Nate Kreckman, Vic, well represented from Altitude Sports. DMAC rode his bike, so he didn't get to stay very long. But I want DMAC to pretend. Just pretend for a second. Pretend I wasn't there.
Okay.
Pretend I was not at practice.
All right.
What's your takeaway from practice?
I wasn't there long enough to have. I couldn't lie to you. And when I was at rookie minicamp, it was a 2.5 hour practice, and they didn't get anything meaningful until about an hour and 50 minutes into it. So I'm not going to fib to you. There was nothing all that interesting
What
today.
I think he wants you to do is pretend like you were going to fib to us, and what would you have said about today?
It is so clear that Bo Nix is the best quarterback out there. It's ridiculous. I mean, listen, I'm not saying bad things about Zach Wilson or Jarrett Stidham, but heads and shoulders, Bo Nix is the man.
Yeah, just stands out, man.
Who's Jarrett Stidham?
Well, that's what Mrs. Stidham said, his mom. I mean,
Oh,
that's how deep he is on the depth chart.
Oh, Zach knows who she is. Zach Wilson knows.
There you go. No, man, listen, Vic didn't see anything. Tyler didn't say much. We are going to have Zach Stevens on from DNVR, who was out at the whole thing. I didn't know Nate was going. We should get Nate on.
Nate was out. Nate probably, actually, Nate would be the only one of our group that got to see the
we should. I didn't even know. I did not happen to. Listen, how many media people were there?
Oh, I don't know, 20, 30, I don't know, more, I don't know.
It's a lot.
How many do you think Sean Payton, no dumb question, when he was all them years in New Orleans,
how
many media people came out to OTA?
6, maybe 8.
Yeah, not many.
I mean, I think that has surprised him here. In fact, I don't think it. I know it. Just how attentive the Denver media is. You know, the whole thing about Denver being like a cow town or a small place, you realize we have like the most intense media sort of attention to an NFL team.
Yeah,
and I don't know about the NBA or an NHL. You'd have to tell me. I don't see what these other places are like comparatively with the Nuggets or the Avs.
You know, the last couple of years by having Nikola Jokic, it's amazing.
More people turn up on the road.
Especially the pregame.
Yeah.
There's some of them we're in these tiny rooms, and it's packed.
Okay.
Like standing room only.
People want to see him.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he's the best player in the world, right?
And then but before all that, there was times it was like Katie Marlowe and me.
I believe it. What about when you go to New Orleans? Who's there from New Orleans?
That's a good question. I'm trying to think where their setup was.
Probably not many. Memphis, probably not many.
Yeah.
Portland, probably not many. I mean, a lot of places like that. Listen, man, the
main practice takeaway, the jersey numbers. I was having a hard time getting accustomed to them.
Yeah.
Jersey numbers looked weird. It did. It's gonna take a minute or two to get accustomed to these things.
Did you catch Audric Estimé at all? Were you able to focus on him just even a pinch?
Not even for a play.
Not even for a second. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you know how it goes, man. If you're not dialed in, looking for a specific player out there,
so
there's no way you're
another
gonna see
dumb
it.
question for you too. Then we made a big deal about the new jersey changes coming up for the season.
Yeah.
Did the practice jerseys look any different?
I think
that's my point. Yes, they do look different.
They do.
They've got different numbers on them.
Well, forget the numbers. But I mean,
I think they're sharper looking. I think they're brighter. I think they just look better.
The numbers are like it's a different font, right? So they're smaller, they're skinnier. They got like sharp angles on them. It does look different. I thought the helmets looked really good though. The helmets look sharp, man.
I think it just looks. Yeah, all of it looks better. Fans are gonna. It's going to be packed at training camp. It's going to be packed.
If they allow it.
Well, I'll tell you this. The Broncos are going to be talked about from now through June, where they weren't really in the same way for the past
2 3 years.
Well, longer, right? Really, COVID, throw that all
Only
in,
show
right?
in town.
So for the first time, I mean, so this is the first time since before COVID we haven't had one of the Avs or Nuggets playing at this time of year, correct?
Right.
So guess what, Denver Broncos? Welcome to it. Welcome to it. Rockies won a one-run game last night.
I was going to bring
12 innings.
In 12 innings, yeah.
In 12 innings, win 12.
I was going to bring that up to you.
Dan Tanner was out with the Nuggets today, so let's hear from Dan. Let's see. We got a report from Vic. Let's see how Dan does. After 2 o'clock, we should hear more from the Broncos in terms of their day. We have free gas. We still have a few envelopes to give away that have $25 gift certificates to it, just free. All you have to do is turn in, show up. We'll hand you the free gas. And a reminder, if you buy 2 12-ounce Red Bull energy drinks, you get one free for every purchase made. Alta Convenience will donate to Wings for Life. Wings for Life supports research and treatment for traumatic spinal cord injuries. Severe spinal cord injuries affect at least 250,000 people annually. Thank you to Wings for Life. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac here to tell you when opportunity knocks. Come on, man. You've got to act. It's a buyer's market. It means exceptional values at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, proud partner of CU Athletics. Listen to these deals. How about $20,000 off a new Ford F-150 Lightning Lariat? You heard right. Go green and take $20,000 off MSRP on an F-150 with federal tax credits and rebates. That's not all. At Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, you can save thousands in finance charges and buy a new Ford with 0% APR financing for 60 months. Want their lowest payment on a 2024 Broncos Sport Big Benz? Lease one today for just $249 a month. So what are you waiting for? Come on now, let's go. Buy now and save big at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, located on 3rd and Alpine. But for all the details, you can simply go online to MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. That's MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com.
the emotional reaction to losing cannot force you to make emotional decisions. And we lost the other night, and I asked my staff a question. I said, was this season a failure? And if you look at it solely from the lens of winning a championship, yeah, we failed in that regard. But the season wasn't a failure in my eyes. We did a lot of great things this year and lost a tough Game 7 at home to a quality opponent. But when you do lose, it forces you to look within and find out ways to be better. And that's something that we always do, win or lose, after each season. How can we be a better team next year? From within, from a coaching standpoint, from a player development standpoint, from a draft standpoint, whatever it may be. So wasn't the outcome that we all wanted. We realized that, but I still have a tremendous amount of confidence and faith in that group.
We are at Alta Convenience, where we have a few gift cards for free gas or whatever you want. It's $25 gift cards, although there's an envelope with a $100 gift card in there.
We don't know if we've given that away or not.
We do not.
It could still
We
be
do
out
not.
there.
So we will listen. We if you're somewhere nearby, you don't have to rush. You don't have to do anything crazy. But hey, come on by. And I'd be surprised if you don't get a gift card. And we'll be here. What time is it? For 9. I bet we probably are out probably around 2:30 or so. So just be smart about whatever you gotta do if you want to come on down here and get it. All right, interesting question. We'll get to Dan Tanner's report here in just a second. But first, was the season a failure? Malone asked his staff that. Fascinating. That is a very kind of reporter, muggle-like question to sort of throw out at the end of the season, which I find most coaches and teams hate answering, whether it was a failure or not.
You know, I don't think that if the definition of success is championship or bust, well, yeah, of course it's a failure. I don't view the majority of seasons that way. I'm not that dude that says, okay, we didn't win a championship, so the season was a failure. However, I do think it's a bit different, man. When you're the returning champs, like there's no baby steps you're looking for. There aren't baby steps along the road when you're the returning champs. Did you win it again or not?
Was it a failure, Tyler?
Yeah, I would say it was, but here's the thing. I think realistically, internally, Calvin Booth set the standard before the season ever began of what the realistic expectations were. The season before the season ever started, Calvin Booth said it's not about this year. It's about maintaining a championship window for 3 to 5 years. So internally, they might have already accepted before the season ever began that this isn't what the goal was.
Was it a failure, Scott?
Do you think that was Malone's
hell no
philosophy? Let's win 3 or 4 in the next 5 years.
No.
Or was he let's go back to back?
I think his philosophy, let's go 21-6 and win the West, which they did.
GM's big picture, coaches are day to day. Coaches, we're winning today.
Was it a failure?
In my opinion, if you're in pro sports, including the Broncos, who's in rebuilding, your ultimate goal every year is to win a championship. And fair or not fair, there's only one team in every one of them leagues that ever wins the championship. In college, CU win 7-8 games. That's going to be a hell of a year. Big success. You ain't going to play for the championship or anything like that.
No.
But a big success. Ain't in pro sports. Pro sports is about you got to get the right management, the right team, the right scouts. You got to get the right coach. You have the right players in there. It's a money thing. You're doing
Hold on a second, though.
and
Hold on. I'm not going to let you off the hook there.
It's a failure if you don't win a championship every single year.
Who had a worse year, the Nuggets or the Spurs?
No, different. You don't get to compare the two. Like I said, the Spurs are in baby step mode. That's where they are. Baby step mode. The Denver Nuggets, there's no baby steps.
Who had a better season, the Spurs or the Nuggets?
That's a good question. I would say the Nuggets because you did get to compete for a championship. The Spurs, I think, actually, if we're being real honest, the Spurs did not match expectation.
You don't think so?
No. 17 games? No.
I don't think it was about wins and losses for the Spurs.
Go back and look at all the preseason media and predictions of making the playoff or at least the play-in. Remember, they had like an 18-game losing streak in the middle of
I
the year.
think being competitive, pulling off a few upsets, which they did, developing Victor Wembanyama into the best defensive player in the league.
He salvaged some of that. He didn't win that, by the way.
I got you,
So
but
I guess he wasn't. Don't say that.
Okay.
Don't say
Who would you rather have playing defense for you, Rudy Gobert or Victor Wembanyama?
Victor.
Yeah, me
But who
too.
won the award?
I gotcha.
So,
So we're just going by that?
Yeah. So kind of like. I'll tell you a funny story. So we're on a bus one time after a game. We're going there and we're walking. Vinny Johnson goes, "Man, I had that offensive rebound. They didn't give me no offensive rebound."
Vinny Johnson.
So Mark Aguirre goes, "Vinny, how many they say you got?" He said, 0. He goes, "You got 0 then."
Dan Tanner was out at the presser. Dan, host of In the Paint, does a quality job there, no doubt. Dan, talk to us. What were your takeaways there? And what question did you ask?
I did not get an opportunity to ask a question because both of the questions I had penciled in were asked basically right off the bat. So
which were?
So my two questions were going to be, did Nikola Jokic play too many minutes this season?
Okay.
Malone had mentioned, and that was one of my big takeaways. Malone sort of admitted he may have ran his guys into the ground, specifically the starting five. That is something that he had mentioned that he's going to be looking at in the offseason, is how can he improve in that area for next year to where his team's more fresh in the playoffs. And then my other question was going to be, what did you make of the rookies? This was more for Calvin. And what kind of role do you expect them to have for next year? And Calvin had mentioned that they're all going to play in Summer League. Again, get the development there. But he did say, guys, that's something they're going to have to look at over this offseason, whether or not they see enough development over the summer from these guys, or if they're going to have to go the veteran route again to, supplant the bench for next year.
Then are you getting rid of that 3 and 5, or is your 3 and 5 way to do it not working? I mean, that's the follow-up, right? So if these guys don't just dominate, and I mean dominate in Summer League,
right?
So maybe they're not to develop, so we may have to go more vet. Well, so then the way you were wanting to do it's not working.
What'd you get out of the rookies? You got nothing out of the rookies. You got Strother, Pickett, and Tyson. You got 0 out of the rookies.
This team doesn't have time for development anymore. It got you here. It did. And I'm not telling you to stop drafting and developing. Of course, that's a dumb statement. But they don't have the luxury of waiting for these guys anymore. You got this window, and it ain't going to last forever.
Hey, let me just throw a tough question out there. And let's be honest. With what we saw in the postseason, did Peyton Watson develop?
I thought he was.
The other direction.
I thought he was developing, man. I mean, there was a point in that season I'm like, ooh, he is the man. That is our guy. And I don't know what happened, man. I really don't know what happened. Actually, what happened? What happened? Something happened.
Yeah.
Something happened.
Yeah.
He's blocking 6 shots a game at one point. It's unbelievable.
One of the things that happened is he had a stretch towards the end of the season where he was like 1 of 27 from 3, and he got scared.
Okay. Yeah. Well, and I think Christian Brown went through a bit of that in
kind
the
of in
season,
the middle.
And he kind of got himself out of it.
Yeah.
So shooters got to shoot, man. I don't know how else to put it. We've heard it 10 million times, and if you're scared out there, you're toast. So I don't know what to tell you about Pickett, Tyson, and Strother unless they're just terrified to play in the NBA.
Well,
but there wasn't much opportunity either.
But did I not tell you this week sometime I said, listen, if all 3 guys are in the Summer League, they didn't develop. There was no development in them. And so
they're back.
That's a sign. And so now you've got to try. And you ain't developing in the Summer League. I don't care what you do. And you can work all the guys out. Great. You got to play NBA guys. You're playing in the Summer League. It's kind of like, you know what they are? It's kind of like rookie minicamp.
Yeah.
You're playing a bunch of guys that, guess what? Only about a handful are going to be in the league next year.
Yeah.
And probably 2 or 3 of them are going to play.
Here's the thing, though. So when the season began, it was very, very clear what Calvin Booth wanted. He wants these young players to develop. And Michael Malone's not the only coach in the NBA that doesn't trust young guys.
In pro sports.
I'm going to guess Calvin Booth wants him to at least play.
Well, that's my point. And so not only does he want him to develop, but how do you develop? You play basketball.
I don't know how else to do it.
And you ask the coach, and Michael Malone, like I said, who is not unique, but maybe takes it to the extreme. does not like young players, does not trust young players.
But then
I'll
it
put
goes
that way.
to how desperate are you to win 57 games compared to 52 games?
So that one's real easy for Michael Malone to say in the offseason. So he might be saying that.
I agree.
He might be saying that right now, like, oh man, I've ran these guys into the ground. I got to look at this. We're going to get some better analytics next season. Tell me when I got to get these guys out of the game. And then all of a sudden you're in a game and you're like, I got to win this damn thing.
Dude, you're so right. And every day that there's a game, and I feel it when you go to that pregame presser, it feels like the most important thing that's going on. Like, you can't just say, oh, this doesn't really matter tonight. You put the same scouting into it, practice into it, travel into it. So what? We're just going to say, hey, no big deal. Strother's going to get 12 minutes tonight no matter what?
Let me
Really?
ask this. Had you played Pickett, say we're going to suffer slings and arrows, we're going to play Pickett's our backup point guard all year.
No matter what.
No matter.
Doesn't matter.
Would you not know? And if he looks just up what we thought we saw him now, guess what you say? Some time to get somebody new.
Well,
if you all of a sudden see growth as the season goes, you're going, all right, maybe he's the guy.
Right.
We're about to blow away.
Toto. All right, let's take a quick break. We have a 3-person operation holding this crap down right now. Are you kidding me? And we're standing here doing nothing. Not one of us moved an inch.
And listen, and the fattest guy's up at the corner not doing anything. He'd be a great anchor right now.
Fattest guy.
God. Oh, my God.
But is that not, am I not lying?
Oh, my God. A day and a half you've had. All right, we're going to have Nate Kreckman, who was out at the Broncos. We'll get Nate's perspective. He wanted a tight end. He didn't want stupid Bo Nix. We'll hear Nate's report next. Hey, it's Steve Aggett. Yeah, I rode my bike out here to Alta Convenience at Hamden and Chambers. Happy to do that. Had a great day on my bike. Rode from my new pad out there in Lone Tree down to the Avs and then over to the Broncos and now out here and back home. And I'm more active and I feel better than I have in years and years and years because of SOTA weight loss. Dropping 3.12 pounds a week for 4 months. Nice, steady, easy way to go about it. Easy. Easy is the right word to use when you're talking about SOTA, and supported. And in terms of being on maintenance, all I have to do now is just live my life like I have been for the past few months in a much healthier, better way. Thank you to SOTA Weight Loss. And if you just feel stuck, listen, just go to SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTAweightloss.com. Start a conversation, see what they've got to say, and perhaps we can get you out and about or wearing clothes you haven't worn for a while, getting compliments, and just living a different, better, healthier life. That's my story with SOTA. What's yours? It's SOTA Weight Loss. SOTAweightloss.com. Say it with me. State of the art. We are live at Alta Convenience at Hamden and Chambers in beautiful Aurora, Colorado. Just down the road from where I live for the... You want me to sign something? Me?
Yeah.
Me?
Suzanne brought us popcorn to bribe us to sign this basketball.
All right.
That's
Happy,
a big bag
happy.
of popcorn right there.
That's
what championship should I sign on the... Okay. All right, there you go.
Syracuse.
just right. I can
Syracuse?
Radio Hall
No,
of
just
Fame.
right. I can spin a ball.
I can spin. I can spin. Somebody can say sit and spin. All right, the cap, thank you very much. Well, right on. Who's it for?
That right there is the best Sharpie I've ever
Brock.
used.
I'm not impressed by that.
But now he's an assistant coach up
I
there.
played high school basketball at Ipswich High School with Richard Buckley. He averaged 32 points a game. All right, I'm just joking. I'm teasing. That's
Wow.
awesome. That's
She
awesome.
brought you popcorn and you just hammered her.
Is that enough popcorn? That is huge. These are big dudes. That's right. I got Nate Kreckman waiting. Do you want to hear from Nate or not?
That's what we say. So we got to go on there real fast.
All right,
Thank you.
all right.
Appreciate
Let's,
you.
Nate, sorry about that. Nate Kreckman, who was at Broncos practice.
I don't want to
and,
interrupt an autograph session. You
No,
guys
I get it.
do your thing.
I get it. I get it. What'd you see out there? Say, Nate, Tyler and I were there for stretch and throwing. Tyler saw Troy Franklin get Troy Franklin, right? Yeah, he got chewed out a little bit. All right. Tell us about the rest of practice, like the real stuff. What happened? What'd you see? What'd you hear?
Troy
Come on, give it to us.
Franklin had what I consider to be, he caught the biggest throw of practice. It was a stiddy right down the seam. It was a nice throw, but what I saw, D-Mac, as I'm sure you did and Tyler did, is three quarterbacks that are all exactly what you think that they would look like at this stage of the game is really what I saw. I saw Jared Stidham know the offense, but be Jared Stidham. Bo Nix looked like a rookie, and Zach Wilson very much looks like Zach Wilson.
What? Hold on. All the glowing reports out of DMAC from minicamp was that Bo Nix looked like a vet. He looked like a rookie?
Yeah, he looked like a guy that dropped back and got confused and was able to make the easy throws that he knows how to be able to make, and he struggled with some of the deeper stuff that he never really threw when he was in college.
Like in terms of accuracy, or when you say looked confused, I mean, what did you see? Was it just he was off target, or
it's a guy? It's timing, it's rhythm. It's a guy dropping back and just seeing a hell of a lot of bodies that move way faster than they ever did at the college level, which that's okay. Like it's what he should look like right now. It's what is this, mid-May? I guess it's. Is this mid or late May?
We're late May.
Yeah.
Late May? Okay, we're calling
Last
this.
third, dog. Last
This
third.
is mid-late May, I believe, is what we're talking about right now. He looks exactly like he should. He's drinking out of a fire hose, and that is to be expected. I don't want to come out here and spew a bunch of hot takes that Bo Nix is going to be a bust or something like that. He looks like a rookie.
All right, more important question, and moving on, and part of the introduction or tease, I guess, that D-Mac had for you a while ago. How'd the tight ends look?
First off, that was Andy that wanted Brock Bowers. I was advocating to trade down and draft a pass rusher, okay? Yes, the really sensible, boring approach is the way that I like to do things. Lucas Kroll got a big shout-out. From Sean Payton after practice today. Big number 85, Lucas Kroll. Sean Payton said, all the reporters are looking down every time you catch the ball to see who this number 85 guy is. They're not going to have to look down at their sheet for very long.
That kind of tracks, I guess.
Wow,
because,
he made a bunch of plays.
He came out of left field last year when he got in the game. Matter of fact, I'm trying to blank what was like the most important play of the season at the end when he was there on the 2-point conversion.
Did they have any important
what
plays?
Was that? Fair point. Fair point. But it sort of tracks that he does have a soft spot for Lucas.
He seems to be a Lucas Kroll guy, which, to be fair, like Kroll was getting targets and making catches. Greg Dulcich is not on the field yet. He's still working off to the side, although Peyton sounds optimistic that he'll be ready to go. How long he stays ready, who knows? But yeah, Lucas Kroll might be like the number one tight end on this team. That really could happen.
Wow. Well, okay, then I'll amend my question. How does the pass rush look?
This is not the practice to ask. They're not allowed to touch anybody. I saw Zach Wilson get air quotes sacked. I saw Bo Nix get air quotes sacked today. That's what I got for you on the pass rush. It's impossible to tell.
What was the rotation in quarterbacks today?
So today was Bo Nix with the ones. Apparently, the way that Peyton he said this because Tuesday, Wednesday was not open to the media. So Tuesday,
last one, and we got 2 people.
Tuesday was Stiddy.
Sorry, Nate.
This guy's steaming.
Are we done? Are we out? So this guy doesn't get it?
Am I interrupting you guys being gift certificate vendors right now?
Hey, Cole.
Here.
Go give that guy for me.
You beat me to it.
There you go.
You beat me to it. Look at that. Look at that. How about that, Scott Hastings? Look at that. Scott Hastings just gave $25. Here's somebody else. He got another 25er. Sorry, Nate. We just ran out of gas.
You can say that again.
Well, Nate ran out of gas.
I think this interview ran out of gas.
So. I know. I apologize. So in terms of takeaways from today from the coach, what kind of mood was Sean Payton in? Because he was giddy at rookie minicamp.
Yeah, no, he was in a pleasant mood. I think he likes this team. I think he likes this team more than the one that he did last year because he picked everybody, right? Like, he picked Jarrett Stidham. He signed him in free agency. He picked Zach Wilson off the trash heap. He picked Bo Nix in the draft. Like, he's starting to surround himself with what he actually wants in the building, which is very different year 2 to year 1. And I think Sean Payton will be more comfortable here. I think he's also more comfortable with a world where, 40 reporters show up for OTA practice first, what they get, a half dozen when they were down in New Orleans. So it looks very different.
All right, should we let that go? You got anything else for Nate?
Yeah, I guess the biggest, Nate, how every day, and I listen to your show every day driving home.
Yeah.
After Andy leveled, just absolutely leveled Tyler.
Took him out.
I thought he was.
We should tell that story then if you're going to say it.
I told it yesterday.
Yeah, go ahead for our audience. Basically, Tyler brought in a blocking bag into the studio and then flashed it in front of Andy and basically challenged him to take a hit.
But
I flashed it in front of Nate, and then he did, the boring thing and just walked by it.
Yeah.
Right.
And so I kind of flashed it in front of Andy thinking it was going to go the same way.
No,
totally
that's on you.
Unprepared for what was about to come my way.
That's on you, though.
I got thrown about 10 feet.
It was very matchup specific, okay? And Andy Lindahl is what we will call... We'll call him rambunctious, okay?
Yeah.
If Andy went to elementary school today, he'd be on a lot of medication. So he was eager to run directly into you versus me, who just gave you a dirty look and walked past you.
Yeah, you did. That's right. They just kind of looked like Tyler. Don't be stupid. And then he did it to Andy. And I'm
Andy went through Tyler.
And I'm thinking you're going to go through the glass.
I thought I
windows and
was.
stuff. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot.
All right. Great stuff. And, hey, Nate, I'll get your quick takes on other things. It's plausible Val comes back. What say you on that?
It might have to be plausible. They're stuck with him, aren't they?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. You might have no choice for it to be plausible.
You okay with that?
Again, what are you going to do? Like that's sometimes you're stuck with a situation. I'm okay with it if he's committed, if he's showing up, if he's there in a playoff series, great. He was the best player on the ice the entire playoffs until he was gone.
Good point.
Well said.
Well said.
Thank you, Nate. We appreciate it. We'll listen to you and Andy coming up at 3 o'clock. We are out of gift certificates.
Out of gas.
We are not out of high fives, though.
No, definitely not. So if you want to come and say hi, we're here for that. We got this gargantuan bag of
popcorn. It's kettle.
Yeah.
It's kettle corn too.
I got Wiley Wallaby licorice. If the most amazing licorice that's ever been made.
I will say, if you want to do something nice, you can buy 2 12-ounce Red Bull energy drinks, get one free. Every purchase made. Alta Convenience will donate to Wings for Life, which supports research and treatment for traumatic spine cord injuries. So that would be wonderful as well. And real fun day. Was that a 7-footer who just walked?
Oh, he was close.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Yeah, and if he really got mad because we ran out of gas,
Oh.
I was pointing to you.
I already
pulled $25 out. I almost.
There are not many times where somebody walks up who is bigger than the two of you guys.
I think he was wearing pajamas underneath his shorts.
Oh my
Interesting
God.
look. Yeah.
That was a large human being right there.
Oh, yes,
Goodness gracious. Did we?
No.
Oh,
and it was
dear.
right after I gave that cash. I almost ran down that car.
He saw money coming out of your head. He said, I'm getting some of that.
I almost ran down that guy and said, give me that cash back. I'm giving it to the big fella.
Oh, wow. All right.
Hey, I didn't see Tyler pull out his blocking bag on that guy.
I did not. I stayed right here.
No.
By the way, come on through. Scott will give you cash.
Apparently.
Scott's out now.
It's PhD here on 92.5. Hey, it's T-Mac, and it's a buyer's market, and that means exceptional values at Mike Maroney Auto Group, proud partner of CU Athletics. They're discounting hundreds of new Chevrolets, Fords, and GMCs with discounts up to $20,000, $20,000 off. Or get financing as low as 0.9% APR with zero down. They've even got payments from only $249 a month and 2024 models with $7,500 cash back. That is Mike Maroney. And if you're looking for a great deal on a quality pre-owned vehicle, well, that's perfect. Mike Maroney has one for every budget, and every vehicle they sell includes a money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. Visit them today at Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. For all the details, go online to MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. They have all the major brands, easy for your convenience. It's mountainhighappliance.com. First up,
How about we do this? Remind everybody, we gave all $5,000 with the free gas away.
Did we do it? Did we do it quicker
we did
or
it
slower
faster.
than the morning
Well,
show?
they actually took cards home with them, so
they did get their own cards. That was
Not
nice.
only that, but you, for somebody who was extra,
he was the last guy.
He was in line. You just gave him $25.
I guarantee you, Vic wouldn't given out his own money.
And there was a little joke made about me buying breakfast sandwich. I bought breakfast sandwiches for everybody here.
Oh well,
that.
I just in the last 15 minutes downed a Red Bull. I had an entire bag of licorice, followed it up with a glazed donut, and I didn't provide anything for anybody.
Chubby loves that.
Except your presence.
Yeah.
So I was going to say, for the next 8 people that come by, there are donuts.
There are. How many donuts we got? We got 8 donuts? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Well, I need at least 3 more.
I was going to say, are you not accounting one for yourself to take home?
No, I'm
here?
not. I'm off.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not doing shit.
How's that going?
Been okay.
Okay. What size is that drink?
T-Mac, how was that
Diet.
Red Bull?
And I haven't been drinking soda either. But it
I-
was soda or Red Bull. And I
Feel how much I had.
No.
All right. There
D-
wasn't
D-
much.
D-Mac, you were going to drink
Slippery
it all
slope,
until
right?
I started guilting you.
Slippery slope.
That's how it begins. Gateway drug right there.
You're getting back in the box.
Gateway
Dan,
drug.
Bud, Tanner, what you got?
All right, guys, OTAs today. Got a couple of quick cuts here from Sean Payton. Let's start with just simply how did Bo Nix look today, Sean?
Yes.
Going from rookie minicamp to now this with the veterans, how have you seen Bo pick up the offense and be around the rest of the team?
Good. I mean, he's farther along than most would be. I mean, we're talking about a player who's played 61 games. He's extremely smart. He's picked it up very quickly.
All right, picking it up very quickly. Is this the first inkling, fellas, that he will be the Week 1 starter?
Yes. I mean, amongst other things, but he'll be the Week 1 starter. I have no doubts about it.
Well, definitely interesting that he was the starter today. I actually didn't see that coming. I didn't. I know that will tell us it doesn't mean anything, that they're probably going to rotate through at some point.
Right.
But it means something. I mean, they're day one telling this football team who their alpha dog is. Although I will say the correct man did not have the same review of Bo Nix today as Sean Payton did.
Well, he says he's a rookie. He can still be a rookie. First of all, every guy tinkles, so I think Bo Nix is still tinkling.
D-Mac just spilled his
I just
Red Ball all
Red
over
Bull,
my white
all
shirt.
over.
Sorry, brother.
My white shirt.
And,
my
and
God,
your
I'm
shorts.
so
Here, let me rub it.
That was aggressive, but I kind of liked it. Yeah. Whoa! Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That was on your crotch.
It was a little windy. Hey, the wind's out here today. So, my bad. I should have finished it. Sorry about that.
Listen, he's a rookie. I agree with Nate. I don't think Nate was bad. I mean, what do you expect right now? But I think he'll be day one. Why not?
I do too.
If he knows the offense as well as anybody else, then why not?
There is zero reason why he would not be the day one starter. You don't have anyone for him to develop behind. I get it. We all would prefer for a quarterback to sit and marinate a little bit, to brew and learn from the guys in front.
Right.
But there's no one to learn from.
Well, Tom
no
Brady
reason.
said he'd come back.
There you go.
Next story, Dan.
Still out there.
All right, last one here from Sean Payton. Kliss asked him Sean's thoughts on the Cortland Sutton situation, guys.
What about the Cortland situation? Where are you at with that?
Yeah, there isn't any concern. Here's why. I know Cortland well. He's a tremendous worker. You guys know him. A tremendous makeup, leader of our team. That'll sort itself out.
All right, no concern. It'll sort itself out. Do you guys have concern about the Cortland situation?
Our big guy. We got donuts.
Hey,
All right, we got to come here. Come here.
Over under 7 foot.
Come here.
What? 7'4". Hold on.
Wait,
Hold on.
Get him on the mic. Tyler, who's 6'8", is going on. Is he really 7'4"? Holy cow, I got to take a picture. Oh, my God. Wow. Hold on a second. Seriously, Tyler. Look over here real quick. Oh, my God. Scott, you want to get up there? Scott, get up there. I'm sorry, buddy. Let's go, Scott, up here. Let's get, look at big guys in love. Oh, my God, get right next to it. Oh, my God. Wow. What? No, right, yeah, get me a picture. Yeah. Here we go.
album title. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that may have added 2 inches on you.
Oh, my God.
6'2" before the
6'2",
surgery. Now he's 7'12".
Holy cow.
Woo.
All right, big
Damn.
man. Oh, my
7'4".
God.
That bother you now?
Nobody can hear this, unfortunately,
Yeah,
but it's a fascinating.
yeah,
We are fascinated right now. You know, I gotta say, Dan, as I do a little play-by-play, what's going on? To see a human being who is larger than Tyler and Scott is, Dan, it's crazy.
You got Victor
It is
Wembanyama
wild.
out there?
No, well, he looks nothing like Victor.
No, because he's
it's more Shaq than Victor.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
listen, I'm gonna carry. Do you go 330, 340,
Whoa.
360? Let me tell you, that is a put together 360. That is not a sloppy 360.
Oh yeah, that was
Yeah.
me. Yeah.
That was him. Hey,
Yeah.
that was
Hey,
T-Mac.
hold on, no, that was him.
No.
He said that. That was him. That was him. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
it was not me.
Hey.
Yeah.
Now, what was your name again? Mark? My brother's Mark. Real fast.
Yeah.
The biggest PhD fan in Denver.
No question about
right
it.
on.
You will,
Right on.
yeah, in the most literal
360.
sense, the biggest PhD fan. Yeah, we can't hear it.
I know, but it's all right. He's from Aurora. That's what I
Yeah,
love. Are you from
yeah.
Aurora?
Yeah.
Aurora in the house. That's
Aurora,
right. Lived right up
born
the street,
and
then I
raised.
moved.
I love it.
Wait, did you go to Smokey? Oh my God! See, go
All of
Bucks.
his kids went to Smokey.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
year did you graduate from Smokey?
2010.
2010.
Okay. That was a minute before they were good at basketball. But right on. All right, we really got to move
Radio.
on. But I know,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
we're fascinated by our guy Mark, 7'4", 360.
That's a large
But
man.
that ain't a fat 360.
That ain't a fat 360.
That ain't a fat 360.
I'm sorry, Dan. We got distracted talking to Mark here.
Well,
But,
we got a 7'4" guy in the house.
I know. It's awesome. I got to tweet out the picture. It's really awesome. Dan, what's the next story? And I'll throw this picture out there on social media.
Well, so Sean Payton said he's not worried about the Cortland Sutton situation. He said it's just he's going to let it work itself out. He's not worried about his absence from OTAs. Are you guys concerned at all about the Cortland situation, or do you trust Shawnee in this regard?
Cortland's not missing jack squat. You know, James Palmer asked me something funny today. He said, I bet you can't even remember the names of the guys that held out during OTAs when you were playing because it's that commonplace. I said, you know what? That is so funny. Like, I can think of a handful of guys that didn't come because that just wasn't their deal. Like, Marshawn never came to OTAs. But the guys that actually held out, it doesn't even stand out. It's so freaking commonplace. Cortland's a vet. He's been around. Zero
He's
concern.
been in this offense, too, so it's
Yeah,
not like he's
zero
learned a new
concern
offense.
about him falling behind. I mean, the real question is, will Cortland get what he wants? And I know we all keep saying he's got zero leverage. My prediction is he gets an Emmanuel Sanders type of, a Chris Harris type of deal where he just gets an extra $1 million, $2 million tossed onto the back end of whatever the deal that already coexists. Because I'm telling you, you sit out there on that field, you look at those wide receivers, and at some point Sean Payton's going to be like, you know what? I kind of need Cortland. I do.
Danny, to answer your question, your two-part question is no and no.
I don't even remember the questions.
Well, no, I don't have any worried about.
What's the question?
Sutton, and no, I don't trust Sean Payton.
No, I don't think that was the question.
Yeah, he did. He said, or do you trust Sean Payton? And
No.
Okay.
Nah. All right, next up, Dan.
All right, fellas, the NFL will implement optical tracking systems for yardage rulings this preseason with the potential for full-time implementation, according to sources. The league considers this a test run of accuracy on line-to-gain rulings. So the league has experimented with the system in the past, but would need to install it in every NFL stadium for functional use in the regular season. And it just gets me to thinking, we've heard about they might have the chips in the ball, which I think they already do, but they might use that for goal line crossings, first downs. Are we starting to come to an NFL world where technology is just going to basically take over every ruling that officials will make. And you guys like that? Should it be that way?
It's not that simple in football. It's not like baseball where there's zero need for an umpire. You've got a strike zone and you've got a robot that can handle that. I actually don't really understand how this is going to help anything. Because
how do they know where your knee comes
exactly.
from? Or your arm, whatever.
You still are going to have to rely on actual real-life human eyeballs that are going to look at the knee when it comes down. Now, I mean, I'm sure it's a complimentary deal that you could use as just extra information that you could process with.
They want people to stop challenging the placement of the ball, but you just struck it. That's fine. You can put chips in the ball. Okay, now you're going to put chips across the field on all the lines. It would seem like.
Well, you could just do it on the.
B, are you going to have chips in the knees of receivers?
Yeah,
So,
right.
I don't know
this
how
chip
you do
hit
it.
as soon as this chip was there.
All right, I guess what you'd have to assume for this story is they can do it. Forget about how they're doing it because I don't know. How does anything work?
Math.
All right. Okay, they can do it. Do you like it? Should they do it? Assuming they can do it.
I don't care.
Well, yes, generally speaking, and I think you should take advantage of whatever technology you can have so that you get rid of any human error that you possibly can. So, yeah, I mean, generally speaking, use whatever technology is out there.
You want Conspiracy Scott to come in there now?
Sure.
Now, all of a sudden, how many times has it been questioned that people have take communication ability and you block it or you do whatever that's called and stuff?
There
You're
go.
going to say
hacking.
Hack with the communication. You don't think they can hack this system and go, dude, that thing dropped on the 25. Well, we called him down on the 18.
I wasn't supposed to tell this, but the Broncos already hired some hackers out of Russia to handle this.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
I always say sports should be played like it was invented yesterday, not 100 years ago. So if there's something that just makes common sense, if you invented the sport yesterday, do it. So I'll just say go for it if you know.
Well, hold on. Then why we still have football?
What do you mean? Oh,
well,
that's
we could play video games and AI games and just put all the talents, put all the numbers together and say, here's what would have been. Here's what this game would have been.
Here's what
It's an
seems
interesting concept.
would be more effective than a chip in the football. Wherever the first down marker is, wherever the goal line is, wherever the major marking stones are on the field, why don't we have 14 different 4K cameras attached to the flags, or different poles that go with the flags that you could get 12 different angles on whether the knee was down?
Have you seen the AI stuff that you can put the little goggles on and you can watch a game and it goes all the way around the game? Like you can see a play and it moves all the way here. I was told by a guy who started with that company and still works with that company, their goal is to, and I think they've only got it in 5 or 6 football stadiums. Every new football stadium is being built on that just to be able to have that technology. They wanted all 32 teams to have that into the stadiums. So that now, and talk about tracking the football in the knee, I can't see it from this angle, but now so I can go boop, over to this side, might be able to see it. So that is being
okay, good.
They want to do it in all the basketball things too.
Cool.
Good. And like tennis has that, the robot thing, whatever. That's changed the game. You don't have any of the foolishness, the yelling, screaming like you used to have all the time. Although it was fun to watch, it just answers some questions. And why they don't go with robo-umps, I don't know what they're waiting for. They've changed everything else in baseball. By the way, football changes so much. Here's a bigger question, no dumb question. 100 years, we'll be from the great beyond. Will there be tackle football?
Yeah.
100 years from now.
100 years from now? No.
I mean, 100 years. Will the Earth be here? Kyle Shanahan. I mean, goodness gracious. Will an asteroid come?
That was the greatest, if we're going to be here.
Yeah. 100 years.
Yeah.
All
right, hold on. In 20 years. 20 years.
Yes.
20 years, yes.
Hell yes.
20 years, yes, right? 30 years.
Yes.
No, in 30 years.
Yes.
By 2054, with football.
No.
2060 for sure.
Done.
So you're saying kids that are born today, that are 2 years old, when they're in their 30s, there will not be football around. Come on, no way.
Not like we're seeing now.
Okay, is there boxing around
You'll
now?
go to theaters and you'll go to bing and ding and that's all.
Look, I thought when the year 2000 came, there was going to be flying cars.
Where are the greatest boxers from right now?
The Philippines.
Not America.
And I don't say this to be derogatory. Are they more or less kind of second and third world countries?
A lot are.
Poorer countries?
But that wasn't the case in America back in the day. For sure.
But America back in the day when Rocky Marciano and everybody else.
But you could also
foreign
make
country.
you could also make the argument the world is just a better place overall, and there's more competition from all over the world in every single sport. Going to be a cakewalk for Team USA in basketball in Paris this summer? What do you think?
No.
Not even close, right? Like, that's going to be a real challenge.
Yeah.
Well, that wasn't the case a few years ago, right?
Well, it was a few years ago. 20 years ago, maybe not. Why do you think the Dream Team came about? Because that was 94, so that's would. Right. By the way, that was 30 years ago. That's when it changed. So, no, it hadn't been a cakewalk for 30-plus years.
Dan, did you have any more stories, or did we just kind of run over you there?
Well, I was going to mention that.
Or good stories. How about good stories?
Well, I guess you guys can decide. But the NFL appears to be moving quickly toward an 18-game regular season. But surprisingly, there is an owner that has already talked about not necessarily being on board with that. Giants owner John Mara said, "I can't say I'm necessarily crazy about extending the season. I worry more about player fatigue and wear and tear on the players moving forward. That's one of the reasons why we have to have the discussion with the players union." Obviously, his comments come on just after Roger Goodell basically saying that he wants to get rid of the preseason, add a regular season game. Are you guys surprised to hear that from an owner saying they're hesitant on adding an extra game?
Mara's been consistent with this for a while, actually. He was the one that always had pushback on Thursday night football games. He's been very concerned about player health for a long time. And if you take a step back and look at it, he might be the only smart owner that there is. Because he might be the only one that's realizing, hey, we're putting our $150 million quarterbacks in jeopardy. Every single play, every single snap that goes by is just another opportunity that ends this dude's career. And we're not even talking about $150 million. We're talking about $300 million quarterbacks, right? So he might be actually the only owner that is looking at this like, hey, boys, what is the cost? What is the pros and cons of this?
All right. Appreciate I don't know. It sounds like an old guy, whistling in the wind. So there's going to be...
To me, that sounds like a dude that isn't old. That sounds like a dude that's actually thinking.
I would call him almost progressive.
Exactly.
Because I think everybody else is looking money.
The easy thing is just say money.
Money.
Does a game, one more game, does...
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes. Hell yes.
All right. Who cares?
Exactly, because they're cattle.
Well, at the end of the day, you know who's going to care?
Right.
You know who's going to care?
Who cares?
Owners who paid a $300 million contract because they wanted one more game, lost a dude after 1 year into it.
Sure.
They'll care.
Because their money's all going up for TV contracts and deals. They're making more money than they ever have.
Yeah.
Their stadiums are selling out. They're having gambling left and right in all their facilities. You sure anybody cares?
Yep. I think at some point somebody will lose something important and it'll kill them.
I wonder what that moment will be. And I don't mean to be flippant with that, but I think that when it comes, unfortunately, because the NFL has a weak union.
When Patrick Mahomes gets hurt in Week 18, the rest of the NFL will celebrate. The Chiefs will be ticked off that they agreed.
Did you guys see Patrick Mahomes walking into his OTA?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
See, I didn't think so. After you said that yesterday, he looked fat. I watched him practice, and then I watched his post-game thing.
Yeah, you think he looks all right?
I didn't think he looked fat.
Well, I mean, he looks chubby, but I didn't think it was nearly as bad as what people are making it out to be.
What? You think I was the only one?
Why do you say people instead of just D-Man?
Yeah. Well, he looked a little chubby, but I mean, it wasn't
Hey,
terrible.
let's be honest. He hates players.
Yeah.
I don't hate players.
You know what he is now? He's a fat shamer. He got skinny, and now he's a fat shamer.
No, I'm the voice of the fan, man. Well, I used to be. I'm a voice of a fan, and I think that fans seriously.
You don't care about players' injuries.
They really don't. Fans really don't. Do you know what happened after the Nuggets got eliminated? Like seconds after, I was on with the great Dan Tanner in the paint. You know what people were talking about?
How's that show going?
Trading players.
Hey, what's next? Everybody is just like, the game was like seconds old. Everybody does the same thing. We're doing it today. We have 2 different press conferences. What's next? What's next? The postmortem, you get like 5 minutes to reflect on the season, and then it's what's next. It's tough, man. It's a tough deal. And listen, I'm one guy too. I think players should get as much money as they possibly should get anytime they can. Cortland Sutton, if you think this is what you should be doing, go for it. I would never rag on Cortland Sutton for not being at something. I think players should try to make out as much as they can. KCP, go get the money. Bruce Brown, go get it. I never will hold back because I know how players are ultimately treated by the sport itself. Crappy. So go get it, guys. Go get it as long as you possibly can. I support you guys. I just don't really care. There's a difference. Does that sound harsh?
Yeah, I mean, that's.
Hey,
I
how
think
come
that's
you
true
didn't bring
about
our
fans.
Twitch camera today? I
don't
noticed
know.
that.
I don't know. Who knows? I was on my bike and Tyler was at practice. And what's your excuse?
Well, I thought the company would.
Okay, we're back to that full circle.
Yeah.
All right, it's PHC here at Alta Convenience on 92.5.
for Michael Porter to max out his talent on top of the health, as Calvin talked about, and he's shown tremendous growth from year one to this year, understanding he hates coming out at the end of games, hates it. And he doesn't want to be the guy that teams target. He wants to be a guy that I can trust out there defensively. So can he defensively continue to grow and mature team defense as well as individual defense?
Wow.
Dang.
Wow. Oh, that's a nice one right there.
That's about as honest as you're going to get out of Coach Malone.
Dang, son. You guys want to take a shot at that one?
Well, here's the takeaway from that. Think about how much he must not trust him.
Oh, my God.
To come out and say something like that.
Right.
Because
Well,
even if you borderline trust a guy, you're not gonna blast him publicly.
No.
You know when you trust him? When you're 8 for 11 and 4 or 5 from threes.
Right.
Then all of a sudden that trust tends to go up because you know, and it goes back, I've said this 1,000 times with playing with Dominique Wilkins. We just want Dominique to outscore a guy because he couldn't play no D. Now, he's my age now, and he says he played D, and we used to laugh at him whenever he tried to tell defensive stories. We'd go,
come on, man.
Nick, we were there for 5.5 years. Come on, man. But, yeah, he'd get 35. His man would get 20. We were plus 15.
Well, it was.
And that's so if you want to stay in the game late,
you got to score more than
it
you give up.
was so clear in this last series. If we need defense, it's going to be Christian. If we need offense late, it's going to be MPJ. That's it.
And when MPJ's not giving you offense, then you struggle.
Right. And I was just going to say, then what happens when he can't give you offense?
Then you lose, and we're sitting here at the gas station,
and
which is fine, but we're not talking about playing the the Mavericks. That's what happens.
We're today at the gas station talking about Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. That's what we're doing.
That's what we would be talking about. That is exactly what we would be talking about, how we did against Dallas last night. That answers that question.
Yep.
And that is the truth. And I'm not trying to put too much on MPJ, nor am I blaming him. But it's basketball, yo. I mean, there's only a few guys out there. That's it. And listen, man, I don't want to make it all about money, but he's a max contract guy too. You gotta expect more out of guys you pay more money to. Why are you paying him more money? That was a pretty honest assessment of the situation in case anybody had some doubts about it. So he's here next year, right?
Well,
MPJ, right?
You know, that's what I was actually just thinking there because think back at the trade deadline for the Broncos when they're talking about Jerry Jeudy. And also Jerry Jeudy had no problems, right? I mean, Jerry Judy's great. He's a perfect dude behind the scenes, right? Everything's
They were
awesome.
so funny about, oh, my God, were they trying to keep things on the down low about Jerry Jeudy?
Of course, because you're
Oh, my
trying to
God.
build up his trade value.
Right.
And I know we're so far out from the Nuggets aren't thinking about trades or moves that they're going to make right now, but you know, it is kind of interesting that when you talk about a guy like that publicly, it does almost make me feel like, yeah, he's still one of the dudes. He's still on the team because why would you talk poorly about a dude that you're trying to trade?
Well, you probably wouldn't. But saying that, it also doesn't matter what any of these guys say because
no, it doesn't.
Because every team, NFL, basketball, NHL, has film and tape on every game he played. They are so good now, they'll isolate the guy. In fact, they'll say, hey, give me a breakdown on Michael Porter, and a coach will who might be looking to trade or a GM, and you'll have 60 plays in front of you, good and bad, of Michael Porter.
Yeah.
And so it don't matter what the guy said.
Doesn't matter.
You know, what's the old line? Somebody's trash is another person's trash.
Hey, talk about timeline-wise, if they were going to make a trade for Michael Porter Jr., when would make sense?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. If you think you can get a contributing player and a high pick, then before the draft.
I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's close.
I
don't think it's close to happening. I understand the speculation about it for sure.
Well, you started it.
Well, I didn't start it. There was an article about speculating about the Michael Porter Jr. to the Spurs. Would that make sense? Other people are speculating about all sorts of NBA trades. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, you know what? I kind of get that. You know, I do sort of see that. And you got Michael Porter Jr., who would be the number 2 guy on a rising team, and you can understand the value of it. But you said, hey, could Pop really deal with all that? I don't know, but he'd be the best scorer on the San Antonio Spurs, I'll tell you that. He wouldn't be coming off the floor anytime soon. So I don't know what to say about it.
Well, and listen, here's another thing, too. And I joking about Neek outscoring guys. He did. But guess what Neek also had behind him?
You.
A 7'1" guy named Tree Rollins that was a shot blocker and a rim protector. So guess what? You can have a bad guy.
Right.
And this is no
right.
knock on Nicola. You put him in San Antonio. Guess who's behind you? Wemby.
That's right. That's not. Nicola does fine on defense, but he's not Wemby. He's not Rudy. He's not one of those guys. But we don't need him to be one of those guys, theoretically.
No, but a guy like Michael defensively might.
That's right. It's complicated. Tyler, I think this is the best show you've ever been part of, frankly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Tyler.
Outstanding.
Ready? Thank you.
Oh,
thank you for coming.
You guys.
Thank you for
Oh,
coming.
you're making me blush. You're making me blush.
All right, thanks everybody for helping us out. Cole looks beautiful. The arms. That's what gets the ladies.
He turns red as a what?
Lobster.
Lobster.
Thank you to Ulta Convenience. I had a great time in Aurora. Might be my last time ever in Aurora. Good memories.
It was my first time.
Yeah? You want to come back?
Yeah.
This is Altitude Sports Radio 925. Nate and Andy coming up next.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
And just before we start, big news, Gabe is not retiring. I would hope, Gabe, too, at your retirement press conference, you'd wear something a little better.
Yeah, I think I'd dress up a
T-shirt
bit
and a
more.
hat, maybe
Yeah.
a suit and tie, and probably in a bigger room than the media room at Family Sports. You know?
What did you learn about defending a title that you wouldn't have known until you were in it this season?
It's really hard. You know, my father did it in Detroit many years ago. Josh has been around, and his dad have been around a lot of teams that have won. And going from being a team that is hunting to being the hunted, and teams around you building and getting better with the sole purpose to dethrone you, winning back-to-back proved to be very, very, very hard.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Yeah, that's why they couldn't do it. Welcome in, everybody. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. We will do it today with you until 6. That's sports talk. That's what we do. And occasionally other things. We have much to do with you today until 6 p.m. because today, Andy, was Press Conference Palooza.
Yeah, we went from not a lot going on with death flowers and all that to
It's all going
like
on.
real sports stuff.
Hey, things they are happening today. Number one, Gabriel Landeskog not retiring. That's big. That's big. Got that out of the way nice and quickly. When's Gabriel Landeskog going to be back? We don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get into that a little bit.
We don't know. We're not so sure. Yeah. And he didn't return this year, and we don't know exactly when he's going to be back next year. But Mark Springer was there to cover all of it. How did Gabe look, Spring? How was his hair? Was it resplendent?
You know, I got a great look at his knees
Good
when he
knees?
walked in.
Yeah.
I was, could I see a scar or anything
Sure.
like that? Knees
Mhm.
look good.
Good knees.
I didn't see, I might have seen like a hint of a scar. I could be wrong. He looked good.
I would assume that there's scarage somewhere on the knees.
Yeah. He was in shorts, so I was copping a look.
Well,
how what length of short does Landeskog go with? Is he a mid-thigh guy? Is he like a Stockton late 80s? Or is he down to the knees? Is he Fab 5?
Just above the knee.
Just above the knee.
Yeah.
Classy. I like it. Gabe.
Huge quads.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hockey ass, all that good
Hockey
stuff.
legs are a different type of leg.
They sure are. Those are
hockey
some
calves and all that.
Although today, Tyler Columbus and I we were checking out some punter legs. Good punter legs down there. Let me tell you, man. Yeah.
Punter legs.
Punter legs. You know, there is a punter competition, Andy.
Really?
I checked it out. I
Now
did.
You've been told?
I observed the Riley Dixon v. Trenton Gill punter competition a bit today. I suppose I was also looking at the quarterback competition.
Were you?
That is going on as well. I was. I noticed some things about the various quarterbacks because, in a difference to Press Conference Palooza, it was also OTA Palooza, or OTA Cella, if you will, down there with the Broncos.
Which one's stagecoach?
Um,
So is the punter competition stagecoach? Why can't I turn this dang light off?
The only
God
thing I know
almighty.
about Stagecoach is that's where all the people from The Bachelor hook up.
Is that what it is?
Which, it was not a particularly sexy time down there at Broncos today. Sounds like Gabe's shorts were vastly more sexy than anything I saw out at Bronco OTAs today. I saw Zach Wilson and Jared Stidham and Bonix. I watched them play football. Zach Wilson, number 4. Stiddy, number 8. Bonix, number 10. The numbers for the quarterbacks. And, Andy, this is just a quick observation, all right? Whatever you thought you were going to get going to watch Jared Stidham and Zach Wilson and Bo Nix in a May non-contact OTA practice, whatever you thought you'd think you'd see was exactly what you saw.
Yeah, you know what? Probably need to put a warning on the rest of, just a warning to the listener.
Uh-huh.
The rest of the OTA preseason. This goes all the way through camp. These guys are of the skill. You will see what you want to see, is what I feel like you're saying.
Yeah.
if you want it to work for any of the quarterbacks named, you're going to see something you think is going to work.
Oh, yeah.
So, and that's for all of them. Some will be enamored with the big arm of Zach Wilson. Some will be enamored of the just beautiful accuracy of Bo Nix. I have no idea what you think you'll be enamored with Stidham, but go ahead. I'm sure someone will find something.
Stiddy threw the best ball of the day.
Well, there you go. There it is.
If there
His
was
knowledge of the offense, maybe, right?
He knows the offense. That's just it. What I saw today of the orphan dogs, as Sean Payton referred to them, are they rescue dogs or orphan dogs? They're not even in the rescue shelter yet.
Yeah, the one that I used
They're
to
just
work
wandering.
With, the homeless boxer rescue, they called them hobos.
Hobo dogs?
Hobos.
Okay.
Yeah. Homeless boxer.
Well, that's
H-O-B-O.
I get
Got
that.
it? There we go.
There you
it
go.
is.
Not hoboxes, hobos.
Hobos.
Okay, then
They all come with you with a little knapsack on a stick.
Hobox is a very different website. So yeah,
Yeah.
it really is.
Yes.
Orphan dogs is what we saw out there today, and yeah, Stiddy looked like the guy that knows the offense, but he's Stiddy. Zach Wilson looked like Zach Wilson. Yeah, he may or may not have scrambled on a 7-on-7 snap.
Yeah. We're going to need you to not do that.
And Bo Nix looks like a rookie. Man. He looks like a rookie out there.
You are giving me some massive flashbacks. Do not go scrambling on the 7-on-7. That is not what this drill is designed for.
Yeah, no, it's really not.
There's a window we need you to find, and go ahead and toss the ball through that window.
Got to hang in there and make a throw.
Make a throw, my guy.
Cortland Sutton was not there, but Sean Payton says, no big deal. Nothing to see here. And let's see. Lucas Kroll is the star of OTAs, Andy. If you're looking for a boo for OTAs, you didn't get your Brock Bowers, why don't you go ahead and sign up for big number 85, Lucas Kroll.
Good old Lucas Kroll.
Yep, that's your dude.
Oh, look, man, he made some catches last year. He did a thing.
He did a couple of things.
Yeah. Was he open? Was he couldn't jump up and catch it? There was some end of game play he had a shot at, right?
Yeah, he didn't go get the ball.
Yeah,
It was
okay.
you gotta want.
God, I'm trying to put last season out of my mind, but it sounds like it'll be replaced with fresh new crap. Coming up here soon.
It is fresh.
You know what? Here's the thing.
Let me tell you.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Is there more speed on display at least? Now, Tyler talked about Troy Terry getting a pretty good talking to from a coach at a very loud volume.
Troy Franklin, too.
Now let's go Troy Terry.
Not former DU forward
I like
Troy
him.
Terry. Yeah,
He can move.
He was good, though.
Troy Franklin.
Yeah,
Can he move at least? Does he bring
got
a
open downfield
speed element?
The Stiddy throw, the one that I referred to as the best of the day, was completed down the field to Troy Franklin.
Okay.
Because today was Bo Nix's day to be with the first team.
Wait. Okay, with what you just laid out, can we just go ahead and make every day Bo Nix's day to be with the first team until it's decided Bo Nix isn't ready to be with the first team?
They might as well.
There is no other reason for any other guy to be in front of Bo Nix.
They might as well. Yeah. Apparently, everybody got a turn this week. Like
And they'll
Stiddy
keep doing that,
Stiddy
right?
got Tuesday.
Oh, okay.
Zach got Wednesday, and Bo Nix got Thursday.
Was that by design?
The way that it worked out. I'm assuming there was a design in place.
That he got the day that we all were out there, or
could have been. Hey,
So-
put him on display. May have been.
You drafted the guy 12.
Hey, he looks
and
like a
you
rookie.
You don't have even a Teddy Bridgewater guy on this team right now.
He looks like a rookie.
Go ahead and just play him.
Just play him.
Just play him.
There's not. You're not trying to like steal a playoff
No,
spot or anything
not
else
really.
like that. Just play him. Yeah.
Because here's what you do have to decide. If you're going to find yourself in a top 5 position, and judging by the bookmakers and
Very
the
well
schedule
could.
makers and
Yeah.
all that other kind of stuff, you may be drafting in the top 5 again next year. And if you're going to be in an Arizona Cardinals type position,
Yeah.
where you know,
Tom makes a good point. There's a first team. Yes, there is a starting
there's a starting
offensive
O-line
line
for sure. They've
yes.
got 4 of the 5 guys locked down, right? Who
Tim-
was the starting center? Did you look? Was it our Baltimore guy?
Actually,
Did you even not even take a peek?
I didn't bother to pay attention to who the starting center was. No, yeah, it's Andy. You don't send a guy whose greatest level of intrigue is the punter battle out there, and then ask him who was lining up at center.
Okay,
All
I got to
right?
go and look. I know they signed that guy from Baltimore. I can't remember his name. That's probably the starter. I know they like Alex Forsythe as well.
Old what's his name from wherever he came
sure,
from.
that dude. Well, he was. Here's
That's
why
what
I
the
found him
Broncos are
slightly
this year.
intriguing.
Broncos are a bunch of what's his names from wherever they came from.
Can I get a roster? Team, there we go. Roster right there. Thank you. Thank you,
yes.
Internet, if it'll show up.
I have more thoughts about the punting of Trenton Gill
I
and
have
Riley
no doubt
Dixon.
that you do. I have no doubt that. Can I go by position? I'm going to go by position. 3 centers. Yeah, it would be. Is it Sam Mustipher? I believe is the one that came from Baltimore. Sam Mustipher, 6'3", 306.
Wasn't he here last year?
No, I don't believe he was.
Okay.
I believe. Let me see. Let me click on his bio and see what little nuggets of information that has for me. I believe he's the one that played with Ben Powers in Baltimore. See. Now, his profile pick is number 61 in a Baltimore jersey. This is the guy.
Okay.
I know. You and I will go out there next week and we will, or will you? Did I miss an opportunity to hang with Nate Kreckman because of haircut day?
I'm good for a minute.
I
okay?
figured you probably are.
I'm good for a minute.
I'll go out next week. I'll let you know
There you
how
go.
Mustipher looked. Blocking against nobody. Matter of fact, the line wasn't even in there today, was it? See, this is one of those things where I'm
They
like,
do the
I'll
thing
go
where
watch
they
some practice.
they stand up and then they kind of push a guy in front of them a little bit. But they weren't even wearing the Guardian caps today. That's
right,
how
because you're not supposed to contact
That's
each
how
other.
no contact this was.
This is funny. This is another thing that reminds you how much the NFL has changed. When you and I were just the reporter dudes,
Yeah.
we would go out to these things and they'd have a little hitting.
They'd play
Not
football.
a ton, but we saw some offensive and defensive fights.
Yeah.
Right?
They'd play football.
Guys would get a little tired of each other in the spring.
Yeah.
So
Now,
no.
No, you're not allowed to do any of that. No, that's we won't be having any of that. But yeah, we'll hear from Sean Payton today. We'll hear from Gabriel Landeskog and Chris McFarland and Calvin Booth and Josh Kroenke and Micah Malone and everybody. And you'll hear from Andy. You'll hear from me.
I hope.
Yes.
Real quick.
Yeah.
What's the most intriguing topic discussed today?
On our show?
No. I mean of the sports day of Press Conference Palooza.
Of Press Conference Palooza. The most intriguing topic discussed.
I'm asking a serious question.
Sean Payton
I know you probably
has
can't tell.
examined the schedule.
I would say
And
he's
aware that there are 3 road games in the first 4 of the season.
I'm excited we have access to a guy from between the pipes named Mark Springer.
He thinks about the weather.
Because I'm curious what our guy thought of the Val Nichushkin discussion today with Chris McFarland.
I'm still hung up on Landeskog's shorts, but to each his own, Andy.
Well,
what are you going to do?
You know what? It sounds like you have a new fantasy football team.
Every
fantasy football team name, I should say.
Gabriel Landeskog's shorts. My fantasy basketball team is actually called John Stockton's shorts.
For good reason.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That's a classic.
Yes.
You don't get rid of that.
And our logo is simply the pelvis of John Stockton.
Yahoo's tried to ban you.
They've tried it a number
multiple
of times.
John Stockton's going to sue you at some point.
we are in there to get that 6th and final playoff spot every single year and promptly get bounced in the first round. That's what we're there to do, okay? Got to remember to set that line up more often. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Our buddy Nick Kosminer coming up next.
What are your impressions of Zach Wilson first time you've seen him on the field?
Good. It's kind of the orphan group. All of them they're all orphan dogs. They've come from somewhere, but they're doing good, and it's a good room.
I mean, can you just kind of elaborate what you saw on Zach versus what you've seen on the film all these years?
Yeah, good question. I like his experience. You could tell he's played, and I feel like he's got very live arm strength, and he's picking up the offense pretty quickly.
That was a fun exchange. Chris Thomason of the Denver Gazette asks Sean Payton about Zach Wilson. Sean Payton goes into his already written answer about orphan dogs. Thomason asks the follow-up, hey, can you actually answer the question that I asked you, though? To which Sean says, good question.
What's the question?
I thought it was pretty good the first time, too. And OTAs are here, everybody. Let's talk about them with our buddy Nick Kosmider of theathletic.com. He joins us right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Nick Kosmider, theathletic.com. You should subscribe and you should read him because you will be smarter. Hi, Nick.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
It's going okay. Nick, how was Zach Wilson?
Yeah, I thought you see a lot of what kind of the Zach Wilson experience has been for his 3 years in the NFL. Like, it takes only a couple minutes of quarterbacks kind of warming up and going through their individual drills to realize that the ball comes out of his right arm in a unique way, different than certainly the other two quarterbacks on this roster and different than a lot of other quarterbacks in the NFL writ large. Like, he just has that. That's why he was the number 2 pick. But then you also see the sometimes, like, the deer in the headlights thing of, holding to the ball a little bit too long, kind of not seeing where you're going with it. I thought in just the brief window we had, you got kind of that whole part of it. The question for him is going to be how quickly can he, this is his third offense in 4 years. How quickly, can he learn it? How much does he use the past experience of having to go through these transformations and kind of learn how he needs to approach the learning phase of it to get himself, something of a better foundation going into his 4th season. That's going to be the big thing for him, or, whether he is capable of doing that. But yeah, man, it's fun to watch him throw the football because he does it in a kind of a different way. But as we know, so much more to the position than that.
Yeah, Nick, I saw a few videos where I was like, oh, there's a sweep pass, and there's one that looks like last year in a game that, low, all that. All right. All the other stuff aside, we're about to have a lot of conversation over the next 3 months about the quarterbacks. You finally get to watch, I guess, a little bit more than what you got to see out of the rookies a couple weeks ago. Who has you intrigued the more you watch them? Is there a skill position guy, Nick, that I can look forward to watching come camp? Is it Lucas Kroll that Nate threw out of me? Is it Marvin Mims year 2? What? Because again, it's not just the quarterbacks. Are there any skill guys that I can start to maybe get excited about?
Well, I'm not gonna put the governor on your excitement, Andy Lindahl. Like you go ahead and have it.
Ain't no restrictor plate
right now, Nick. It's just kind of sitting in idle.
No, listen, I think that, look, we talked a lot about this last year. Like, guys in this offense second year, when some of the verbiage becomes secondhand, you start to understand shortcuts into just learning what it is that you're doing. Like that, then you start to play a little bit more freely. Jarrett Stidham mentioned that today when we spoke to him. He said it's kind of night and day in terms of just getting to what I'm supposed to be doing and then not having to think about it and therefore just letting kind of your play take over. I think you'll start to see that with some guys. I mean, Nate's right. Like Lucas Kroll looked really good. I thought Tim Patrick, looked really fresh, and maybe that's because when you don't have football on your legs for 2 years, that's kind of the result of that. He was out there looking pretty good. But we know kind of what Tim is, a possession receiver that they hope can be healthy and just sort of give them some veteran leadership. I mean, the rest of it is again a guy like Josh Reynolds. How well does he fit into this? How quickly can he kind of get up to speed? He's a guy that I think has the chance to give you certainly some more consistency than maybe you had from Jerry Jeudy, if not kind of the same top end talent. That's a guy to watch. I thought it was interesting. Sean Payton said, like, he was very clear in saying, like, there is some significant competition in the backfield, at wide receiver, and in the secondary. And so those are kind of, I think, the three positions to really watch. I think that backfield configuration could end up in a lot of different ways. I'll make an early prediction. I think the Blake Watson kid, the undrafted rookie running back out of Memphis, is going to make this team. He catches a lot of passes, and already you could see how they're going to try to incorporate that aspect of his skill set into what they're doing as they continue to look for the guys with that joker tag that Sean loves to talk about. That is a guy that I would watch. And again, what does that mean for Jaleel McLaughlin? He's going to have to probably raise his game to another level. Like, is Samaje Perine's, time numbered here based on the fact that they have two new running backs? It's all going to be interesting to watch from that standpoint.
Nick Kosmider of TheAthletic.com. He's also the host of the Not Another Bucking podcast. You should subscribe and get his information right there. Nick joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Nick, year two of Sean Payton. When he walked through the door last year, many of the players on the roster, in addition to staff and other parts of the building, like, they weren't what he put in place. Over the course of a year, he's brought in different people, both in the front office and in the staff, and the roster has certainly turned over a huge ton. What should we expect in that vein from a Sean Payton? More comfortable being here in Denver, greater familiarity with the city, surroundings, organization, etc., and just having more of his people in place, not the least of which is the quarterback room.
Well, yeah, and I think part of that is, like, when you first come in and knowing that he does things, like, though differently than what a lot of players, to your point, front office people, coaching staff members, what a lot of them, different than a lot of them have been accustomed to at various stops in their respective careers. And so I think that first year is something of a sussing out of okay, who's really on board with this way that I'm going to do things. It's not as much like, hey, like, let's get in here and see how they do things, and we'll kind of adapt it. It's, we know with Sean Payton, this is the tried and true way that I'm more or less going to do things. We're going to spend time really trying to evaluate who's on board with that and maybe who isn't, and make moves from there. And you said it, Nate, like the roster turnover, it was a lot in year one. It was even seemingly more significant this year when you talk about real key pieces that they moved around, veterans that just for one reason or another they felt like they were ready to move on from. Of course, a lot of it's financial, but I think definitely having that now where you have taken that time, you had that year to evaluate exactly maybe who you thought was going to be willing to pull on the same rope. And so that's where you get the continuity hope that in year two, it's not just that you got people a little bit more familiar with the schematics of the systems, but kind of the overall ethos of it and are willing to kind of keep going down that road. I mean, again, you have to have talent. You have to have that in order to win games, but this is another piece of it as well.
Talent. Dang, I knew we missed something.
Yeah, there's that whole drafting thing. Nick, you wrote a little bit about it. Can you help us understand, when did the Drew Sanders Achilles tear happen? What does it mean for the timeline of recovery, and how will that affect the pass rush rotation?
Yeah, Sean Payton kind of gave us a little more insight onto it today. He said it was a couple weeks before the draft. Said it was a pretty it sounded to me like a jump. Like they're obviously were in the sort of strength and conditioning program of the off-season program. So maybe like a box jump type thing is sort of the way. I don't know that for sure, but that's the way it kind of got described by Sean Payton. But they said it was clean. There was nothing complicated about it. And the Achilles surgery has come a long way over the last few years. Surgeons have used new techniques that are allowing guys to get back within like 6 months. And so Sean Payton said, well, I don't want to, just say October. It sounded like, somewhere around mid-season he has a chance to get back. But it's a tough blow because I think, especially in a year like this, a developmental year, it sounded like they were gonna move him to edge kind of full time after he had kind of dabbled both inside and outside last year. He was going to be, I think, in the pecking order behind Vic Benito, Jonathan Cooper, Baron Browning, but then maybe being that next guy. So he instead gets hurt. They draft Jonah Ellis, who they like a lot, and that'll be kind of that rotation there.
Nick Kosmider, everybody. Read him at theathletic.com. Subscribe, plus check out his podcast, Not Another Bucking Podcast. It's very good. We chat with Nick every single week on the show, and we are better for it. Nick, beautiful work, buddy. Thank you.
All right, be good, fellas. Thanks.
All right, the great Nick Kosmider with us right there on the Ramos Law Hotline as we join you live from the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Drew Sanders is seriously injured.
You know what? I was trying to work it, and I'm like, man, is that cool?
He is.
I'm sorry he's seriously injured.
He's seriously
We'll
injured.
Leave it at that and move on.
Facts are facts.
Okay, now let's get back to the eyes of Nate Kreckman, and you already kind of told me what you were paying attention to, and I know you're having some good fun about it. Gut feel. Please don't look at me that way. It's very off-putting. It's like you wonk it out or something. Boy, the old edible really kicked in, huh?
They dose you guys too?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Seriously, your gut feel. How? And I guess I got a taste of it with your little talent comment right there.
Ah.
You know me, Nate. I'm not here to go popping balloons in June, which we're still 2 weeks away from. Can you see spots where maybe this thing at least is starting to come together a little bit more for Sean Payton?
I do. I really do in this way. And I asked Nick sort of a question along these lines of Sean Payton's a good football coach.
He is.
I believe that Sean Payton is an upper-tier NFL head coach. There's a reason he is compensated the way that he is and everything he has done, the way that he is viewed in the game, the respect that he has, the innovation, all those sorts of things. It's a huge net positive that the building is full of his people. And I mean it in this way. Like, I'm not saying that that's just automatically like everything about Sean Payton is right, but if you're going to do the Sean Payton experience, do it. And I think Sean made that pretty clear. The biggest tell being, hey, we're going to eat $85 million in dead cap to get this quarterback that I can't stand out of here. And that's what they did. And so the part where it is Sean Payton's people, it is all three of these quarterbacks are here, Andy, because Sean Payton wanted them. Stiddy was a guy he signed last year in free agency right away. Zach Wilson was I'm interested in a reclamation project, and Bo Nix was the guy that Payton identified early on in the draft process of I got to have this guy, to the point where I'm willing to overdraft him and take him in the first round. Good enough, okay? You've now got your people. Your staff is your people. Front office has more and more of your people mixed in with George Payton. So now that the operation is getting turned over to you, do you see where this thing maybe starts to build a foundation and grow from here? Because I really do think year one was the Broncos hoping to get by. I think they were hoping that Sean helping Russ be a little bit better and just simply better coaching with the talent that was in place, that maybe they could steal a playoff spot. I think they really thought they had a chance of being able to do that. I think that was why Sean talked about it the way that he did last year. Nobody's talking about it like that this year. There's no, I saw today Dan Campbell, somebody asked him, Super Bowl or bust, to which his answer I thought was pretty good. I don't know what bust is.
Yeah. I'm fired?
Yeah,
No.
Exactly. But for Sean Payton, that's not what this is. And I think it's good that, at least some of that pressure of immediately turning it around after the Nathaniel Hackett debacle is now waned. He can now build this thing.
Yeah. Well, this is year one of it, really.
Right.
This is year one.
That's kind of what this is. It's okay. And yeah, are you hamstrung by the Russ situation, by your cap? Of course you are. Like it's gonna take a while. And you didn't have a second round pick this year. Like you're still sort of filling up that war chest along the way.
Well, you have all your picks next year, thank goodness.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So get to a place where you start to build this into something. But, one of the biggest things is Bo Nix is gonna have to work here. And in one way or another, he's going to have to work here because you need it. You need a cheap rookie quarterback because of the contract situation. So that's what Bo is here to do. And also because you don't want to go wasting number 12 overall picks. That's a bad move. That's how you get yourself back into football purgatory, which we're hoping to get out of in these parts.
Do you think the offense is going to be better? It's so funny because I feel like we barely talked about the defense, and the defense has plenty of questions. We don't know who's playing safety for Justin Simmons yet. We don't know if they do have good rotational pass rushers.
I agree.
Have they shorn up the middle and actually able to stop a running back in a reasonable amount of time before he gets 4 yards? And at the same time, to me, I do accept they're probably going to suck this year. And so if that's going to be the case, can you please at least give me an offense? At least like some of the bad Bronco teams of the past, at least you had an entertaining offense to watch. And it's been so devoid of offense around here for a while.
9 years now.
I would just take that, I think, as a start. Let me ask you this. Well, we can save it
I
for
don't
later.
think to answer your question, I don't think the offense is going to be appreciably better this year.
The line should be, though, right?
What I'm hoping for is an offense that is better in December than it was in September. That's the biggest thing that I need to see. I don't think at any point this year we're going to be like, this Broncos offense
All
is
right.
dynamic.
Let
All
me
right.
follow up with this. How bad do you need you at Cortland Sutton?
It's a better offense with him.
But do you need him?
There's no.
With what we think this is going to be,
Sure.
do you need him?
Sure. No.
Bo Nix will not be judged off 1 year unless it's a total disaster
That's
year.
just it. The difference between 5 or 7 wins. Is it really all that meaningful?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If somebody, again, as we talk about building capital and whatever, and who knows, maybe there's disgruntled player for disgruntled player that you could do out there. Like, I'd heard a little bit of Tyler earlier as I was heading to parts unknown about they really need Cortland Sutton back there. Matter of fact, I talked to Mike Sanford. He goes, it was great. He said one of Bo Nix's best routes is the slants.
Yeah.
And he said, your best guy at a slant is Cortland Sutton.
Yeah. He's your best receiver.
That's fine.
Yeah.
If you can get something for him, do you really need him? With what this looks like it's shaping up to be is all I'm asking. I'm not saying he sucks. I'd rather have him if you were good. But if you're not going to be good, we can ship everybody out. You know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you mean with that question. Jeff Legwold probably will as well. We'll be talking to him about the OTAs. We're going to be hearing from many members of the Avalanche, most namely the host of Between the Pipes, Mark Springer, coming up here at 4 o'clock as he breaks down everything you need to know from the Avalanche press conference today. That's coming up at 4, but we talk Denver Broncos, OTAs, and the Cortland Sutton question with Jeff Legwold next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for my friends over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How's your energy level these days? You know what? We're just about to hit a holiday weekend. Are you psyched for it? Are you excited about all the things you're going to be able to cross off your to-do list? Maybe hang out with some friends. If you're feeling maybe a little lethargic, not yourself, it could be low T. It begins as early as your mid-30s. Guys can start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone. It can decrease your libido, can be a factor in weight gain, and you can find yourself less productive at the gym. For me, it was just simply being really tired and just not having the same motivation at times. I'd get up, I'd get a couple good hours in, then I'd want a nap. You don't want to feel this way? Take the low T quiz at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go to their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. 10-question quiz, yes and no answers, just takes 2 minutes. And if you then want to, go talk to the good folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your first appointment is only $99. It does include a medical consult, team PSA test, and if you sign up for a testosterone treatment that day, your appointment is free. Give them a call if you'd like to talk to them, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Tim Patrick, you had big plans for him last year. Obviously, he had the injury. Now him getting back in the mix, what does he look like for you out there, and how's he?
He's smart. He's tough. And I would say he's one of the leaders in that room.
Just make it to week 1. Sean Payton talking about his receiver room. Cortland Sutton not in attendance. He likes the looks of Josh Reynolds. Marvin Mims has the wheels. Troy Franklin, raw but athletic. Tim Patrick, just got to stay healthy. We welcome into the program right now Jeff Legwold of ESPN. He is with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Leggy, we start with the Cortland Sutton question. Where is he? What is he hoping for? And what is the organization's level of concern over all of it?
Well, I mean, Nate, if you take people at their word, even behind the scenes, you know, it's not at a big concern level right now, because I honestly believe they think that is maybe one of the few spots on the roster where they actually have depth and a serious competition going on for roster spots with or without Cortland. So I think organizationally, they don't see a new contract or even a big bump adjustment as, you know, if they thought that was the right move, they would have already done it, frankly, and they haven't. So I think this is going to be a whole lot of, you know, at what point is Cortland willing to come in if they sort of only offer performance incentives and those types of things, and we'll see. But I don't think it's sort of a mildly concerning issue until minicamp. The mandatory minicamp, to me, is where are we really at in all of this? Because if he skips that, he's willing to take the fine, and it's not an immense one. It's not like regular season, but traditionally players have not liked writing those checks. And that is the only portion of the offseason he can be fined for. And to me, that's where we really find out where everybody is on this. Is this just an attention getter, or is Cortland really serious about, I'm not playing until I get something else in my deal?
Hey, I'm sorry I missed the start of this. I was trying to cut a Bluebell deal. We got Bluebell ice cream reps in here. I'm trying to get it done for me and Nate, and maybe you can have some too.
I'd pass on me for Bluebell any day of the week.
Yeah, God, you're right. You're right. You'll be right over here. All right, Jeff.
The only thing Andy loves more than a Broncos segment with Legwold is Bluebell ice cream.
No, we just found out. The only thing Andy loves more than, I love you right. You did say that right. I'm passing up on you for Bluebell all day long, son.
Yeah. No, I know where I hit in the order. There's no question.
Well, there's a few restaurants you're below, too. But anyway, that's not here or there. All right. From what you've seen so far, and I guess it's just one day or whatever, Nate and I keep talking about it. Give us the scenario where Bo Nix does not just start if this is the deal. What is it? What keeps him from being day one guy? An injury? Other than injury. Take the injury out of it.
No, I do. Look, I think, this part of me thinks that this is a stacked deck a little bit, and I know if you're a head coach, you want to keep all the players engaged and cranking. But I think, when Sean Payton keeps being asked, what do you think about rookie quarterbacks playing? He keeps saying it's about their mental makeup and the quarterback's, ability, essentially. And they've done nothing but praise Bo Nix's mental makeup and his experience and his maturity. And he has said these 61 games at least 10 times already. He said it twice more today. Yep. He will say it 50 more times during training camp. The scenario is Sean Payton looks out there and thinks there are too many mistakes, pending mistakes against real coverages. That would impact that, because he has made it clear the minute they let Russell Wilson go, they are telling you doing exactly what they want, how they want is number one priority. And if he can show he can do that most of the time, I think he's the starter. If he needs more time, which, doesn't mean he's a bad quarterback or a bad pick or any of that, I think they would give him more time and he would start at some point in his rookie year. I think the scenario I'm talking about is he starting week one? He's got to be the most reliable option in terms of execution and mistakes, because Sean Payton has already shown us that is top job one. Take too many sacks, don't run it efficiently in the red zone. Those are the things that would knock him down, Bo Nix down from potentially starting.
Yeah, get in, out of the pocket, all that mastery of yes.
Because he has shown he took a 9-time Pro Bowler and they took the biggest cap dead money hit in the history of the salary cap because not because he played badly, because he didn't play the way he wanted him to. There's a big difference in that. And I think that's job one. If Bo Nix can show that, I think he's got a shot. I will say, I hadn't studied Zach Wilson much since that draft. He's definitely got the live arm of the three.
Yep.
So that's a wild card in all of this. And I'm not saying that changes the long-term plan. I'm not doing that at all. I'm just saying, of the three guys, there's only one I don't have to look up to see who threw it. And that he's that guy. So whether that matters or not, we'll see.
Like, what is and maybe this isn't situation specific, but I'm asking specifically about the situation of Sean Payton now coaching Zach Wilson, the deprogramming and reprogramming that has to be done with a player that has been through, I hate to use this word, I'm not trying to be dramatic here, but been through the football trauma that Zach Wilson has been through in that market, with that messed up organization, with those terrible coaches, with that bizarre situation a year ago of like taking all of that and all the mess that's happened to that guy and turning him into a workable, functioning NFL quarterback?
Actually, it's not Sean Payton, it's Davis Webb. That's Davis Webb's world. And Zach Wilson has the advantage. Davis Webb played in New York. Davis Webb was a player just a few years ago. And I will tell you, the Broncos are going to have a hard time keeping Davis Webb on the staff. He's really respected already in the league, especially if they're not going to let Davis Webb call plays at some point. Down the road here, that's going to be an issue for them. It's Davis Webb who would have that day-to-day job, and it's totally a confidence thing.
Yeah.
There's no other position, maybe corner, but when your confidence goes at a quarterback spot, I don't care how talented you are. You can be the most talented player on the field by miles, but if you can't confidently play the position and confidently work past your mistakes, because mistakes are coming, it's inevitable. It is a fact. If you don't have the confidence to get through all that, you can't play the position in the NFL and think and process at the rate you have to process to even be functional. The level of, especially now with situational defenses, 3 and 4 subs on every play, the level of processing is at a place where it hasn't been for maybe ever. They've fixed play calls and all of those things to make things easier. They've got the headset and all of those things, but the level of immediate processing is really high right now, and at least I think so. I'm not one of these people who think, the game is horrible now and was great before, but that confidence gets you through that, and Davis Webb would be the guy who would help build that back. And Sean Payton's kind of like the closer in baseball. He's going to come in at the end and give the big picture, and sort of be that voice of, okay, the head coach is in my corner. That's what Sean can do. He can show Zach Wilson, I believe in you. I've been doing this a long time. That's worth something.
So hopefully Sean Payton, the closer, will do a better job than Jalen Beeks is doing today.
Yeah.
Jeff Legwold, everybody. ESPN, that's where you read his stuff. Best in the biz, Leggy. Beautiful work, man. We'll talk to you next week.
See you, fellas.
All right.
Your boy Joey Lawrence ain't doing much better either, by the way.
He's-
He's Joey until he gets a dang save.
Yeah,
Then
2
we'll
men
go back
aboard.
to Justin.
Jalen Beeks, I believe that's back-to-back days of
Oh, yeah, it's
blown
been rough.
saves.
I watched that last night.
Yeah, he gave up a solo home run to Daz Cameron to tie the ball game up at 4 right now. 2 men aboard, 2 outs. Bottom of the 9th. Can Justin Lawrence escape danger? Well, Mark Springer cannot escape his responsibilities. That's to tell us everything we need to know about what happened with the Avalanche today, including what was the tone of the Val Nichushkin answers from Chris McFarland and Gabriel Landeskog. We will do that next. Playoffs have continued in the NHL and in the NBA, just not in this town. Therefore, we get press conferences today. Edmonton, Dallas will play game 1 this evening at 6:30. Western Conference Finals. Dallas did take game 1 last night over Minnesota, a 1-0 lead in that series. Pacers Celtics will play game 2 this evening after Boston took game 1 in overtime. Meanwhile, the Rockies have grabbed onto a 5-4 advantage over the Athletics in the top half of the 10th out there at the Coliseum this afternoon.
I think it's funny with baseball producing the Rockies games along with a number of other teams in the league right now. What do you think the execs were thinking when they watched the A's and Rockies with the California rules in place? Isn't it a California rule where you put the runner on second?
Sure is.
Yeah. And they still took 2 innings to push anybody across, for anybody to move the guy from not just the Rockies, the A's too.
Dozens were glued to their streaming devices, Andy.
I almost wanted to ask Leggy this. What is the smallest crowd you've broadcast for? Because this is a friends and family affair today in Oakland. It has been all series.
I was going to say that's every game in Oakland.
Today looks particularly brutal.
Yeah, it's
where you can hear everything being said. Like, as a broadcaster, have you ever worried about people hearing you? Because the only time I dealt with that was in COVID times at CU, where I was in the stands behind, like, the visiting bench.
I did, I don't know, 12, 13 years ago, I was the voice of Metro State basketball.
Look at you.
And I know, right? Move over, Kevin Harlan. I got the Roadrunners out here, okay? But there was a head injury on the court.
That ain't good.
A kid from Metro dunked, and I believe they were playing like New Mexico Highlands, and his legs got cut out from under him by a kid that was running back, and so he came down on his head, and it was a stretcher and backboard situation. It was scary. Like, you could hear the thud. I was broadcasting the game solo. There was about a 15 or 20-minute pause in the action. It's not like I could go back to the studio and be like, hey, man, why don't you just load up on inventory for this Metro State broadcast? I mean, I'm just sitting there at a whisper of just like, and now the paramedics move out onto the floor. You had a pin drop in the room, Andy. And you know how loud idiots like you and I are.
Yeah, we project.
Exactly. So
we were at King Supers where people were coming from the other side of the store to figure out who's so loud.
I mean, I'm doing play-by-play in sad losing locker room voice is essentially what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And now as we go into minute 9 of this pause, I'll read the box score for you for the 17th time, if you don't mind. As we look at the Metro State schedule on the season, still waiting for this player to be removed from the floor.
That isn't good.
No,
that was backboard and stuff. Like literal a backboard and a stretcher and all that.
Yeah, it was quite bad. Yeah, it was.
Yikes. Was he okay? Happy
he
ending
lived.
at least?
Yeah, he lived.
Okay.
Yeah, he was all right.
Okay.
I didn't broadcast a fatality. So let's go.
Good. Great.
It's a good follow-up on that story.
Yeah, sure.
Let's go right now to the host of Between the Pipes, Mark Springer. He joins us right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, live from the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Hi, Mark. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. All right, I got 6 cuts for you.
Okay, so what's going on with the Avalanche today? We got Chris McFarland. We have Gabriel Landeskog in his sensible shorts.
Mm-hmm.
What was McFarland wearing? Was that a team-issued polo?
I think
did
it was
we have?
like a windbreaker with an Avs logo.
Okay, I like it.
Windbreaker thingy.
Quarter zip or a full zip?
I think there was no zip.
No zip?
Yeah,
All right,
it's like a pullover type thing.
Very cool. Okay, that would work on the golf course or in the office on a casual Friday, perhaps. Okay, so what do you got for us, Spring?
Yeah, so, I mean, the first thing, Brendan McNicholas, Avs PR, says right off the bat, Gabe's not retiring. He wouldn't be. He'd be dressed nicer, and we wouldn't be at Family Sports if he was retiring. And then the first thing Gabe answered was, how close was he to returning?
How close did I get? I guess we'll never really know, right? Like, it's such a big difference from laying, like what I'm doing is essentially laying the foundation to skating, my new kind of skating technique, with a new piece of my knee, right? Laying the foundation and playing in an NHL playoff game is very different. And I'm sure you guys all witnessed it. I I mean, mentally, I felt pretty close at times. I'm like, all right, well, I can do this. I can go out there for a few shifts here and there. But I think the best decision was made to just for me to focus on what I was doing throughout the entire playoffs, as hard as it was and as much as I wanted to be out there. It was ultimately the best decision for my health, and I think long-term for this organization as well.
Yeah, we're talking about an unprecedented surgery for a hockey player and a guy having to come back and jump directly into the postseason.
Yeah.
On the early end of the return window. It never felt plausible.
But here's the other thing that caught my ear there. My new way of having to skate.
Right.
Right?
Got to be a different player now.
He's got to do things differently. And what does that look like? And will it hold up? And how? So this falls under and you and I, God, in this town, how many times have we done this? Tebow was the king of trying to change his throwing motion.
Yeah.
And we were always told through 5 different quarterback coaches or whatever it was, he had it fixed, right? And then we get into the game and surprise, surprise, it's his natural muscle memory. It wasn't fixed.
Right.
Can Gabe get this to when he's more worried about chasing down Jamie Benn on a breakaway, for example, than being able to just skate without pressure in a rink, will he actually be able to skate this way?
It feels, I think of what they would say about Lonzo Ball's jump shot and everything else like that. Can look perfect in the gym. The moment there's somebody contesting him in a game, he goes right back to the weird cross
Brock
body
Osweiler
thing.
had the same problem.
Very much so. It feels Forsberg-y to me.
It does.
A little bit.
I agree.
When you're talking about a guy who's got to figure out a new way to be able to skate. Spring, what else did Gabe have for us?
Yeah, so he kept things real close to the vest. In fact, at one point he said something like, without giving away too much. He didn't want to give away too much. He didn't really give a percentage or anything like that on where he's at, but he was asked when he thinks he will be back next season, and this is an indication of how vague he is keeping it.
You asked about next season?
Mm-hmm.
When's training camp?
September, mid-September.
Mid-September and start of April. I feel pretty good about it.
Start of April would be the playoffs. Okay.
You get it? He's saying he'll return sometime in the year.
Let me ask you this, and in spring, this is a question for you as well, host of Between the Pipes. Would the best possible solution for all, because we're going to get to the Val situation in this whole thing, but spoiler alert, neither of these contracts is coming off your books.
Right.
You do have guys I think you want to continue to keep on this team, including one guy named Jonathan Drouin.
Drouin?
Would it be better for Gabe to go on the LTIR with the understanding, whether spoken to us in public or not, that you were going to take another year to make sure you were absolutely right, and a la Mark Stone, you are coming off the IR to play in the playoffs next year. And that way, we are taking your money, we are spending it elsewhere.
Yeah.
Because this team still needs to keep some of these dudes together.
That is very true. But
So-
again, you're also asking for a guy that would not have played hockey then for 3 years. Why don't you go jump at the playoffs?
Okay, but let's say you don't do it that way. And again, this is tricky. And look, this
Yeah.
may feel like a
I know
heartless
what you're
conversation,
saying.
but in order for the good of the team, some of this stuff is a little bit heartless as far as guys on the ice, talent on the ice.
Yeah.
So what if you don't do that? You allow his money to go against the cap, and then you find out,
Can't play.
this isn't going to work. And you, again, I know people will say, well, then you IR him then. Yeah, but if you IR him then you've missed the free agents
Right.
of this summer.
Right.
Including Jonathan Drouin. I feel like, with all due respect to everybody involved, and again, I'm rooting for Gabe. I can't make this clear enough. I like Gabe. He's been a good captain for this team. How can you not? He's come on this show and been a good time for us, and he's a great hockey player. They need him, I think, to be special.
He's an all-time great Av.
He's going up in the rafters.
Yeah, his number 92 should absolutely be retired. All of those things are extremely true, but also the cold, hard reality of Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar, 2 generational talents in a championship window. You got to maximize
And
it.
you've got to keep some of these guys.
Yeah.
You cannot find out, and even Gabe will admit he doesn't know. He said it in the answer Mark played first. He doesn't even know how this is going to go.
Right.
So anyway, I think they need to LTIR him so they can keep some of this team together and make the focus come back for the playoffs.
which again is less than ideal.
It is.
Everything about this sucks.
I am glad I'm not Chris McFarland.
Yeah.
I'm glad I just get to be doofus on the radio, giving up, I can tell you everything I do. I got no skin in the game.
You do the you do the role well though.
It's on my card.
You play it extremely well.
My business card says doofus on the radio.
We'll get to some of the Nichushkin stuff coming up here in just a few minutes. How much Timberwolves Mavs did you take in last night, Andy?
I'm a bitter man. I watched none.
Good for you.
Good
for you.
No, I did smile. I was watching the Rockies because I kind of is what's going on now. I kind of take a chuckle in it.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is all funny. I would like massive change at 20th and Blake, and I think the only way it's going to happen is if there is just a embarrassment of a disaster of a season. Like both embarrassing and a disaster. I watched that hoping they'd lose that game.
Just a quick question. What have they been doing?
Well, Nate, you're right. But I think if you if you hang
obviously
around,
not enough, it needs to turf out harder.
If it's an all-timer, maybe.
Yeah.
But so I watched the Rockies game till it was done.
Yeah,
and then I flipped over to TNT and realized the game was over.
My love of the game of basketball got me right back into it.
Who were you rooting for? That was my curiosity. Because you told me.
The Meteor.
Who got you?
Yeah.
Really? You don't like both? Okay. I got to go Dallas.
I do like watching Luka Doncic play basketball. I do. He's annoying and he whines way too much to the officials, and he is just he's the James Harden of his generation. He's unbelievable at being able to draw the whistle and everything else like that, but also he's just freaking cold-blooded, and I love to watch that dude play the game. So my observations of watching the Timberwolves last night are, hey, it turns out beating the world champs in 7 games took it the hell out of Anthony Edwards. He had nothing in the fourth quarter last night. He was playing like Jokic did in the fourth quarter of Game 7 last night in Game 1, where it was just like, doing all the things that I like to do is too exhausting. I'm just going to jack up threes. He made a couple of them because he's a good shooter, but he was terrible in that second half last night. Karl Anthony Towns turned back into a pumpkin and was 2 of 9 from 3. Rudy Gobert actually played pretty well last night. Jaden McDaniels continues to just be a problem for anybody that Minnesota is going up against. And on the other side, man, if we talked so much about the way that Minnesota built that roster, Dallas did the same thing to get ready for the Nuggets too. They drafted Derek Lively. They go and get PJ Washington. They did, they got Gafford. They're doing everything they can to just try and be huge, and it's worked out. So it's made them physically a really tough matchup for Minnesota, and Dallas has played really good defense since the trade deadline. So this series has become an interesting stylistic battle for two teams that were designed to chase the Denver Nuggets.
Okay, but real quick, do you not? I got the vibe off Minnesota where what I would warn their fan base about is, because I'm not going to be angry if Minnesota, it's not one of those hate things, or if they move on, that's cool, whatever. But again, I'm petty and I'm not going to root for the team that just beat me. But it felt like to me, they felt like they got the championship just by beating the Nuggets, and there's 2 more rounds, gentlemen.
Very much so. They have an awful long way to go, and they blew a home game last night. So,
did they look that way to you at all?
They looked
the energy
exhausted.
that I saw.
They played really well in the first half of that game. I mean, they played really well, and the problem was they played really well, and I think they had like a 3-point lead at halftime. And Kyrie was just basically keeping Dallas in that game. He faded in the second half, but Luka scored 15 in the fourth, and that was a hell of a close that they had. But a good game of runs. It was a good game won last night. It's, from a basketball perspective, take the bitterness out of it. We're in for what I think is going to be a very entertaining Western Conference Finals. Western Conference Finals in the NHL starts tonight. The Avalanche won't be in it, but they do have to solve the Val Nichushkin problem. What did Chris McFarland and Gabe Landeskog have to say about that? We'll hear from them next. That's Andy. I'm Nate. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. Val Nichushkin did not finish yet another postseason for the Avalanche. Today, the Brain Trust, Chris McFarland and Gabe Landeskog, the GM and the captain, got a chance to react to that news. Mark Springer was in the room at Family Fun today. Line it up for us, Spring. What's going on here?
Yeah, so they were very politically correct to start. You know, first and foremost is Val getting himself right, and they're pulling for him. Chris McFarland did say that terminating the contract really isn't an option. So with that said, Chris McFarland was asked whether or not Val will return to the Avalanche.
What I can say to you is we've got to look at all options. At this time, priority one is for Val to get the help he needs, and you know, assuming he does, and after the 6 months, we'll have to read and react on that. But it is very plausible that he will be back with the Avalanche.
Very plausible that he will be back with the Avalanche. We had the report from Pierre LeBrun after Nichushkin was suspended and disappeared during the second-round series against the Dallas Stars that termination of the contract is not really an option.
You know,
Avs are stuck.
Can
here.
I tell you what's so tricky about this?
All of it?
I mean, I don't, you know. I realize we need to respect the privacy of this situation and to some extent. Okay, I get that. But when you hear some of the things thrown out as to, because now we've heard the word addiction twice, okay?
Yeah.
Can we fill in what the addiction is to? Because to me,
nope.
What it was to could affect the way you look at what this is.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but and I'm sure the organization knows all that, but they're not going to reveal that publicly.
No, I understand that, but again, if
not in a million years. It's,
how about I should have tried to put it
if
this
anything,
way?
it's probably a HIPAA violation, right?
It is.
Yeah.
But again, are you addicted to something that? Are you a Brett Favre? Are you addicted to something that kept you on the field? You know what I'm saying? Versus something that's just for a good time. I mean, I think it shapes how you look at this differently. May add understanding as to what the patience is or what leads to the contract still being in place. All that other kind of stuff.
Doesn't sound like anybody's having a good time these days.
Nobody's having a good time because you could hear it in Chris McFarland. I heard the Chris McFarland presser this morning as I, was out and about on 92.5 during the morning show. And a little plug for the station there, Nate.
That was good. That was good. Who hosts that show again?
Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. Vic was doing the slow golf talking in between questions and stuff. And Brett Kane was doing your job. So driving the whole thing. Look, point is this. Chris McFarland, you can hear, Spring, you were there. You can hear the frustration in the man's voice, right? Like, again, Everybody is sympathetic. Everybody wants to put it out on the table that we are here to be sympathetic. But when you get to the business talk of things, you could hear the frustration in McFarland's voice.
Yeah, McFarland mentioned how it's a privilege to play in the NHL, and when you sign the contract, there are certain things you have to adhere to. So, while there was a lot of talk of we wish the best for him, there was also a lot of frustration.
Yeah, how could there not be? You're depending on this guy. He was the best player for the first 7 games of the playoffs.
Yes.
8 games of the playoffs. What do you have? He had 9 goals.
Led the league.
Scored in all of the first 7 games. He had a hat trick against Winnipeg. He was the best player on the ice for you in the postseason, and there was no way, given the way that Dallas plays, that you were going to beat those guys without the services of Val Nichushkin. It just was not going to happen, and yet you lose another year of championship window because he's not available. And it is such a tricky place. Like this is where, honestly, I really feel for Chris McFarland. You're threading a very delicate needle by talking about this because ultimately you're talking about substance abuse. You're talking about it's a health issue. Is what you're talking about for this individual. It's an illness that you're now talking about with him, invisible though it may be, and so you have to be able to speak about it sensitively, while also acknowledging I'm sensitive to the 22 other guys in the locker room and the coaching staff and myself, Chris McFarland, who's trying to shepherd this team through a cup contending window with Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar and Mikko Rantanen all in their primes. And boy, I sure would like to win another Stanley Cup. Or at the very least, like, if the Avalanche are going to get bounced out of the postseason, just have it be because hockey's really freaking hard.
Yeah.
Not because of losing one of your best players who you invested in 2 years in a row.
And the timing of it adds to the trickiness of the situation.
Yeah.
Again, you could hear Gabe talk about it. Even Gabe had some somewhat strong words about it while trying to say he's a teammate and a friend. You want to play the answer?
Let's hear that. Spring, tee that up for us.
Yeah, we'll hear from Gabe here. Real quick, though. Chris McFarland did give some details about the timeline. He got a phone call the morning of Game 4.
Okay.
And when he saw the phone number, he got a pit in his stomach. Like, oh boy.
He knew.
I know what this is. Landeskog was asked if he could impart any leadership day of. He said he found out after morning skate, and he said there was really nothing he could do. You know, it was just on the guys to go out there and play, but Gabe conceded that it shocked the team, and it was probably responsible for the loss that night. I thought this was interesting. Rod Mackey, now with CBS 4, brought up the idea of Gabe or the Avs, babysitting Val Nichushkin. Here is what Gabe had to say to that.
I'm sure, I think it's a tough question to answer, right? Like there's a fine line of what I want to say and what I want to share and what not want to share, but immediately when the news broke, my reaction was, what else could I have done? What else can you do? How else could we have handled the situation differently leading up to this point, whatnot. But, ultimately this is what happened, and we just kind of have to deal with the consequences now. And I'm sure there are a lot of people who feel differently about, everybody has their own opinions of the situation, right? But, like I said, he's a teammate of ours. We hope he gets right. We hope he gets what he needs and is able to come back and help us moving forward. Ultimately, he's a human being and a teammate of ours, and we look after one another, and that goes both ways. He needs to look out for himself, but he also needs to be a part of what we're trying to accomplish here, and I think that's important as well.
At the very end of the statement is what Gabe is trying to say. You are a part of this, and you need to be accountable to everybody else in the room, while also yourself. It's listening to that answer right there, and the end was the most substantive thing that Landeskog said right there, Andy. Sort of going back to what I said before we played the cut. Listen to him right there. Listen to McFarland talk about it. Hell, listen to us talk about it. They're paralyzed by this. This situation has stunted this organization's championship mission right here in this moment. And because of the collectively bargained rules, there is not a good path out of it other than we hope this guy gets right and he can rejoin the team, and we'll just cross our fingers.
Well, I mean, again, McFarland said it at the beginning, high likelihood he returns to this team because, again, they just can't, you can't give up the money and not have a player there. You just can't.
Right.
Okay? Not in this league, not in this hard of a cap. Then McFarland also had talked about, we're not talking about, this is just the reality of any sport. We're not talking about dude I can go find in any college rink or junior Canadian league. We're talking about an incredibly skilled shooter who's the size of a mountain.
Yep.
Who, by the way, in the Edmonton series, took away the eyes of the presumed Vezina winner when he said, I couldn't see half the shots sent at me. And then you go into a series against Dallas, a physical team that wants no part of letting you into their zone with speed, and you don't have that dude? Well, I got news for you. I got nobody I can call up to play that role. That's why you've got such a big chunk of the money on the team. I can't just go find another one of these guys. And he said it. McFarland said it point blank today. Just look at it. 800 winning percentage with him, 500 without. Says it all. It is huge when we don't have this guy.
So I want to read a text from one of our listeners who says, the sad reality is there's nothing Gabe or anyone else could have done better. Val's behavior is typical addict behavior. I know it because I lived it. And I appreciate that texter sending it in to us. He's a good listener. So, Andy, one of the things about that, sort of like the give him a babysitter, so to speak. Who was the dude? Why am I spacing his name right now? Rodman's babysitter.
Oh.
Jack Haley.
Okay, yeah.
Jack Haley was with him in San Antonio. Eventually, he was signed by Chicago. But Jack Haley was not even a 12th man. He was a 14th man, okay? He was an NBA player. He was on an NBA roster, but Jack Haley was Rodman's babysitter. And his job was to get Dennis to the floor.
You gotta hit the clubs, brother, and make sure that we get back at night.
The problem that I see here is, number one, pro hockey is so freaking hard.
Yeah.
Playoff hockey is so freaking hard, okay? It's hard enough to worry about yourself if you're a pro hockey player, of just getting yourself right, getting your line right, and anything else like that to prepare to be able to play the game. Like, by the time these guys get to the postseason, their bodies are just they're held together by Scotch tape. Okay, it's brutal what that sport does. We learned today Arturi Lekkonen's got to have shoulder surgery. Like, you hear that every year. Team wins the Stanley Cup, or goes to the Stanley Cup Finals, and like the next day you find out, like, oh yeah, these 9 guys have to have surgery.
Half the team's going under the knife.
Right. That's just that they've all got to go to the dentist and everything else they have to do just to get their body back to the place by the end of the year. And so it's like, now when you have that conversation, you're sort of like, okay, but like, can one of the players just sort of also keep an eye on addiction behavior too for this guy who doesn't live with them and isn't with them all the time? Like, it's to the texter's point, there's nothing else Landeskog or anyone else could have done for Val Nichushkin. Ultimately, like, recovery is a community endeavor, but also like the individual, and especially in a situation like this where you're talking about playing high-level professional team sports, you need the individual to do the work as well and have that accountability.
And here's the other wild thing about it. He's an adult male that he's allowed his freedoms.
Right.
Okay. And at the end of the day, look, I still go back to what Jack Johnson said afterwards. He made his decisions. They let you back into the club assuming that you were going to handle these decisions a better way. McFarland talked about it. He's got trust to rebuild with this club again, and it's, even if you have someone with him all the time. See, again, we don't know what the addiction is to. Okay?
That too. Yeah.
I think a lot of us are assuming it's a party drug, but what if it isn't? What if that's not what it is?
Yeah, I don't know.
What if it's to just something else that,
Don't know.
It's
basically the point you're making
I don't know how you
is he addicted to painkillers?
Is he addicted? Yeah, I get
we don't
you're
know.
right. Might as well just quit dancing around. If he's addicted to painkillers and that's how he plays, well then, again, part of me is like, well, if that happened because you were playing with a half sawed off foot during the Stanley Cup, I'm probably, I guess that helps me understand a little bit better what all the patience is about and why the NHLPA is not just saying this contract is terminated, right? But that doesn't, again, when it goes back to the business of putting a hockey team together, that doesn't help them do business. That doesn't allow them $6 or $7 million freed up to, again, try to put players around, as you said, to take advantage of the most dynamic core that they've had in 20 years.
Spring, what else do we got from Chris McFarland today on Val?
On Val. I was going to move on to Jonathan Drouin.
Hold on, cut 16. Did we play that one yet?
No, we have not.
Okay.
We'll go do that one.
This is
right now.
Chris McFarland on next steps for the Val Nichushkin thing. Again, this is sort of process involved, but let's roll this cut from the Avs GM today.
It's. I think it's hard. I think it's all Gabe highlighted it earlier. It's going to be up to the individual. The challenges for us are obvious, right? He's a really good hockey player. He's got a significant cap hit, and look, we've looked at all options like we always do, and the obvious question is termination, right? And at this time, that's not an option. So the best thing I can say is we're pulling for Val to do what he needs to do to take care of himself. This guy's a heck of a hockey player, but it's a privilege to play in this league. And when you sign on that contract, there's things that have to be adhered to. And hopefully Val takes the next 6 months to get himself right. And, we'll stay in touch with the league. But again, at this time, that's the way we're operating. And yes, it's a significant challenge in terms of off-season planning, but there's a lot of teams with cap challenges. We're certainly one of them, but we won't shy away from looking at different ways to build as good a hockey team around it. What is still a very special group.
Yeah, he's stuck. He knows
he
it.
is.
Yeah,
and we're not talking about a small stuck.
Big stuck.
This is like Minnesota having to buy out Parisi and Suter.
Big stuck.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Big stuck because he has to try and plan for a number of contingencies with a moving target the whole time.
Yeah.
That's the toughest part of all of this. If you're Chris McFarland with Landeskog, there's just sort of a healthy or not healthy. I suppose there's also the what the heck is he as a hockey player at this stage of his hockey life now? Like that's another question that I think has to be asked right there. But with McFarland right there, he's trying to solve a Rubik's Cube that is going on.
It's the trick of I've heard addicts talk all the time.
Mhm.
Every day is a new battle. Okay.
Yeah.
And we're finding out that's what this is. And unfortunately, I think that I can understand frustration from the organization where you feel like we've given you 2 chances now, okay? And you came back and you knew it was the playoff run again. Someone wrote in and said, this is what I worry about ultimately for Val personally, because I've seen this with whatever addiction. It's something ingrained in your lifestyle, and sometimes you have to change your life in drastic ways to not have the triggers that lead to whatever the addiction use is.
Right.
Okay?
Wholesale changes.
And for him, it may mean hockey can't be part of your life.
Maybe.
Because whatever the addiction is to, it's clearly tied to you playing hockey.
It should be noted, the Rockies took a 9-5 advantage.
What has just happened? Oh my God, I haven't turned around because of the gravity of this discussion. My God, I thought they blew it open.
The Rocks took a 9-5 lead in the top half of the 11th. The A's have pushed 4 across without Matt Cook so much as recording an out. A J.J. Bleday 2-run home run, driving in Abraham Toro has knotted the game at 9.
Now half the dugout is coming to talk to the pitcher. Finally, Black shows up.
And now
Holy
Bud Black
cow.
is maneuvering his way, and he'll
real quick
go ahead and make a call to the
He just made the
pen.
angry point. Oh, he did give him a rear end slap.
Yeah.
I saw a couple nights ago with Justin Lawrence. Right, Justin
It was
Lawrence?
Justin
Okay,
Lawrence.
now I'm
You had
confusing
it.
myself with Joey. He didn't even give him the butt slap. He just took the ball. Give me that. Get out of here. Get off my mound.
Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl will take a break. When we come back, Andy, I got your all NBA teams. I found
Saw that last night.
I found 2 things very interesting about the voting. I'll tell you what that is next.
Guys, time to talk to you again about Colorado Off-Road. You know it's Andy Lindahl. These are my good friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Seriously, good friends, Jerry and Wendy Jones. Appreciate this family and just getting to know them, the business, the support of the show. But I recommend them to you simply because if you need truck or 4x4 accessories, go to these folks. If you're like me, look, I'm not necessarily Mr. Car guy, okay? I got a truck, was excited to get a truck, had no idea what I wanted to put on it, knew I wanted a bed cover. That's how this all started. Went in, saw Jerry, just wanted to get something that was, whatever. Like a lid is the best way to describe it for the bed of your truck. He went through all the options for me. He told me what's good about this, what's good about that. Here's what meets your price point. Here's something you may want to think about. Ultimately, I ended up selecting one that folds into four so I can use my whole bed of my truck if I need to without the hassle of it. The lid one wouldn't have allowed me to do that. This is the kind of advice you're going to get from Colorado Off-Road. He wants to make sure that you're buying the right stuff for your vehicle. Since I've added step rails and remote start kit, I've gotten the big truck tires there. Want to have them look at my suspension here in the near future. Anything you could need, you need something for camping, getting the towing the fifth wheel ready, they can do it for you over at Colorado Off-Road. Real easy. Showroom is 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on South Prince Street. It's right behind Rapo Community College. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com.
We got the 5 biggest stories of the day around the NFL coming up at 5 o'clock. Today, the Sean Payton edition of the High Five. I heard an awful lot from the Broncos head man as they had OTAs today. We had an Avalanche press conference. We had a Nuggets press conference. We'll hear the highlights from Calvin Booth, Michael Malone, and Josh Kroenke coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock, including development of young players and Michael Porter Jr. were both big topics of conversation. Andy, did you happen to see last night that we got our 23-24 Kia All-NBA team?
So I did, and let me tell you. I saw it right as we were wrapping up the show. I thought, should we do breaking news? But I don't think it was really, you know what I mean? It's one of those things where is it really breaking news? Nikola Jokic is the only Nugget on the team. And
when you're the MVP, you're going to be first team All-NBA. So, yes.
So anyway, but I did, again, I looked first, second team, no other Nuggets.
No. That's not terribly surprising right there. But yes, Nikola Jokic was unanimous first team All-NBA. It is the 4th time in his career that he has been first team All-NBA. He has been a member of the NBA's second team now twice, the last time being last year when Joel Embiid won the MVP award. That bumped Jokic to the second team. But this year, he was first team All-NBA, joined on the first team this year by Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, along with Luka Doncic, Giannis, and Jason Tatum. Tatum snuck his way onto the first team this year. Jalen Brunson got bumped to the second team. The second team was Jalen Brunson, and Kevin Durant, Kawhi Leonard, and Anthony Davis. The third team, LeBron, Steph, Domantas Sabonis of the Sacramento Kings, Tyrese Halliburton, and Devin Booker. Those are your 15 All-NBA dudes this year. All right. Jokic was unanimous, 99 first team votes for 495 points. So Jokic and SGA were the only unanimous. By the way, did the Rockies just walk in the winning run? Is that really what just happened?
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, Peter Lambert walks in the 10th run of the ball game, and the A's win it 10-9 in 11 innings this afternoon in Oakland. A's take 2 of 3 over the course of the series.
Well, what is the A's record?
Rocks lose.
They are better than the Rockies.
They are.
Right?
They actually snapped an 8-game losing streak to start this series here, Andy, when they won on Tuesday night. This improves the Athletics to 21-31 on the campaign. Rocks fall to 16-33.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm really.
Your intentions are good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm finding it amusing.
You want them to lose every game they possibly
can. I just
can.
want some meaningful change to this dang team.
So Jokic gets 99 first place votes. I went through the voting totals. You know who didn't get a single vote?
Who?
Jamal Murray. Did not even get so much as a third team vote.
Are you surprised? Here's why I ask, are you surprised? Only because of the injuries he dealt with. He missed a fair amount of time for injuries.
I believe he was ineligible technically.
Well, there you go.
But also, would he have gotten a vote? I don't think so. Would anybody have made a push for Jamal Murray, third team All-NBA?
When the guy's yet to make an All-Star game, I think you got to make an All-Star game before the All-NBA. Fair enough or no?
You'd think it would sort of go in that direction.
Now, again, the All-Star team's a little bit more of a fan thing, right? But
only for the starters, and it's only, some of it. So let me ask you this question now. Is Jamal Murray ever going to be an All-Star or All-NBA?
I think All-Star. I don't know about All-NBA. Again, Nate, we've got to see that the injury thing doesn't haunt him, that he can play a full season.
Well, the reason why I ask, is he going to be an All-Star, is because
he's dealing some tough guard competition, too.
There's that. He's also not a good starter of the season.
Oh, all right. Fair enough.
He doesn't start seasons well. Now maybe this season he'll be coming off of Olympic basketball with Team Canada.
Have his warm-up.
Right. Like maybe he shows up in shape and ready to rock. I hope that's the case. I'd like to see that, but I don't know. Like, is it just that right now what we've the place that we have gotten to with Jamal Murray is the mission is somehow make him be healthy for April, May, and June, and that if that comes at the expense of any regular season accolade, that's just sort of the cross they have to bear with Jamal Murray now. Because his body doesn't hold up for the whole year.
I know
it doesn't. And so if you have to worry about management so much that early on in the season, is it possible that this guy, who is a certified, not good, a great player when he's clicking, Andy, that he may never make an all-star team?
Yeah, it's out there. Also, I feel like he'll make an all-star. I honestly, though, but see, he missed all that time in December. And that would pretty much
the
torpedoed
hamstring.
his all-star campaign this year.
Yeah.
So I really thought because of the finals he had strictly off reputation, he would have made the all-star team.
Right.
So I was a little surprised he didn't. They kind of made a push for him, and folks were talking about it there right before the team was named. Nate, look, the whole team needs to be managed a little bit better, though. I mean, Michael Malone talked about it today. They've got to manage all of this better.
Yeah.
Don't they?
Yeah.
But they've got to actually do it. Are we going to do a segment a little bit later where we get through the comments like we did with the Avs? Because a lot interesting was said.
We're going to do that coming up at 5:20.
What time, Nate?
At 5:20.
Well, you know what? I'll make sure to be here.
Right here on the. You're contractually obligated. You.
I could be out there eating that ice cream. By the way, you know what else I figured out?
I suppose, yeah, the contract only says you have to be in the building, and it doesn't specify which room you have to be in.
You know, it's usually our station playing out in that main area.
Yeah.
I kept hearing commercials. I was like, I'm good. I don't think that was our station.
Whoops. Did you get the root beer ice cream?
I'm gonna, yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
Listen, nobody's here anyway, right? Yeah, I got one stashed.
Speaking of the word listen, we'll hear from Sean Payton coming up next. Yes, it is Craigman and Lindahl. It is the 5 o'clock hour. We do the best 5 o'clock hour in the biz right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're rolling with you until 6 o'clock, and then it's the Blitz with Birdo tonight. Mark Bertinelli will be talking about none of our teams playing. But still.
He might talk about the Rockies. That was an all-timer.
Rocks fall 10-9 this afternoon on a walk-off walk in the bottom half of the 11th. Rocks scored 4 to go up 9-5 in the top half of the 11th, only to see that lead evaporate as the bullpen melts down.
Who would you say your puker broadcast baseball guy voice is modeled after? Who is that? Trying to figure out who this is. Is that the Atlanta guy? Is that like who was that?
It's
got a touch of Wayne Hagen, but he's Southern.
Some touches of Skip Carey, maybe. There's probably some of that in there.
From the
a little
TBS
bit.
days or whatever.
The Harry Shearer is the generic baseball announcer on The Simpsons. The episode where Marge has the pretzel wagon and then nobody's buying their pretzels, so they give away pretzels for free at the baseball game. But then during the giveaway of the minivan, they give the minivan away to Mr. Burns, the local billionaire. So the fans all throw pretzels out onto the field, and Harry Shearer in his announcer voice goes, "And here come the pretzels."
That's right. You've told me about
Mostly where it comes from right there.
I like that. We all got our guy.
Yeah, that's pretty much mine right there. Harry Shearer of Spinal Tap fame. What do we got today from Sean Payton? Sean Payton talking to the media, Spring.
It's a little Brockmeyer in there, too.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah, good
There you
call,
go.
Spring. Good ear.
Front to back wiper. Brockmeyer likes to dab at it.
Let's do
The original Brockmeyer short is still the best one. One of the few front to back wipers in the league. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Spring.
Yeah, it's the high five. It's brought to you by Bet365, whatever the sport, whatever the moment. It is never ordinary at Bet365. Sean Payton talking at Broncos OTAs today. He was asked about all the quarterbacks except for specifically Jarrett Stidham. Poor Stiddy didn't get a specific question asked about him. Let's start with Bo Nix, though.
There's not a lot of Stiddy questions. No.
Let's start with the Bo Nix question. Sean's boy. How has Bo Nix picked up the offense from rookie minicamp to now in OTAs?
Good. I mean, he's farther along than most would be. I mean, we're talking about a player who's played 61 games. He's extremely smart. He's picked it up very quickly.
Good. He's got it.
Good.
He's good. Yes. He mentioned that he likes to talk about the 61 games thing a lot. He's really big on that. He's extremely smart. So, yeah, Bo Nix is going to start week 1 for this team. Like, Sean Payton is going to make it happen no matter what.
There's no reason not to, unless Zach Wilson gets the cerebral.
Also, Bo Nix is 24. He's only got so many years of prime left. He's got to get out there.
Can't roll him out at 30.
It's like when Penix eventually becomes the starter in Atlanta and he's got grandkids. Just get him out there.
Bo Nix is like that kid in high school you play that's got the full beard. You're like, who are you? You're too old to be here.
Held back a couple of times,
you're not a rookie.
Hey, hang out after the game. Can you buy us beer?
You got the 8 is enough crowd.
So,
how many kids you got?
Zach Wilson also. We got our first chance to take a look at big number 4, Zach Wilson. What did Sean Payton have to say about him?
High five. Yeah, Zach Wilson, also 24 years old. Here's this exchange with Sean Payton today about Zach Wilson.
What are your impressions of Zach Wilson first time you've seen him on the field?
Good. It's kind of the orphan group. All of them they're all orphan dogs. They've come from somewhere. But they're doing good, and it's a good room.
I mean, can you just kind of elaborate what you saw on Zach versus what you've seen on the film all these years?
Yeah, good question. I like his experience. You could tell he's played, and I feel like he's got very live arm strength, and he's picking up the offense pretty quickly.
All right, real quick. Let's go deep state on this one, okay?
Listen.
Spring, you about ready? You ready for this? You okay? Let's compare the Bo Nix good to the Zach Wilson good.
Ooh, who gets
Let's
the better
see who we pick
good?
up. in the good.
Okay. So let's first answer. How has Bo Nix picked up the offense?
Good.
All right.
Good.
There's the good.
Good.
How do you feel about Zach Wilson, coach?
Good.
Oh!
Good.
Hey! There was a little
There was
something in the voice.
It lilted at the end. Good.
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 The other good was a little stern.
Good.
Which good would you rather have? I think I'd take the Zach Wilson good.
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 Which good is gooder?
Which good was he more good about?
Do you want to be good or do you want to be good?
Good.
Good. Good.
I don't know if anybody else gives a crap about this, but this is what we're going to do.
It's phenomenal
If we're gonna go
off-season
deep
content.
State, we're going to go deep state.
On his first impressions of also the orphan dogs analogy.
That was interesting.
They all found their way here, like it was homeward bound, like somewhere.
Yeah.
Zach Wilson and Bo Nix were like wandering, like
they were Milo and Otis
trying to ward off an angry coyote, wandering under a
escaped a honey
waterfall,
badger.
swimming through a rushing river, rescuing a drowning child.
They somehow mastered a canoe.
And now they're here, quarterbacks for the Broncos, the orphan dogs.
Good.
Oh, man.
It's
good, yeah.
It's a really weird analogy.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So there you go. I also, again, I said this earlier when we had Cosmiter on, but so he gets the question about Zach Wilson, doesn't answer it at all. And then the reporter asks to follow up by being like, yeah, but can you actually answer my question? To which Sean says, it's a good question.
Yeah, which means he...
You didn't even listen to the first one, did you? Okay. Hold on. Give me the Bo Nix good one more time.
Good.
Isn't there just a touch of... There's a touch of sass
It's an aggressive good.
Yeah, it is.
Good.
Good. You know what it is? It's John Bender in Breakfast Club when he's getting handed all the Saturday detentions. Good. That's 4. Good.
Good.
Folks, we got to laugh our way through this. I'm sorry. Can't get too in the weeds with this whole dang
Feels
deal.
like the good my mom would give after
Yeah.
like her folding her 5th load of laundry of the day.
Now that you bring it up, that was like, hey, I finally did that, whatever. Good.
It's kind of a good, great, grand.
Yeah.
You did right there.
Good, great.
Super. Going full Chris Farley. What's happening with Cortland Sutton? How good is this situation?
High five. Yeah, Sean Payton was asked about Cortland Sutton, who is not at OTAs, as he looks for a new contract extension. Here's Sean.
Yeah, there isn't any concern. Here's why. I know Cortland well. He's a tremendous worker. You guys know him. A tremendous makeup, leader of our team. That'll sort itself out.
Yeah, he's not here. He's not here. Yeah, he works hard. He's a good player.
He's built like an Adonis, you betcha. He doesn't miss a day at the gym.
He wants more money.
Yeah,
and he's not here.
Well, does he?
Because he wants more money.
I'm sorry. I don't think he wants to be here.
I
think even he knows this request is ridiculous.
He wants
Trade
more
me.
money somewhere else. Yes. Also, check out the Sean Payton elongated stammer to begin this, including his catchphrase right in the middle.
Yeah,
Listen.
Good.
Hey, Sean, Cortland said he's not showing up for minicamp.
Good.
Good.
Take
that.
That wasn't the good I expected.
High five. Sean Payton was asked about Greg Dulcich. I'm going to play this exchange. The reporter only refers to him as Greg, and Sean didn't know who he was talking about. Here's Sean Payton.
With Greg, what's his offseason been like so far?
Greg
Dulcich so far, and
Yeah,
where's he at right now?
he's close. Man, he's had all the work done. We're encouraged. I think you'll see him sooner than later, and we want to be smart.
Look, does he have some kind of off-season procedure or something? Or what
Well, no, look, there's been trips back and forth relative to checkups, but his rehab has gone well, and it's not going to be we don't see him till training camp.
I got to be honest with you, I don't blame Sean on that one. I'd go Greg.
Greg?
We got a Greg? Greg who?
Josh
Greg
Allen.
Maddox? What?
Greg Olson?
Famous Gregs that you want me to talk about.
Greg Draft.
Yeah.
Greg Peck? Which Greg?
Greg Peck.
You never hear him called Greg, do
No,
ya?
it's a Gregory. Well, when you're an award-winning actor, I think you have to go Gregory.
Greg Peck, Greg
Good old
Hines.
Greg Peck.
Turn a famous Gregory into a Greg.
Greg.
Mm-hmm.
Greg.
I got a brother named Greg. I don't know a lot of Gregs now I think about it.
Gumble.
Oh, there you go.
Good.
You know Greg or you know Brian? Which one you going with? First Gumble comes to mind? Got to be
Ooh.
Brian Gumble, isn't it?
I mean, he did Real Sports, which was so good.
Yeah, and he wrote fake notes after everybody was talking. I was like, what the hell notes are you
Yeah,
writing?
what notes is he writing down right now?
What is this for?
He had the Today Show forever. He was, if I'm not mistaken, he was on the Puffy Shirt episode of Seinfeld.
Okay.
Yeah. Greg Gumbel, a good play-by-play guy. Not a great play-by-play guy, but a good play-by-play guy.
Gregiga Williams.
Gregiga.
He knows a Greg.
That's
Good
a Gregiga.
call, Warner Abe.
Mm-hmm.
You got to go Maddox.
That would
gotta go
would have been the first one I would have thought of. Yes, Maddox would have been the first one I would have gone to. Luganis, great diver. Greg Luganis. How many other divers
Was
could
Greg
you
the one
name?
who smacked his head?
He did.
Ooh, that was
Yeah.
rough.
I think that happens to a lot of divers. I feel like that's
but
a.
that one like bled. That was wild.
Can you name a single other diver besides Greg Luganis?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
was trying to think.
Yeah.
Is there a belly flop episode or something?
I know. I'm
Greg Brady.
I'm
another good one.
scraping my brain hole right now.
Well, we didn't pre-show plan for
I
lists
can't,
of Greg.
I can't think of a single other diver besides Lou Gaines.
Yeah.
That's all I got for you. How many speed skaters can you name?
None.
Bonnie Blair.
No. Who?
Apollo
Ono.
Anton Ono. This is mine.
Apollo Ono.
I believe it was Anton Apollo Ono.
Oh, it was?
the
Okay.
name. He was
Ono!
he was a short track speed skater. How many losers can you name?
None. No, wait. Didn't Bo Jackson do it or something? Didn't he try doing that?
I think it was
Not
the
Bo
bobsled.
Jackson.
Herschel Walker.
Herschel Walker
was doing the
yes.
bobsled. They weren't losers though.
Oh, Randy Gregory. God damn it. Hey.
You know the tough thing though about competing in the luge is even if you win, you're still a loser.
Sounds to me like Loogie. Keep waiting for you to hack something up. Greg Olson.
There we go.
There you go.
That's-
All right.
I already had Greg Olson.
Did you?
I did.
You know he won an Emmy and got demoted?
He sure did. He got a big pay cut.
What the hell?
Hey, you know, guys that are under some pressure here this upcoming NFL season. Tom Brady's under some pressure. You better not suck.
You don't seem all that interesting to me. You better prove me wrong.
Yeah.
Not that Greg Norman. Not that I loved Greg Olson,
Yeah.
but I think he'll be more interesting than Tom Brady.
Greg Oden.
Greg Oden. There's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Greg Anthony.
Greg Oden, college teammate of Mike Conley. Greg Anthony, UNLV. Good Greg draft today on the
Good.
show. Mm-hmm.
Good Gregory.
And
Instead of Gravy. Gregory.
good Greggy.
One more. Come on. Why not?
Are we doing another one? No,
Let's come on.
Let's get to this Nugget stuff.
Go to this. No, let's go to this last
You
one.
really-
I want to know what his impression of the schedule
You're
is.
dying to have this content.
I just want to know what the impression of the schedule is.
Is it going to be good or is it going to be
I think
good?
it's going to be worth the laugh. Go ahead.
Let's have it.
Good.
Yeah, there's a reason I put this one last. Here we go. Sean Payton's impressions on the Broncos' 2024 schedule.
Yeah, over the years, schedule driven. Number one, we can't control it. So the first things I look for are weather. There's 2 weather possibilities at Tampa and then Cincinnati. I look at travel. There's a good chance after we play Tampa, we might practice somewhere else on the East Coast. We ask for that. You know, when you have 4 Eastern time zone games. So after Tampa, we're sorting through where we might go before we then play the Jets. Those are the first things that came to mind. The second thing, obviously, the first quarter poll, 3 of the 4 on the road. The second quarter poll, 3 of the 4 at home. and ultimately it is what it is. Hey, we go play them.
I look for storms.
Weather and travel is what he looks at.
You know what I think is wild about that? It's just a reminder. This is a guy that got 8 games at home in a dome. Atlanta was a dome.
Yeah.
He used to enjoy some good old dome games where this wasn't a problem in New Orleans.
Weather and travel are his biggest concerns. Yeah, the East Coast thing, they'll play Tampa week 3, they'll play the Jets in week 4, so they gotta find somewhere to hang.
Good.
I don't mind that idea,
They
though.
need an Airbnb.
If you're going to go do back-to-back 11 o'clockers, might as well just stay on the East Coast, right?
Yeah.
Where do you go? Between Tampa and New York? Is that what we were saying?
Yeah, you got the whole Eastern Seaboard. Take your pick, my friend.
Going to Carolina?
Do you like Myrtle Beach?
Good.
Set yourself up.
I don't know. Orlando?
Greg Vaughn?
Yeah,
Greg DeVries. Greg Cragen, old Broncos nose tackle.
By the way, somebody did text in Greg Dulcich, which we did. We made
That started this whole
We
mess.
officially made it full circle.
Oh, Greg Ostertag.
Oh,
Was it
how
Greg-
can we forget? Ostertag.
that dude.
Greg the Hammer Valentine. All right, we're done with Greg's.
Do we have to be?
Good.
So just so you know, in our first week of the true off season for everybody,
Yeah.
we have now given you the stinky flower.
Stinky flower, the corpse flower.
We gave you the go run with the Wallabies,
You
even
can
though you and I are not sure we've signed off on that
Stay
one.
away
but give
from
it
the
a go.
Wallabies, but at your own risk.
And we've now broke down the good tone of voice from Sean Payton.
And a Greg draft.
Good. And a Greg draft. It's
been a good
all
week.
coming together.
Absolutely.
I'm not coming in tomorrow.
It's
I
been
feel
a good
accomplished.
week. Hey, we've. You know what, Spring? Just run tape
Just
tomorrow.
Best of.
Okay.
Let's do this one again.
Just load it up for everybody, all right? Nobody needs to actually be here. Just be robot Crackman and
Listen,
Lindahl.
half the listeners ain't going to work tomorrow either. You people won't be on the road. Yeah, you might be stuck in traffic trying
We
to get
got
to the mountains.
tomorrow's one of the days. We got the classic. This is one of my favorite things about art. We work for a giant company, right?
We do. There's
And
a
so
lot of people in this company.
This was one of those weeks where like an email gets sent and it's like, hey, why don't you guys go ahead and take Friday off?
Not you.
And then our boss has to email us and be like, not you guys.
Not you morons.
you still have to work, okay?
We'll give you another day someday.
Yes.
Maybe.
I couldn't help but notice the date on that doesn't match up with my dates. Anyway, it's the Craigman and Lindahl Show. Western Conference Finals got underway last night. Sands Nuggets. Mavs take game 1 over Minnesota. Hell of a finish last night from Luka. Entertaining game. Looked like a Minnesota team too that beating Denver in 7 took a lot out of those guys.
I think the Nuggets would have looked the same. I keep telling people it's why I'm not totally upset because I was convinced after what we saw in the playoffs they were not healthy enough to make it all the way.
Dallas is pretty good.
They are pretty good.
They're pretty good.
Their guards wore out the guards that wore out Denver.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Hey, real quickly, should that cat basket have counted? Was that in the cylinder still? The one they took away at the end? It was tough, man. It was close
enough. It was, yeah, I'd say it was close enough that, like, just go with the in the cylinder call. This is a whole other rant. I hate that rule so much. International play, you can do whatever the hell you want with the basketball in the cylinder, and that's exactly how it should be in the NBA. You have the best damn athletes in the world. Let them go up and make plays instead of everybody sitting there and judging, like, is it still in the magical circle?
Well, and to your point, nobody is just one. It's not like there's one big dude out there.
Right.
And it's an unfair advantage. All these guys can get up and get it. Just make it part of a rebound.
Exactly. Yeah. Just it was a sweet play. It's a tip dunk. Even if it was in the cylinder, I don't think it was going back down and through. So isn't that a miss? You should be able to finish on it.
And truly, Nate, who's really what official is actually in position to see it perfectly to know?
By the rule, I thought they were right by the rule. It's just the rule sucks.
I'm with you.
So today, Michael Malone, Josh Kroenke, Calvin Booth talking to the media. So we have talked a lot this week in the differences between the vision from the front office and the vision from the coaching staff, and is that all aligned? Calvin Booth and Michael Malone, are they all on the same page? Today, Calvin Booth talking to the media down at Ball Arena. I guess up at Ball Arena from where we are. Either way, Calvin Booth.
Don't stars this thing again. Just don't worry about it.
No, that was my bad. That's my beat.
Just we're okay.
Okay.
At Ball Arena.
Every now and then, unfortunately, people get an opportunity to wade into my brain, and I'm sorry to all of you. All right, Calvin Booth on why it's so tough to draft and develop with the new salary cap restrictions.
Well, yeah, just to pretty much go off of what he said, I think the teams that have been proven to have long-term success evolve or start out as process-oriented teams. And you can go the one or two avenues. You can go get minimum guys and try to get what you can out of them. And if you have tax issues, those guys, if they have good seasons, they're not going to be on your team the next year. Or you could try to draft and develop guys that you can have in your system for a number of years. And me personally, I believe a lot in continuity. And I do believe that the guys that are worth having a lot, oftentimes you have to draft, like as witnessed by Jamal Nicola still being on our team, Michael Porter Jr. still being on our team. I don't think, I wasn't here, but I think they filled in many calls the moment Nicola started to play pretty well. and many trade offers, and I think they rebuffed every single one of them. So, I don't think these guys are that easy to get unless you draft them. So that's the way I view things. And, obviously we're going to have a lot of conversation on how to approach roster building, but I'll continue to be the guy that thinks, growth and development is the way to go. And the league is kind of changing. You're seeing all these teams playing a variety of young guys. Last year, Coach Malone did it with Christian. He won a finals game for us. He was a rookie. It's often thought that rookies couldn't contribute in the finals, right? So I think we're heading to new territory based on the CBA and based on the skill level and basketball acumen of these 23-year-olds, 22-year-olds that are coming to the league.
Okay, there's a lot to react to in there. I want to go right to the next Calvin Booth comment, which was about the willingness to spend to keep KCP around, because this now gets into the tax issues that the Nuggets will be facing, which to me all ties nicely together. And then we'll have a longer discussion afterwards.
Well, me personally, we spent a lot of time looking at second apron and all this other stuff. I think for me personally, it's win a championship, 1, 2, we have to look at the overall financial picture, and 3, second apron. And I know the second apron is daunting and there's all kind of restrictions, but I don't think that's first on our priority list. KCP has been a great addition the last couple of years. We obviously would love to have him back. We're going to take a hard look at what that looks like.
Okay. I mean, number one is KCP may get an offer that just automatically disqualifies him from being a Nugget. That could happen like it did happen with Bruce a year ago. That's just something you're going to have to live with. Any contending team wants to have Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, I promise you. And there are some teams like Philadelphia that have an awful lot of cap space to be able to do some damage with right there. So this then goes back to, okay, let's say there's that roster spot to fill, but either way, there's all the bench spots. Calvin Booth has wanted to fill them through the guys that he has drafted. And there's so many challenges to doing what he's trying to do. And one of them is just this, Andy, is like when you win and your team is awesome, you don't really have good draft picks. Like this year, they Strother the very end of the first, and then they got Pickett and Tyson in the second round, which those are the parts of the draft where you get role players, essentially, you know? Now, you can identify exactly what kind of role guys you want, but are those guys ready for big minutes in the NBA? Even if they're older college players, it is such a massive step up in the level that they're going to have to play and everything that they're going to be asked to have to do in the NBA. And this is why coaches like Michael Malone, this is not unique to him at all. It's why they like to play veterans. There is trust in dudes that have played before in the league. I think what Calvin Booth is trying to say is we need to develop our own sort of de facto veterans with the cheap guys that we drafted. And it's tough to find a coaching staff. Again, Michael Malone's not unique in all of this, that has the patience for those guys to get up to speed.
Well, and the other problem is defense. You're not replacing KCP's defense with a college kid likely.
No.
You know what I mean? That is
Right.
development. That is
Right.
something that takes time.
Yeah.
And on top of it, KCP's found a 3-ball that keeps him on the floor long enough. Like Peyton Watson's defense is pretty good, but the shooting went away. He got afraid to take his own shot. Christian Brown's defense is really good against Ant, but guess what? He didn't want to shoot at points during the playoffs. You can't have that.
It's tough to watch in half-court offense.
Cannot have that.
Yeah.
So, you know, you tell me where you're going to go find that kind of college defender and draft. And so, like you said, the problem becomes you need these kind of role players off the bench, and yet you just don't go pick them out of college. It takes time to grow them. And the Nuggets have taken, it's going to be 2 years in a row. I think you and I are both of the mindset KCP is going to opt out, and they're not going to be able to afford him.
So I saw Matt Moore tweeting about this earlier today, and this is one of the other issues that they have here, Andy, is the Nuggets starting five is the best five-man lineup in the NBA. And that starting five this year had a 126 offensive rating, a 112 defensive rating, and a plus 13.6 net rating. That's awesome, okay? Like, that's elite championship level kind of stuff. I believe of the five-man lineups that have played that kind of minutes together, it's basically the third best in the NBA this year, but we know what this group's capable of. But here's something else that's weird about them, all right? Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Aaron Gordon, Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, MPJ. Nuggets starting five. They played the most minutes together this season of any five-man lineup in the NBA. Of any five-man lineup in the NBA. They played 958 minutes together. That was in 48 games played. Why'd they only play 48 games together? Because Jamal had injuries and because KCP had injuries. The next most minutes played by a single five-man lineup in the NBA was Oklahoma City starters. They played 799 minutes together. That was in 63 games. It took them 15 more games just to get to 160 fewer minutes than what the Nuggets group did together. All right, I know I'm throwing a lot of numbers at you. What does this all mean? Well, what it means is Michael Malone likes to play his starters together, and he makes it a point to play his starters together. Now, let's do a little pros and cons. Pros. They're awesome, and you should play them together all the time.
Great chemistry.
Makes all the sense in the world. Like maximize your lineups and play those guys together all the time. All right, there is a downside to it. It sounds counterintuitive, but a part of the downside is that all these bench dudes, Peyton Watson, Christian Brown, Jalen Pickett, especially Watson and Brown aside, Jalen Pickett, Julian Strother. Hell, even Zeke Naji. Young players like that, they it means they never play with the starters.
Right.
And a part of development is if you're always out there with like other second unit dudes, your development is going to be a little bit stunted. Like you are going to look worse because you're always out there with worse players, essentially. Like anybody on the Nuggets is always better when they get to play with Nikola Jokic. The problem is like a lot of these second unit guys, they don't really get to play with Nikola Jokic.
Well, and the other thing that was happening at points this year is sometimes they would get to play with Jamal Murray, but guess what Jamal Murray is? He becomes ball dominant and finds his own shot.
Yeah, he's not been elevating that second unit.
He hasn't. So
and he even like he's talked about it at times of like, like Christian Brown is my project, Okay, but it doesn't seem like it's really working out all that much better. And are you, Jamal Murray, doing enough to like set a standard for these guys to reach and to be able to help them improve?
Well, and seriously, why would you not like in that where you could maybe get MPJ, keep MPJ on the floor and let him be the primary, let him be the guy you run some plays for.
I would say MPJ is a great one. Aaron Gordon is one too, and Jamal of figuring out ways to stagger all this a little bit better so that you get more versatility. It's so funny. One of the things that we always killed Malone for forever was like, when the hell are you going to settle on a rotation? And then in winning an NBA championship, he settled on a rotation. And did he ever settle on that rotation? And to the point where I think he became a little bit inflexible about it. This is what's so funny about this conversation is it's such a dumb thing to criticize a coach for. Hey, why are you playing the best lineup in basketball together all the time?
Well, we just saw it though.
But what we're seeing is there is a downfall to it.
They're too tired when they need it most.
And yet I know that if you only won 49 games this year, after how many games, Andy, would you and I have sat here and gone, what the hell was that lineup? What are you doing, Malone?
Yeah. Well, but see, again, everybody in this town probably has to accept maybe the middle seat is okay.
Right.
As we've talked about.
Right.
Maybe we shouldn't be pushing it on talk shows to go get number one seed all the time.
So did Michael Malone push too hard to get that seed, and did he run his team proverbially into the ground? We'll let Michael Malone answer that question when we return on the Kreckman and Lindahl show right here on your home for the world champion, still for now Denver Nuggets, and your Colorado Avalanche. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for Window Nation. Let's talk about their semi-annual sale offering you 50% off all window styles plus 0% interest for 5 years and an additional bonus if you can schedule an appointment this week. You may hear similar offers from other home improvement companies, but here's why you should trust Window Nation. They are truly window experts, and they have installation teams with over 10 years of experience. They put their windows through a 50-point inspection before it leaves the factory, a 20-point installation inspection on every window, and they have a 96% customer satisfaction rating. If you're wondering about, when should I replace windows? Do I need to replace my windows? I think every homeowner knows it. You can feel the draft, or you can see maybe the condensation inside a window. For me, it was also the frames were yellowing, one even cracked. That's when it's time to take action. Window Nation, they can install your new windows in a day or less. They come with a lifetime warranty, and these are windows by Milgard, made locally for our climate here in Denver. So give them a call at 866-90NATION. Or visit windownation.com to schedule the appointment. Again, it's their semi-annual sale, 50% off all window styles, plus 0% interest for 5 years and an additional bonus if you schedule an appointment this week. That's 866-90NATION or windownation.com.
Yes, it is Craigman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Listening to the words of Michael Malone. And we had the conversation numerous times, a plethora of times here on the Craigman and Lindahl show about how hard do you push. And Malone made a push for the 1 seed, and it didn't work out, and they lost that game against San Antonio, and they get the 2 seed. However, that would give them home court advantage, at least to the Western Conference Finals. However, didn't really do them anything because they lost 3 games at home against the Minnesota Timberwolves in the semifinals. So it didn't work out. Today, Michael Malone was asked how he thinks he managed the rest versus seeding push.
How do we handle the conflict of the postseason push after the All-Star break? Well, on one hand, we got the 2 seed. And on the other hand, I'm watching our players play in Game 7 in the second half, and our guys look dead tired. They did. And I think you guys probably saw the same thing. So did I run our players into the ground? I'm sure that's definitely part of it. Much was asked of Jamal, KCP, Michael, Aaron, and Nikola especially. And we were not afforded the opportunity like we were last year to rest players down the stretch. This was a different season. And that was a decision we made, and we lived with it.
All right, I appreciate how candid he was in that answer because he was reflective of what really happened here. It's funny when he's like, on the one hand, we got the 2 seed. Yeah, it didn't really do you any good. You lost Game 7, and your guys were wiped out. Now, look, this is one of those moments where I have to step back and I have to say the players are the guys out there playing basketball, and they blew a 20-point second-half lead in Game 7. All right?
With numerous of them looking afraid to shoot.
There is no planet on which that can be excused away at all, but they did not finish that game, and there is no doubt fatigue was a massive, massive part about all of that. Like, based on, the words of Calvin Booth that we played last segment, Andy, and now what you're hearing from Michael Malone right there is like, this is where everybody has to take a step back and realign. And we talked yesterday about realigning with Nikola Jokic, sort of in service of Nikola Jokic. As Calvin Booth said, I'm now the steward of his legacy. Like, okay, get back on the same page, everybody. Just push your way back to the same page. And one of the things that I think Malone should learn from this year is that as we watch a 3 seed and a 5 seed in the Western Conference Finals and a 6 seed in the Eastern Conference Finals, because of the parity in the NBA that Adam Silver has tried to accomplish, a recognition that seeding may not matter quite so much as talent, and the Nuggets have all the talent in the world.
They do, but you do have some bench questions to answer.
Yeah.
And it goes back to what it stinks because listening to that answer and the wound still being fresh from Malone in the second half where the guys looked tired, and specifically in that game on, what was it, Sunday?
Sunday, yeah.
Like, man, could you please get Nikola out of there? I think we all sensed at the end of the third quarter he was gassed. Could you please have just taken him out? Could you please have just let DeAndre Jordan play a little bit of time in there, or Zeke Naji, or just somebody? I'm with you. I understand why Michael Malone, when you get into game action, wants to win every game. Okay? It's why you get into coaching. It's the old Herm Edwards, you play to win the game.
It's the way he's wired.
But you're going to have to, and all this stuff like begats each other. You've got to trust the young guys to develop a bench, and it's got to go on in November and December and probably into January so that you have more guys you can trust down the stretch so that guys can get rest. Because you can manage players all you want, but the bottom line is if you don't have guys that you are willing to play, 5 other guys you are willing to play off the bench at some point, even if it's just a few minutes a night, this is never going to change.
I mean, to go to Justin Holiday in the playoffs, and I mean this is no knock on him, who he got the opportunity and seized it and played great.
But we barely saw him during the regular season.
It's a huge indictment of the process. It was a huge indictment of the process that they had to go with Justin Holiday. Terrible. Okay? of a job of development that the organization did this year. Michael Malone was asked about the possibility of Nikola Jokic playing for Team Serbia in the Olympics, and he chose to use this opportunity to kind of wax about organizational roles and everything else. I thought this was a very interesting answer from Michael Malone. Here it is.
Well, yeah, obviously with the Paris Olympics coming up, and I'm not even sure what Nicola's final decision is in regards to playing. But if he does play, that's more miles on that body. Somebody sent me a stat. The last 5 or 6 years, I think Nicola's played the second most minutes in the NBA, behind Jason Tatum. A lot of miles for a big guy. So yes, probably have to be a little bit more smarter about some of the decisions we make, and making sure that when we get to the playoffs, he's mentally, physically ready to go and give us his best effort. But it's not just Nikola. I'll be honest, when I looked at it there in Game 7, Nikola wasn't the guy that I looked at and said, wow, he's exhausted. I think there are other guys. So much was asked of Aaron Gordon this year. Much was asked of KCP and Jamal and Michael. So I think just a collective kind of, all right, as a coach, we were talking upstairs and Josh said, as a coach, I'm thinking, how do we win the next game? That's my job. And Calvin, as a GM, is thinking about how do we win the next couple of years? That's his job. And Josh is overseeing all that, and understanding how to piece all that together. And that's what I love about being a part of this team, is that we're all working together. So I have to sometimes take my head up from the bunker and say, okay, it's not about just winning the next game. It's about how do we win this season? And if that means resting guys a little bit more, lessening their load, the minutes, the games played, we'll have to look at everything across the board, so that when we do get to the playoffs, that you give yourself the best chance.
It's funny as I listen to that, Andy. I thought about baseball for a second. Okay, what he's talking about right there is Calvin Booth's vision for the roster and the development of the roster and maximizing the players on the roster, and then his challenge of winning every single game directly in front of him. He's right about that. That is his job. That is his job as a coach. But think of the way the baseball has evolved, where and this is not where I'm saying I want to see it go, but maybe borrow a little bit of this. When we've gotten to the place in recent years where managers don't, on most clubs in the major leagues, they don't fill out lineup cards anymore. The front office does it. They're like, look, we went into the numbers and we believe that this is the lineup that maximizes us today. With younger clubs, it's okay that this guy needs to be able to develop and he needs to be able to face this kind of pitching and everything else like that. And it's all an organizational mission that is played out in real time out on the floor. This is one of those situations where Michael Malone, like he said, I need to be able to pick my head up. Whatever that line of communication is between Booth and Malone, it's very clear that whatever Calvin was hoping to see play out on the floor is not what happened, and Malone is basically conceding to that right now with his team eliminated in the second round of the playoffs, and maybe, just maybe, there needs to be some, okay, where is this guy at right now? What does he need minutes? Does he need to play? Does he need to go up? Does he need to play with this guy or this lineup or whatever it may be to be able to get to that place? And then for Malone to be able to trust in, I still have Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray and MPJ and Aaron Gordon, and I'll still win a ton of games and still be a contender.
Yeah. So a couple things on this, okay? First off, to your point, Malone has to acknowledge that he was wrong because this did not work out. It did not result in at least a trip to the Western Conference Finals.
Yes.
He did run it into the ground. He does admit that he did not develop any of his players, to the point where later on, at some point in the presser, Calvin was talking about, now I got to send all these guys to the Summer League and watch them there to see how much better they've gotten there. And you and I both know playing in the Summer League's fine. It's not NBA competition. These guys were tearing up the summer league last year. Did not translate to anything as far as what they did when they got to the regular season this year. But Nate, I ask you this: when, like, Michael Malone can say this right now, but I also understand that when we're in the meat of the season, the heat of the season, the heat of needing this game, the competitive juices are there.